समझना, समझ गया नहीं समझ पाए नहीं समझ पाए। 3 चीज बोलता हूँ। पहली चीज पेंसिल जैसा कुछ है, दूसरी चीज ग्लोब, समझ गए, मैप, तीसरी चीज गेम का कैरेक्टर। अब ये नहीं बताऊंगा कौन सा कैरेक्टर होने वाला है। 3 चीज गेस कर दिया।
क्वेश्चन पूछो ना, मैं तो
पूछो ना, मतलब कैरेक्टर थोड़ी बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन पूछोगे तब भी डायरेक्ट बता दूंगा ये चीज है।
गेम का कैरेक्टर कौन सा है?
गेम का कैरेक्टर माफिया का फेवरेट।
पेंसिल जैसे दिखने वाली चीज क्या है?
पेंसिल देखने वाली चीज वो है जिससे हम लिख सकते हैं।
आए ग्लोब में क्या दिख रहा है?
ग्लोब में मैप।
कौन सा मैप?
फ्री फायर का। क्या हो गया जोंटी भाई, नहीं हो पा रहा क्या?
तुम्हें लग रहा है कि तुम जीत रहे हो, है ना?
मैं जीत ही रहा हूँ और मैं राउंड जीत भी चुका हूँ।
गोल गोल घूमने वाला ग्लोब है?
ग्लोब कैसे घूमता है?
या फिर वो ऐसे चिपका हुआ रखा हुआ है?
गोल गोल ग्लोब तो गोल गोल ही घूमता है।
गोल गोल वाला है?
ऐसे ना मुझे तुम देखो,
सीने से लगा लूंगा। यार तुम्हें सीने से लगाने का मन कर रहा,
कोई नहीं,
ऐसा आ रहा है।
जीत के लगाएंगे अपन।
एक तो ऐसे आंखें घूर घूर के देखनी पड़ रही है।
मैं तो सोया भी नहीं हूँ।
पानी आ गया दोस्त आंखों में से।
इतना जल्दी मत रो यार।
मेरी आंखों में दिख रहा है दोस्त।
क्या दिख रहा है यार?
यार
मोहब्बत आपके लिए होनी चाहिए। सोचो यार, तुम तो बहुत टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हो। इतना कौन करता है? बहुत मतलब मौका देता हूँ, एक 1v1 का फिर मुकाबला आगे करते हैं।
पेंसिल कैरेक्टर,
पेंसिल गेम का कैरेक्टर और एक ग्लोब, ग्लोब के ऊपर एक मैप।
चलो ठीक है, डिसाइड कर लिया।
बोलो।
सच बोल रहे हो?
सच बोल रहा हूँ। दिखा दो ऑडियंस। भाई यार तुम तो हार चुके हो। तुम्हारा क्या गेस था? ये रहा आपका ग्लोब, ये रही आपकी पेंसिल और गेम का कैरेक्टर देखो, खुद को देखो। ये ग्रेनेड होने वाला है, ये आपका ताज और ये।
वेल प्लेड, सही बलफ किया भाई तुमने।
डर मत, इनसे हल्का हाथ रखूंगा।
नहीं
देख सकते
गेम की तरह नहीं है ये।
कोई बात
यहाँ पे इजी, उधर भी इजी गेम में।
ठीक है,
खोलूं मैं?
खोलो खोलो।
दिखाई तो नहीं दे रही है ना भाई?
नहीं,
ये तुम दोनों से बेस्ट आया भाई।
सच बोलूं या झूठ बोलूं?
जो तो अच्छा कर सके।
एक गेम की कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर जैसा ही है, और एक चीज भी गेम का एक पार्ट है, और एक चीज गेम में लगे हुए हैं।
तीनों चीजें गेम के
गेम के मैप के अंदर बैटल रोल में।
कैरेक्टर हमारा प्लेइंग कैरेक्टर है, गन है?
गन नहीं है
गन एक भी नहीं है
ना, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
तो कैरेक्टर का थोड़ा एट्रीब्यूट होता है, जो प्रेजेंट उनका एट्रीब्यूट होता है।
एट्रीब्यूट कुछ भी हो सकता है।
मतलब कुछ कैसे दिखता है, कुछ तो बता दोस्त।
ये फंस गया है।
दिखता लड़की जैसा है।
और बाकी 2 चीजें थोड़ा थोड़ा बताओ।
बाकी और एक चीज है जो गेम में हम यूज करते हैं।
यूज करते हैं,
उठा के
ये सही बोला दोस्त तूने, ये तो कंफ्यूजिंग था।
हम यूज करते हैं उसको।
हर मैप में यूज होता है हमारे।
हाँ, हर मैप में यूज।
वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड।
सबर करो, इतना जल्दबाजी।
वेल प्लेड दोस्त, वेल प्लेड।
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
हाँ।
एवरेज साइज का।
ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू। एवरेज साइज का।
सच बोल रहा है।
सच है।
तो लड़का था लड़की थी? वो कैरेक्टर था
लड़की।
लड़की है। और बाकी जो चीजें हम गेम में यूज करते हैं।
हाँ।
तो ये मिली वेपन है या फिर गन है?
मिले वेपन है।
मिली वेपन है। बड़ा है छोटा है?
एवरेज है,
वही एवरेज टाइप ही है।
एवरेज
गेम प्ले भी एवरेज ही है।
एवरेज है। नहीं, इंडिया कप में पता चल जाएगा यार।
तो मैच के अंदर ही पता चल जाएगा।
तीसरे के बारे में थोड़ा सा और डिटेल्स बताओ।
तीसरी वो है एक प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
हाँ,
बुश
plant
मतलब
जो गेम में यूज करते हैं हम। तो क्या हो सकता है?
गेम में यूज करते हैं प्लांट। मशरूम टाइप का ऐसे?
कुछ भी हो सकता है यूज तो हम।
ए पूरा मत बता।
नहीं, झूठ
कैरेक्टर का भी यूज।
अबे मशरूम लगा ले, बोल देना।
हम मशरूम लगा।
मशरूम लगा ले।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ, पर सच बोल रहा हूँ तो
पता चल जाएगा ना तो मेरे को।
नहीं, सोच लो अभी।
अरे भाई,
बाद में फिर खुद को बुरा
नहीं कोई नहीं लगेगा, रिग्रेट नहीं करता मैं।
रिग्रेट नहीं
हम
करते।
बुरा नहीं मानते।
गेम में रिग्रेट कर दोगे आप।
अरे दिखाओ ना भाई।
भाई तो हार गया। देखो ये क्या है,
Nice, nice.
सच बोल रहा था मैं भाई।
नाइस, वेल प्लेड।
आंखों से झूठ बोल पाऊंगा बट रियलिटी है।
सही है, वेल प्लेड। कुछ तो हैवी सामान है।
माफिया, ये जरा इसको ना ऐसे रखियो बक्सा, मुझे भी नहीं दिखेंगे उनका कवर।
ओ
स्ट्रेटेजी लगाएंगे ना।
आके बंदा, चलो फेयर प्ले।
खोलूं?
अभी
ना ना ना,
निकाल रहा हूँ।
अभी कहाँ?
बंदा आके,
हाँ बंद है।
हाँ निकाल लो, बस 1 मिनट।
देख रहे हैं धोंडी भाई
खोलूं
सब।
मैं?
नहीं नहीं
खोलो खोलो, आके खोलो। ये तो कुछ खतरनाक सा है भाई, क्या चीज़ है ये? कौन सा जानवर है? जानवर का नाम मेरे को याद है।
चालू हो गया ये।
एक तो जानवर, इसका नाम है राइनो। राइनो बोलते हैं, जिसका सींग रहता है। एक राइनो है। एक मेकअप सामान है।
ठीक है।
मेकअप का वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो आँख के नीचे लगाते हैं?
क्या?
लड़की लगाते हैं आँख के नीचे।
हाँ।
एक वो है। और एक ये चीज़ क्या है, इसको क्या बोलते हैं?
याद नहीं आ रहा है क्या भाई?
नहीं, रबड़। रबड़, हाँ रबड़।
रबर।
हाँ रबर।
रबर, ठीक है।
छोटे से रबड़ जैसा ना, थोड़ा सा ट्रायंगल शेप का है।
स्कूल में जो यूज करते हैं।
हाँ वही वही।
ये जो राइनो बोले कितना बड़ा है?
राइनो थोड़ा सा मतलब भयानक दिख रहा है।
हेवी।
हाँ हैवी।
जो लड़की यूज करते हैं, कौन सा? लड़की तो बहुत सारे यूज करते हैं आंखों में।
अरे मतलब ब्लैक रंग का रहता है ना, काजल। काजल
काजल।
काजल।
ठीक है।
ब्रांड नहीं लिखा बस में।
ब्रांड नहीं?
नहीं।
ठीक है। लड़की यूज़ करती है। गेम का कुछ नहीं है इसमें।
नहीं, गेम का तो ऐसा कुछ लिंक दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को। कुछ और जानना है तो थोड़ा कुछ इस चीज़ के बारे में। जो रबड़ है
सोचता हूँ मैं।
triangle सी है और उसका रंग है ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर है।
ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर।
हाँ, थोड़ा मतलब हाफ ऑरेंज और हाफ ग्रीन है सब।
कितना बार यूज करते हो आप दिन में?
रबड़ मैं क्यों करूँ भाई?
पहले कभी
मैं करता ही
यूज नहीं करते?
नहीं,
पेन
क्या नहीं करते ना,
गलती नहीं होती थी ना, रबड़ ही क्यों करूँ यूज़?
यहाँ गलती नहीं होगी ना?
नहीं बाद में सॉरी बोल लेते बोलते नहीं ना।
सच बोल रहे हो क्या?
वो तो आप बताओगे दोस्त।
डाउट हो रहा है ना भाई?
इंस्टिंक्ट पे जाओ अपने।
रबर है, आईलाइनर है,
आईलाइनर, हाँ करेक्ट।
या और कुछ है? क्योंकि आईलाइनर के अलावा भी कुछ अलग लगाते हैं।
नहीं, वो काजल अब मेरे को इतना ब्रीफ नहीं पता, पर वो ब्लैक सा टिप है, उसकी लंबी सी लाइन है वो।
उसका पेन टाइप है।
हाँ, वो पेंसिल रहती है ना लंबी। हाँ। बिल्कुल पेंसिल, पेन नहीं पेंसिल, उसमें लंबी हो।
पेंसिल किस लगाएंगे
दोस्त आईलाइनर नहीं लगाती
सच
लड़कियां।
बोल रहे हो?
कंफर्म कर दूं?
सच बोल रहे हो?
ये लो दोस्त, देखो आईलाइनर, रबड़ और राइनोसर।
मुबारक हो।
दो
3-1 ब्रो।
कोई बात
तीन
नहीं,
एक।
मैं समझा दूं।
इनकी टीम को समझाना पड़ता है हर चीज को।
अरे यार बस यहाँ जीत दी है, खुश हो जाएंगे यहाँ से जाके।
क्या नाम है आपका?
जोएब, तुम्हारा?
वोटा।
एक मार्कर है और एक कैक्टस है और ट्रक एक।
अच्छा, क्या क्या कलर किया है जो भी मेंशन किए हो?
एक ग्रे कलर का है और एक ग्रीन है, दूसरा भी ग्रीन टाइप है।
छोटे साइज के सब?
असलियत में तो 2 बड़े हैं।
सारे मिले हुए या खट्टे हैं, कैसा है?
वो तो अलग है।
फिर से बोलो, सारे चीज़ के बारे में डिस्क्राइब करो।
एक मार्कर है, एक कैक्टस है, ट्रक है।
बोलो सारे के कलर।
2 ग्रे है, एक ग्रीन है, एक 2 ग्रीन है, एक ग्रे है।
फिर ट्रक कौन सा है, मार्कर कौन सा है?
मार्कर ग्रे है, ट्रक ग्रीन, कैक्टस ग्रीन। बताओ सच है या झूठ है?
झूठ लग रहा है मेरे को।
सच है।
अरे यार, अच्छा कोई नहीं, गुड गेम। अबे तेरी बारी, पकड़ पाएगा?
पकड़ लूंगा, इजी है।
ठीक है, चलते हैं। एक शवल जैसा है, एक फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स, एक पेस्ट्री।
कलर?
ब्लैक ब्लैक ब्लैक, तीनों ब्लैक।
साइज बताओ, साथ में क्या अलग है?
अलग ही है।
वापस बताओ ना, कौन सी है?
पेस्ट्री, शवल, फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स।
एक और बार कलर ही बता दो बस।
सारे ही ब्लैक हैं।
फ्लेवर बता दो मेरे क्या।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट वाइट भी होता है, ब्लैक एंड वाइट होता है वो तो।
गेस कर लो।
कर लो, तुम्हारी मर्जी, ट्राई कर लो।
झूठ है।
सच है।
भी
अब करो ना ऐसा।
और बड़ी नाम क्या है आपका? ठीक है, खोल दूँ? ये आग बंद कर लो। एक ग्रेनेड है और एक मुकुट है, क्राउन, और एक आईना है। आईने का गोल्डन है और ग्रेनेड तो ग्रीन ही होता है। वाइट है और उसमें 3 डायमंड लगे। डायमंड क्राउन में। वापस से रिपीट करना, क्या कलर है? क्राउन का वाइट, अरे सॉरी, क्राउन का सिल्वर है, वाइट निकल गया मुझसे। और ग्रेनेड ग्रीन और ये मिरर गोल्डन। सबसे बड़ा ऑब्जेक्ट कौन सा? ग्रेनेड लग रहा है मेरे को। अरे तीनों ही बड़े। नहीं, एक लेंथ में बड़ा है, एक विड्थ में बड़ा है। वापस से रिपीट करना, कौन सा चीज़ है? ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन। क्राउन का कलर क्या बोला? सिल्वर। गोल्डन किसका कलर है? मिरर का। हाँ, क्या लगता है, सच बोल रहा हो झूठ बोल रहा हो? मुझे लगता है भाई झूठ बोलता है। क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है? ना, एक ही गेम खेल रहा और भरोसा नहीं है? जाओ फिर भाई, मत करो भरोसा, और क्या। अरे यार, इतना तेज झूठ बोलता है भाई। सच बोला है मैंने।
भाई अपना भी नाम बता दो।
आयुष।
भाई एक घोड़ा है और गोल्ड है,
हाँ,
एक क्लॉक है।
तीनों का कलर बताओ पहले।
ब्लैक है और येलो है और रेड है।
किसका क्या है?
घोड़े का ब्लैक है, येलो है क्लॉक का।
हो गया,
हो गया?
वापिस रिपीट करो।
अरे घोड़े का ब्लैक है, क्लॉक का येलो है।
और गोल्ड का?
किसका? गोल्ड का गोल्ड है भाई।
घोड़ा बड़ा है छोटा है?
छोटा है।
किसके जैसा है?
क्या?
अरे छोटा घोड़ा है ना।
हाँ,
गोल्ड की चेन है कि सिर्फ गोल्ड है थोड़ा?
सिर्फ गोल्ड है।
क्या है मतलब?
नगेट नगेट।
वापस रिपीट करो पूरा।
गोल्ड है, घोड़ा है, क्लॉक है।
क्लॉक कैसा है?
क्लॉक
बड़ा है छोटा है कैसा?
राउंड छोटा।
छोटा। पता तो चल गया भाई, झूठ बोल रहे हो।
गैस कर सकते हो, गैस करना है तो।
हाँ झूठ बोल रहे हो
भाई पकड़ लिया तूने झूठ देख।
तो भाई तुम उसको देखे बिना बोल रहे हो तो।
गुड गेम भाई।
Burn away. Since I lit the flame, I ain't scared to burn away.
What's up guys, hope you all are doing good. मेरे साथ एक बहुत बड़ी महान हस्ती जुड़ी हुई है, that is Jonty Gaming, and I would like to ask them lot of questions. I know समय उतना ही है, चलो पूछते हैं पहला सवाल। सबसे पहले चीज़ तो आपका सबसे ज़्यादा फेवरेट पेट कौन सा है?
हमारा फेवरेट पेट है R1।
R1?
यस,
और बताइए क्यों?
क्योंकि R1 से हमको रोटेशंस में इजी पड़ता है, हम खाली जगह अच्छे से स्पॉट कर पाते हैं, एंड बंदे नहीं होते तो हम जल्दी जोन भी पकड़ पाते हैं, तो बहुत एडवांटेज मिलता है बाकी टीमों से।
उस टाइम पे मैंने ऐसा देखा था आप बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव जा रहे थे, सो इट्स ऑल थैंक्स टू R1?
या बिकॉज ऑफ दैट हमें पता रहता था कितने प्लेयर है उस जगह पे, तो हम अच्छे से प्लान करके जाते मार देते थे उन्हें।
परफेक्ट, सही है। तो ओवरऑल आपकी जो जर्नी रही है कैसी रही है, उतार चढ़ाव के साथ या फिर आपके लिए स्मूथ सेलिंग रहा है?
जैसे स्टार्टिंग में हमारा था क्लोज क्वालिफायर, उसमें टीम पूरा पीक पे चल रही थी, मतलब मस्त चल रहा था। फिर बीच में आए लीग स्टेजेस, उसमें कभी ऊपर कभी नीचे, ऐसा डाउन कभी डाउनफॉल आया, फिर उसके ऊपर वार किया हमने। फिर अभी जैसे फाइनल ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफायर चला, तो उसमें हमने स्टार्टिंग वो 3 डे 1 में अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, फिर थोड़ा 1 पॉइंट के कारण चोक कर दिए, फिर वापस उस पर वार किए, फिर लैंड के लिए क्वालिफाई की।
दैट्स अमेजिंग। तो ये जितने भी अप डाउन सिचुएशंस रहे हैं, इसको टैकल करने के लिए आपने क्या सोचा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में?
अपने हमारे गेम स्टाइल चेंज किए थोड़ा, अकॉर्डिंग टू बाकी टीम्स क्या कर रही है, फिर हम क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कौन सा चीज़, तो उस पर वर्क किए, फिर उसको यूटिलाइज किए, फिर देन रिजल्ट तो दिख गया।
दैट्स अमेजिंग। सो एक बात आपसे जानना चाहूँगा जॉन्टी भाई, सबसे पहली चीज़ तो आपके पास इतना अच्छा स्नाइपर है विंसेंट, और जिस तरीके से उनके शॉट्स लगते हैं और जिस तरीके से वो अपना एक कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहे हैं टीम के लिए, आप कितना प्राउड हो इनसे?
जैसे आपने बोला कि आपके पास बहुत अच्छा स्नाइपर है विंसेंट, मैं उसमें एक लाइन ऐड करूँगा, अच्छा है और फ्यूचर में और भी अच्छा आएगा, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल से बहुत सारे स्नाइपर्स हैं फ्री फायर में, लेकिन विंसेंट शायद इस लीग में एक ऐसा नाम है जो बहुत निकल के आया है, और ऑडियंस ने भी उसको बहुत प्यार दिया है कि विंसेंट की स्नाइपिंग बहुत अच्छी है। और मैं तो आपको भी पता है स्नाइपर कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो और मेरे को ऐसा लगता है जब ग्रैंड फाइनल होगा
जी,
जब और भी बड़ा टूर्नामेंट होगा, तो विंसेंट एक ऐसा है जो की रोल है उसका और बहुत निकल के आएगा, और फ्यूचर में वन ऑफ द बेस्टेस्ट में नहीं शायद बेस्ट में आएगा।
सो विक्ट्री डे 1 में जो एक ऐसा पॉइंट आया था, पूरी टीम डाउन में चली हुई थी, सो उस जगह पे आपने कहा कि आपने अपना प्ले स्टाइल पूरा चेंज करा है, बट ओवरऑल उस प्ले स्टाइल को आपने किस तरीके से एनहांस करा? क्या आप ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव हुए हो या फिर ज़्यादा डिफेंसिव रहे हो?
बेसिकली हमने पहले जो हम कर रहे थे ना, वो सीधा अपने टीम के हिसाब से करते थे। अभी हमने ग्रुप्स देखे कि ए ग्रुप में कैसी टीमें हैं, सी ग्रुप में कैसी टीमें हैं, वहाँ पर अगर एग्रेसिव है तो हमने थोड़ा डिफेंसिव अप्रोच की, या फिर थोड़ा डिफेंस करने वाले तो उन पर चढ़ के खेलने का सोचा, तो हमने कुछ चेंजेस करके वो कॉम्बिनेशन बना के थोड़ा ठीक किया।
नाइस, मतलब एडेप्टेबिलिटी आपकी दिखाई दे रही है मुझे। एंड CS में जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने क्वालिफाई करा था, दैट वाज जस्ट स्ट्रेट अप 2-0 के बाद आप पहुंचे थे, और उससे पता चल रहा था कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज़्यादा दिखाई दे रहा है, बट BR में वो चीज़ कन्वर्ट नहीं होती हुई दिखाई दी, तो उसका कोई रीज़न
तो नहीं। BR में हम लो थे, बट एक बार जैसे हमने CS खेला ना, हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा बिल्ड हुआ हमारे रशर्स का, वो भी हमारे जारिस और कुणाल थे और रश कर रहे थे अच्छा CS में, तो वो लेके थोड़ा एक बार तो डाउन गया, पर वही उनको दिखाया हमने कि CS में हम ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे हैं, तो वही दिखा के थोड़ा अप करा।
तो व्हाट डज इट मीन फॉर यू टू विन TEZ FFMIC 2025?
पहला तो पैसे सब कुछ चाहिए, दूसरा बाकी अभी काफ़ी टाइम से कुछ मिला नहीं, फ्री फायर में टूर्नामेंट्स नहीं, तो अभी एक स्टार्ट है, देखते हैं फ्यूचर देख रहे हैं इसमें अपना, अच्छा जाएगा तो आगे।
आप क्या कहना चाहोगे कुणाल भाई?
कुछ नहीं, मज़ा आ रहा है, कंपास प्लान है, एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा है, बाकी टीमों के साथ मिलके भी अच्छा फील हो रहा है। देखते हैं, हम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए बहुत एक्साइटेड है, परफॉर्मेंस अभी कैसा जाएगा वो तो पता नहीं, होपफुली अच्छा है, बाकी देखते हैं, सब सही है।
आप क्या बोलना चाहोगे?
मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि जैसे काफ़ी टाइम बाद आए ये टूर्नामेंट और लैंग का भी हुआ तो मज़ा आ रहा है अभी और एक्सपीरियंस गेन कर रहे हैं लैंग का।
जॉडी भाई आप बताइए।
मैं सबसे अलग हूँ भाई।
तो बताइए, सुनना चाहूँगा मैं
तो हवाबाजी कर मैं जीता तो मैं तो हवाबाजी करूँगा, सीधा बोलता। देखो जीत हार वो बात की बात है, लेकिन मैं तो मन में ये लेके चलता हूँ कि भाई हम जीतेंगे, क्योंकि अगर हम इंडिया में टॉप 12 में आ रहे हैं तो मतलब हम बेस्ट में है। और जितना प्रैक्टिस हम करते हैं बाकी टीमें भी प्रैक्टिस करती है। क्या पता उस दिन मेहनत तो देखो हमारी है, अगर उस दिन चाहे लक भी अच्छा हुआ तो हम जीत जाएंगे, और जीत गया तो मैं तो हवाबाजी करूँगा, सीधी बात। तो प्रिपरेशन भी है, सब कुछ है, बस अभी वेट है कि वहाँ पे बैठना है, लो फिर उठानी है बस।
That's amazing. Guys, this is John D Gaming and बहुत ज़्यादा मजा आया इनको ये क्वेश्चंस पूछ के।
बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मेड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये वाईफाई चोरी करे लो अभी पहले वो जो चुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की तू किल देख मेरी या फिर देखो मेरी केड़ी और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें करो पुश रैंक मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे डीएनडी भी ऑन है फोन पे पाउडर है उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए फोन भी बदल देंगे फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो हीलिंग बैटल में मेरे भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है फ्री फायर खेलना भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है
But I'm a peak, but I was a peak ले पहन गियान में अगर की मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत बैटरी में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा कोई न खौफ दिखे तुझे ऑफ करे मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड रे को है करे कहता रह जाएगा भैया किसको पे बच के ही मानेगा लड़कों में स्किन लगा के करीना की किसको पटाएगा वो भी बता के जा है करे लॉबी में है करे बचकाने छोड़ दे कुट का तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है छोड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है
लाइव फ्री फायर गेम की तरह है हम हर गेम जीतते नहीं पर हर गेम से सीखते जरूर है मेरा नाम है प्रियंक पटेल मैं एलजी यूनिवर्सिटी में पिछले 6 साल से बच्चों को ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूँ मेरे जो दोस्त थे उन्होंने बोला कि आप फ्री फायर अच्छी खेलते हो अच्छी सिखाते हो तो क्यों ना आप गेम सिखाने के वीडियोस बनाइए और इसीलिए मैंने गेमिंग चैनल फ्री फायर की शुरू की सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर शाम के 4 बजे तक मैं आपको एक सिंसियर प्रोफेसर की तरह दिखूंगा और फिर शाम को 4 बजे से रात के 12 बजे तक एक हार्डकोर गेमर फ्री फायर के वीडियोस में सबसे पहले मैं स्ट्रीमिंग करता था एक टाइम ऐसा आया कि मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग पीक पे चल रही थी और एग्जाम्स आके रुक गई तो मैंने कस्टम रूम्स क्रिएट करना स्टार्ट किया और उसी टाइम पे एंट्री होती है 3 लोगों की स्टॉर्म AK और अर्पित तो शुरुआत तो हमने एक दूसरे के ऑपोजिट में खेलने से की थी मगर बाद में पता चला कि साथ में बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा खेल सकते हैं जो हम साथ में खेलते थे वो गेम से इतना अच्छा बॉन्डिंग बन गया सो इट इज बेसिकली कि 4 दोस्त आप साथ में बैठे हो गप्पे लड़ा रहे हो और साथ में गेम भी खेल रहे हो
कभी मिला आप लोग
नहीं हम एक्चुअली में चारों एक दूसरे को कभी नहीं मिले प्लान बहुत बने मगर मिले कभी नहीं इंजीनियरिंग में एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट 2 पार्टिकल के बीच में कितना भी डिस्टेंस हो वो दोनों एक दूसरे से रिलेटेड रहते हैं यहां पे हमारी जो दोस्ती है वो बिल्कुल क्वांटम एंटेंगलमेंट की तरह है हम चारों एक दूसरे से दूर हैं मगर किसी एक पे भी कुछ भी होता है तो फील चारों करते हैं रिएक्ट चारों करते हैं इस चीज को आप टीम सिनर्जी कह लो ब्रदरहुड कह लो बॉन्डिंग कह लो कुछ भी कह लो वो कहते हैं ना ब्रदर फ्रॉम अनदर मदर
मेरा नाम हर्षित है और मेरा इन गेम नेम PG स्टॉर्म है मैं गुवाहाटी द सिटी ऑफ टेम्पल्स में रहता हूँ
स्टॉर्म जो है ना वो एकदम रिवेंज टाइप का कैरेक्टर है इजीली ट्रिगर्ड पर्सन आप बोल सकते हो
प्लीसर के चैनल पे एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा था जहाँ पे कस्टम रूम्स होते थे एक राउंड में प्लीसर ने मेरे को नॉक किया और मैंने एक राउंड में प्लीसर को नॉक किया था फिर मैं और प्रीसर एक साथ ग्रुप में आए कि भाई कैसा लगा ऐसे करके।
मेरा नाम है अमल कृष्णा, 20 years of age। मेरा इन गेम नेम है मिस्टर एके।
एके एक्चुअली में केरला से है और एके का जो कैरेक्टर है वो भी एग्जैक्टली साउथ के मूवी के हीरो जैसा है। उसके साथ अगर आप खेल रहे हो ना तो आप कभी बोर नहीं होंगे। उसे पंगे लेना बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद है।
और वो हमेशा बोलता रहता था एक मेडिकेट दे दो मैं सबको नॉक कर दूंगा, पर नॉक खुद ही हो जाता था जाके।
और उससे भी स्पेशली पसंद है मेरी किल चोरी करना।
भाई मेरा चोरी होता है किल, मैं किसी को चोरी नहीं करता, वो लोग मेरा किल चोरी करता है।
मेरा नाम है अर्पित पठानिया, मैं हूँ हिमाचल प्रदेश से। करंटली मैं चंडीगढ़ में रहता हूँ।
अर्पित बेसिकली बहुत ज़्यादा म्यूट रहता है,
कुछ मुंह से आवाज़ ही नहीं निकलता था
और इसलिए
At its peak, every round is fire. Every play is explosive.
दो बेस्ट ऑफ 3 के बाद एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5 का महामुकाबला। सिर्फ एक टीम बनेगी चैंपियन। जीत का जुनून और ज्वाला बनकर बरसेगा।
4 squads enter, but only 1 team walks out with the booyah and eternal glory.
हर शॉट, हर स्ट्रेटेजी, सब कुछ दांव पर है, सिर्फ एक को मिलेगा बूया बूया बूया।
Legends are forged in fire, and today a new champion will claim the booyah.
ये जंग अंत तक चलेगी। चैंपियन वही बनेगा जिसके दिल में होगी जीत की आग। तो कौन लेगा बूया और लेकर जाएगा ये खिताब।
Semi-finals are set. The grand finals await. It's time to crank up the heat and see who can handle the fire.
ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये है जुनून और जज्बात का महाधमाका। So I welcome you all to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025.
सर्वाइवर्स, आखिर वो पल आ ही गया है जहां पे होंगी 4 टीम्स, एक ट्रॉफी और पूरे क्लैश कोर्ट का तूफान। Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 Grand Finals. मेरा नाम है रंजीत मामा Senior Patel. I'll be your host and I'll be walking you through all the action today and tomorrow. लेकिन आज हमारे पास है 4 टीमें, 4 ऐसी टीमें जिन्होंने बड़ी मेहनत और मशक्कत के बाद उन्होंने अपनी ये जगह हासिल की इस स्टेज के ऊपर। But for the uninitiated, let me tell you, इस ग्रैंड फाइनल के 2 पहलू है। आज होंगे क्लैश कोर्ट के फाइनल्स, कल होंगे बैटल रॉयल के फाइनल्स। आज खेलेंगी 4 टीमें, कल खेलेंगी 12 टीमें। पर चलिए टीम्स की अगर हम बात कर रही है तो लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट आवर फर्स्ट सेमीफाइनलिस्ट्स। Ladies and gentlemen, ये हमारी सेमीफाइनल 1 की जो टीम्स है, आज हमें पता चलेगा कौन सी वो पहली टीम होगी जो पहुंचेगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में. And I'm very excited to see it, and I'm sure you guys are as well. And हमारे casters जो इंतजार कर रहे हैं बहुत ज्यादा उत्सुक है to walk you through the entire matchup. So boys, why don't you take it away? Alright, I guess I'm here with you for a little more time, but मैं थोड़ी बात करना चाहता हूँ यहाँ पे जो टीम्स क्वालिफाई कर गए उनके बारे में. 4 टीमें जो आज खेल रही थी उनके बारे में मैं चर्चा करना चाहता हूँ. पहली मैच ऑफ कोर्स गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स एंड एनजी प्रोस के बीच में. बात करेंगे परफॉर्मेंस की. गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स कैंपेन की शुरुआत जबरदस्त थी उनके लिए. पहली मैच एनजी प्रोस के खिलाफ जीते थे. सो दिस इज अ रीमैच. एनजी प्रोस इज प्रोबेबली लुकिंग फॉर रिवेंज. अब उनके लिए ये मुमकिन होगा या नहीं ये तो सिर्फ वक्त ही बताएगा. लेकिन आज एनजी प्रोस जी जान डाल देंगे इस मैच के अंदर क्योंकि ग्रैंड फाइनल्स दांव पे है. बात करें सेकंड मैच की गॉडलाइक के लिए, वो जॉन्टी गेम के खिलाफ हार गए, बट nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, right now it's time for action. So boys, take it away.
Through all the competition that any esports tournament can conjure, all the hardships that an athlete can face, we will summon only the best over here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, and you guys are watching the first day of the grand finals from the beautiful Ekana International Indoor Stadium. My name is Clips. Joining me today is Azora, and we are going to be taking you through the first game of this Clash Squad mode. Teams are ready, and it's going to be an insane battle, Azora. I'm so excited.
I'm super pumped as well. Just imagine, it's a LAN, right? All the teams are right next to each other. They're going to be staring daggers. They're going to be throwing a lot of tantrums alongside the kind of games that we all have seen. It's going to be flawless. So yeah, it's like happy to stay alive.
It's a wonderful time to be alive, but some of these teams are hell-bent on slaying each other. Obviously, when there's so much money and so much glory on the line, you can't help but take a shot at your opponents. And if you come for the king, you better not miss.
Well, true. Most of the times when we talk about the rivalry, right, Mama already explained that it's like the rivalry that's going on since the beginning, that one-on-one, to and fro battle, and through all of that, it's either you emerge victorious or the other person emerges victorious. It's as simple as that. But right now, all the hardships that they witnessed towards the online qualifiers, it's all done for. LAN, it's a different segment altogether. The intensity will rise, the confidence might drop down because the others might be feeling it at that point. So it's all about how well you can bring in that comeback and have that mental reset that we all talk about. So this is the place where things are going to happen.
This is indeed the place where things are going to happen. And if you're wondering what this place is, this is indeed the Ekana International Indoor Stadium in Lucknow, where tomorrow you guys will also be able to see the lovely Battle Royale matches. But for today, we will be seeing the Clash Squad mode. It's been a long, arduous journey for most of these teams, and I would be thrilled to tell you how they got here. So let's take a look at the timeline of this entire event, see how things have been unfolding right from the get-go. We began with the online qualifiers, which started with thousands of teams, narrowed it down to online qualifiers, which became 48, and then we came down to the league stage. And then even in the league stage, only the top 8 teams made it to the Clash Squad mode. And 4 of them are here in this stadium live.
Well, true that. And right now, looking at Godlike Esports, they are feeling it, man. I actually took a really nice detour. I just went down. I was just expecting some kind of an intervention from all of these players, and they were trying to explain each other that, you know what, today's the day. Let's just go ahead and focus every single thing down. It's a majority. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a majority of the prize pool, but it's at least 20 lakh INR.
Yep.
So might as well give it your all.
Yep. You definitely need to give it your all. These Clash Squad finalists, we picked them from the top 8 in the Battle Royale mode of the league stage as well. And now, in the first week, we saw plenty of teams dwindle down. Some of them were straight up eliminated. In week 2, we narrowed it down from 8 teams to 4 teams. And now those 4 teams have come down here to Lucknow for the grand finals on 27th September today. These 4 teams will have to give it their all. Because unlike Battle Royale mode, where you have to be prepared for anything, over here, majority of the battle is in your hands. You can dictate your own fate.
Well, this is the prize pool that we all were talking about. Total being 20 lakh INR, and from there on, the champions are going to receive 10 lakh rupees. First runner-up will receive 4 lakh. Third place will be 1,60,000. Fourth place, 1,60,000 as well. Fifth place, unfortunately, is going to dwindle down to 90,000. Sixth place being 90,000 as well. Seventh being 50, and eighth being 50 simultaneously. So all of that said and done, most of the teams, I believe they are going to have that one confidence in them that yes, we've already secured this much. Now we need to go even more further. Might as well reach towards the champion level. And now talking about the active skills that are going to be implemented in this game, Crips, please shed some light.
Yes, so as you guys know, Free Fire Max allows you to have a good combination of active as well as passive skills. But just to make competition more interesting, one player is only allowed to use one single skill, and none of his teammates are allowed to have the same active ability. That means all 4 players will need to have unique active skills. No active skill can be repeated. And while this format makes the Battle Royale mode even more interesting, in the Clash Squad mode, it will be even more interesting because there's gonna be a pick and ban system to figure out which abilities you are allowed to have. Let's take a look at the journey of these teams as well. It has been quite difficult. We started off with the Swiss stage where all the teams had a fresh slate. You had teams like Total Gaming who defeated IQ Reckoning as well as Car 98 Army to advance 2-0. Similarly, Team Jaunty Gaming had a lovely winning spree. They beat Vasista Esports and Godlike Esports to get to the semi-finals with a 2-0 scoreline. Obviously, Godlike and NG Pros have had to go through the ringer. They had to claw their way back up through the lower bracket. Godlike, at least at the beginning, were able to defeat NG Pros and send them packing towards the lower bracket. But then NG Pros had to defeat OnePlus God's Reign, Car 98 Army to make it over here in the indoor stadium. Godlike, they might have had their first victory.
Exactly.
But then they suffered defeat at the hands of IQ Reckoning. They beat actually IQ Reckoning to manage to make it over there. But yeah, they suffered defeat at the hands of Jaunty Gaming, which is why they had to have a little bit of a turbulent start.
And that's what happens, right? Once the turbulence is on, if you don't have your seatbelt, then of course it's going to be a bad start for you. For sure, you're going to be bouncing in the air, and that's what happened with them. But later on, they buckled up. They buckled up against IQ Reckoning, and that's where we could see the true colors of Godlike. Now let's talk about the matchup as well. The first matchup being so intense, so important for them to go ahead and qualify towards the grand finals. Godlike versus NG Pros. NG Pros have had such a good game earlier on towards the online qualifiers. Later on, I do not know what happened. The synergy was missing, and somehow they found it in this particular place, which is Clash Squad.
Exactly. And it's not just their synergy. At one point, NG Pro started to literally counterpick their opponents. And at that point, these guys were unstoppable. I mean, non-stop is in their name, right? So it's kind of characteristic that they will behave like that as well. Meanwhile, NG Pros, they are now looking for revenge. Godlike Esports and NG Pros, they fought each other first. And after that, Godlike Esports had a relatively easier time, but NG Pros are now back for revenge.
Indeed they are. And see, here's the thing, right? NG Pros, I am just glad that they have buckled themselves up. The way they had a very good start and later on the dip in the performance. See, I myself think that it's about the meta that they were working around with. They were still figuring out what needs to be done right here. Such big names. Right, such big names and still not able to manage things up, that's going to be problematic. But yeah, talking about Godlike, they have been performing significantly good as well. It's them as well who had a really good relative dip to which they somehow rose themselves back up.
Exactly. And all 5 players of Godlike Esports stepped up when the moment was necessary. I say 5 because they do have these 5 players and they keep on switching out Marco alongside Nancy. And that's when they keep on continuing their top form. Whichever player is in the top form, these guys will be having a much better time. And as you can see, these guys are ready. So far, the 4 players are in place. I do believe that Nobita will be sitting out this game. And the other 4 players will be playing in the Clash Squad board. We might just get to see him tomorrow. But for now, Godlike Esports are ready to rumble.
I would love to see how well they can perform. I mean, whenever I've seen Nobita coming to the top 4, they have performed very nice. I mean, the confidence is evident. The kind of flow, the kind of momentum that they catch in the middle of the game itself is absolutely amazing. So right now, I'm just focused upon if Nobita is sitting out, what can Marco do better in order to get that CS qualification towards the finals?
Yep. And in order to get to the finals, they will need to win at least 2-0, possibly 2-1 if at all they want to go ahead. There will be 3 maps today, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin with Kalahari, go over towards Bermuda later on, and finally we will have Nextra.
Yes!
We will be beginning on Kalahari, where Godlike is one of the stronger teams, not just in the BR mode, but also in the Clash Squad mode.
You're forgetting one thing. NG Pros are very refined when it comes to Kalahari. So this is where they're going to gain the momentum. And whenever we see that momentum Mori coming to the picture, it's always that one team will feel inferior no matter what they do.
Exactly.
And that's what I feel Godlike is going to be at the receiving end of it. The next one on the other end, which is Bermuda, is where I believe they can somehow buckle up and keep rolling forward towards the third one.
And because both Godlike and NG Pros consider Kalahari to be one of their stronger maps, I kind of have this feeling, Azura, that the first map might just determine the fate of these teams. And towards the end, Bermuda and Nextra will become kind of like insignificant maps, because if you break your opponent's mental from the beginning itself, you kind of have the momentum rolling for you, and after that you can just keep snowballing ahead.
Always. And I just think that Cinderella run that we're talking about, right, it might end up real soon to be in a ditch.
Yeah.
So that can be the situation if Godlike buckles up. But if NG Pros, they're going to have that free-flowing momentum that they require and they receive it, then they're going to be unstoppable, non-stop gamers, man. Come on.
Yeah.
We're just going to keep punning around that name.
Exactly. They're going to keep punning around that name, but these guys will keep pawning their opponents. Keep in mind that NG Pros had some of the highest eliminations in the entire league stage.
Yes.
And I'm not just talking about the Battle Royale mode. Even in Clash Squad mode, because they had to play more matches than the rest of their counterparts, these guys were able to rack up quite a ridiculous score.
But they have such good stamina. You talk about BR, they have that stamina. You talk about CS, they have that stamina.
Absolutely.
I don't know when they lose, like they're just unleashing those dark horses, and due to which they're just unstoppable. The others are not able to match up to the repo that they've already created. So that's one of the places that I would love to highlight about NG Pros. Godlike on the other end, man, these folks, they certainly had that one dip in their performance. Later on, just coming out of it took a toll on them.
Yeah.
Right? It took a toll on them. But still, look at them. They're sitting right here, right in front. They're the front benchers. They understood their assignment. And every single thing is panning out to be perfect for them now.
Exactly. I can't help but notice the members of NG Pros, on the other hand, look way more skittish, way more nervous than their godlike counterparts. Perhaps it's because they're wearing all their grim black hoodies. They've literally got their hoods up right now. And that's exactly why I think these guys could either be nervous or they could be laser focused. You can never really tell. I'm kind of bad at reading faces that way.
Likewise, man, likewise.
Oh,
I mean, but the thing is, we have a really nice podium place just to look at all of these players, you know. I just love the booth that we are in currently, and it's just mesmerizing. Just imagine the intensity, all the heat, and we are sitting inside such a good air-conditioned room.
Exactly. I mean, I do believe that casters always have the best view in the entire stadium. From the commentary box, we can see the entire stage. You guys will also be able to see the entire stage when you come into the stadium tomorrow. So make sure you get your tickets. Last day to grab them. But let's get into the game now, ladies and gentlemen. These players are ready. And like I said, you're supposed to have all the unique active skills.
Yes.
But in this kind of a game mode, you will ban an active skill first, which means none of you will be able to use it. Neither your team nor the opponents will be able to use that particular active skill. And then all of you will pick one ability each. So you can either decide to pick abilities based on your comforts, or you can try to make your opponent uncomfortable.
You know, whoever gets to ban first gets to pick one character simultaneously. That's like a couple of picks coming right off the bat. So right after that, I believe NG Pros will have that one golden opportunity of getting 2 picks at once. And that itself will determine the flow, whether it's going to be slow and steady or it's going to be a very nice, rushy, paced gameplay from their end. Like we all know, Clash Squad does not have a third party. And, well, I love the bans coming in. Clue from one end and Zayn on the other. This is really nice.
Yup. And now that NG Pros have banned Clue, they kind of want to deny their opponents all the information.
Of course, they're clueless.
Yeah, they are clueless. But you need to keep in mind that you can still gather information using Coda.
Yes.
You can also use Auto as your passive ability.
Exactly.
And there's plenty of ways to gather information and isolate your opponents. On the other hand, Godlike Esports have banned Zane as their character choice. Zane, while he's a very good character in Clash Squad, people don't really see him in Battle Royale, and all that extra EP is going to help you in those 1v1 fights.
And not only that, you get the extra HP right off the bat, right? Certain kind of a booster for the teams to go ahead and rush forward. So I definitely get that it's the champion mentality that we're seeing out here. But most of the teams are like still finding out what can be the best kind of composition for them. I've seen Raiden being implemented and Aiku Reckoning. Man, oh man, they were a treat to the eye. Whenever you come to the CS mode, Aiku Reckoning is always that one team who brings in the trump cards, man. And that's what happens. Like, catching the opponents off guard is one of the best tactics that you can ever bring.
Yep. Catching them off guard is indeed the best tactic you can ever bring. And you can either do that by just making sure your positions are unpredictable, or you take away their strongest characters, take away their strongest abilities that they are known for, and that's going to make them super uncomfortable. Like, for example, I know for a fact that two people in NG Pros really like using the Oscar and Tatsuya dashes. If you take away all those movement abilities from them, what will they possibly do?
I was coming to that. That's,
Go ahead.
That's the surgical strike that I would say. You already know what the weaknesses are of the opponent. You're just going ahead picking one of the rushers, Tatsuya, Oscar, like you rightly mentioned. Both of them banned. Just imagine NG Pros are going to be wingless. They'll be like, you know what? I'm just going to stay behind. I'm just going to enjoy the entire view and still not take the battle. So that's one of the things that most of the teams think. But here's the thing, right? NG Pros, they are pros. They're no noobs. They just know what needs to be done. And they're going to adapt to the situation, is what I feel.
Exactly. In fact, the very first defeat that NG Pros had was because they were unable to adapt to their opponents, right? If you remember, they were unable to use the Tatsuya and Oscar both. I believe in their very first game against Godlike, they only had access to Oscar. And they did not have the double Tatsuya dash. So that's why they were unable to back each other up. But then later on in the other games that they played, they started using Ignis really well. In fact, they also were able to make sure that they used the cyber airdrop well in a way where these guys were able to buy certain abilities which they didn't have access to previously. Like, for example, there was a Skylar and an Ignis ability that you could have bought when the double cyber airdrop is available to you, right? So now that you have that Ignis at your disposal, you can just use it as a way to cover up your screen and push ahead. Yeah.
Good that you mentioned this. I mean, cyber airdrops are like a boon for the team.
Exactly.
I've always seen them so happy, so well fed right after that one round when they get the care package, right? You get that cyber airdrop and you're like, you know what? I'm all set for this. I'm just going to go ahead, get those abilities. All of a sudden, you see an Ignis wall coming forward. You can rotate at an instant. And that's what I love. The versatility in the game. Free Fire Max. My oh my, it just makes your brain expand.
Exactly. And when your brain is expanding this much, it might just start pushing against your cranium. Literally the big brain meme, you can see it here in person. Now, I certainly hope their brain doesn't expand because I don't know if we have a doctor on call. But I do know for a fact that some of these people will need a therapist if they suffer a tremendous defeat.
You know, the expansion of the brain reminds me of Limitless. It's like you just have unlimited options and you just know when to flank. Oh, that reminds me, Sentino.
Oh,
my goodness! I've seen so many teams flub that character, but this team right here, Godlike, they're absolutely lovely in that. Yogi, whenever he's providing the support role, he's providing the sniper role, he's just bringing in Santino. He knows when to rotate, he knows when to give the team the support, and that's what is needed. Being the IGL, being the sniper, both the things being done so well, and he's currently ranked first in the damage leader, and second, being the elimination leader.
Exactly. Yogi is one of the highest fragging characters in the entire tournament. And guess what? He's the IGL at the same time. A lot of people say that IGLs can't frag, but Yogi clearly defies that stereotype. He is one guy who says, you cannot limit me to a single role. I am your fragger, I am your rusher, I am also your IGL, and you will do as I say. So Yugi leading by example. Now in BR mode, we don't get to see a lot of Santino, but in the Clash squad, I think Yugi is one of those only people who can manage to use the Santino quite
Of
well.
course, man, that's where I was getting to. Like, this team is so good whenever it comes to the switcheroos, whenever it comes to surprising the opponents. I could see Santino even in the hands of Ico Reckoning, but I don't think so they're here. Yeah,
nah.
That explains why Santino did not work. But on the other end, Godlike, they're absolutely amazing. But yeah, on the screen, it's NG Pros, no lights thrown away from them. Struggle, well, we have seen most of the times he has always brought in that one factor of being the support of the team to bring in A124, disable all the abilities around him, and then go for that push. Just rush down the throat of the opponent. And Anubhav, man, he's the perfect kind of a person. If you're sticking right next to him, he has the Graffiti's blessing. This is all coming down in the online qualifiers. We could see it in the CS mode itself. And now all of a sudden, they're just switching gears. They're like, let's just go ahead and find something different. And that's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm hoping from their end.
Exactly. And I'm so glad that you mentioned that Anubhav loves using the Steffi, because guess who's up against him? Eco. He is one of the greatest grenadiers that this tournament has seen. And if you take away Eco's power, he will have absolutely nothing that he can do. Then he will have to rely on his shotguns. And while Eco is amazing on shotguns, we know that all of these people love using those M590s. And even after the M590 nerf, they are able to use the Drogon really well. So it all comes down to adaptability. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's pit these two juggernauts against each other. Godlike versus NG Pros. We are starting on Kalahari, and the first battlefield is going to be the broken ship of Santa Katrina.
Oh, the wreckage ship. It's going to bring all the fate down the drain. Nancy, good shots, but he has a drop right beside him. That's going to give the edge that they needed in the beginning itself. Yogi, what a lovely way to grenade Cropsy. That's a big falter right there. And down this, even though he's been instantly picked up, it's looking so claustrophobic. In one room, all the shots being fired. Marco getting a couple of knocks, and he's just going ahead, cleaning the entire room. There's no one who's surviving around that corner. NG Pros, that's not the start that they needed right off the bat.
It is absolutely not what they were looking for. Godlike Esports wiping the floor, suffering only one knock as their catastrophes. But that's completely fine. If you suffer just one knock and continue rampaging through your enemies while two of your teammates don't even take a single bullet worth of damage, that is just ridiculous amount of cover that you're providing to each other. So that's great. Also, I am a little surprised though. We did speak that Yugi is one of the best Santino users, but it's currently Marco who's using it. We didn't see much from Marco during the BR stage. Nobita had replaced him, but now if he can use that Santino to the best of his ability, it will be crazy.
Oh my god.
But for now, it's Nancy who's rushing ahead. Struggle from above, provides cover fire. Anubhav and Struggle with that lovely cross angles on the either side of that raised platform will put Eco and Yogi down on their leads. It's all up to Marco. Can he make this one count? It's gonna be a 1v4 from him if he even manages to pull it off. It will be the greatest clutch in CS history, but NG Pros will deny it.
Oh, this is what happens when you take opponents' weapons and use it for perfection. Good counter abilities, good crosses being formed right across, and that's how NG Pros, they have embarked the journey of comeback. And here on, Godlike Esports, they need to buckle up, else things are just gonna go away from their hands. They somehow have those weapons to at least go ahead and take a fight in this one, but they need to contest the cyber airdrop.
Yep. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that in this tournament, all three games follow a different store. The first store has the first game has crazy store, second game has competitive store, third game has the random store. So in this one, if you manage to get 2 cyber airdrops, you can buy the Skylar and the Chronos skill cards as well.
Yep. That's like as advertised. You just need those abilities, and once you have it, it's going to be crazy. But Eco, he has been taken down, out for the count. Manu, this man is absolutely insane. All the weight on his shoulder, and look at him perform. Those sniper shots are definitely buzzing around the ears of Godlike Esports, and one by one, even Nancy's HP is way too low. It's been taken care of. This is not at all an ideal situation. Godlike, the first round was absolutely sublime, but that's it. That's the only round that they've received. This is not at all good. The rush comes through. Cropsy, he's been taken care of. Marco, as advertised, he's getting his shots on point, but Anubhav, the rendezvous looks absolutely perfect, and there he goes. Not at all a good sight for Godlike Esports, as the second round has already been rolled in for the likes of NG Pros.
Well, not all is lost for the side of Godlike. They at least have one cyber airdrop point to make up for it. But that was a well-laid trap from the side of NG Pros. You had Anubhav go into it, that L-shaped house, and from there he was able to rain down and get the first blood, getting the early advantage really, really well. And while Godlike Esports have received a cyber airdrop point, they paid for it with a whole round, putting NG Pros that much closer to victory.
Oh yeah.
Now we head over towards the maze, and NG Pros are instantly going towards the high ground.
That's what you need. And look at that. Cyber airdrop, one already being secured by Godlike. Still, they don't have the advantage.
Yep.
Here's the thing, right? Once you lose, once all the 4 players are out, you cannot carry forward the similar weapons in the next following round. You need to buy them again.
Yep. And that's exactly why NG Pros, their economy continues to flourish. They are able to upgrade to level 3 MP5s in the hands of Anubhav. And that is going to shred at close range.
Absolutely.
P90s in the hands of Cropsy and Manu. But so far, NG Pros are sticking together. They know for a fact that Godlike Esports do not have any grenades. Yogi has just one nade, which also can't accomplish much in this kind of a terrain. So they are going to stick together, knowing that the grenades can't harm them, and then they stick to the periphery of the circle, coming close. Oh my
god.
Takes a bunch of damage. Marco trying to put those shots ahead. Godlike Esports currently holding their ground. It's NG Pros who are taking the aggressive stance, and Cropsy delivers the first blow. Headshot onto the IGL, knocking him down, dancing in and around that chrono time turner, and Cropsy with another one, confirming 2 finishes to his name. He might just be able to go for a whole squad wipe. Anubhav and Eco chime in with a frag of their own, but NG Pros currently seem to be wiping the floor with Godlike Esports.
My god. No matter what the maze looks like, they can definitely find the exit.
Yep.
And I just love the way they perform. Mammoth being one of the places where NG Pros has set such a good benchmark. And that's where Godlike Esports, they need to do something better. They're trailing behind with 2 points. And that's not looking good. Godlike, what's the response that they can give? I can see those weapons coming in, white chips being inserted on that AWM. And looks good for now. But let's see how well it's going to be advertised. Cropsy, wait, did he take a shot?
No.
He's been shot upon.
Yep. That's a pre-fire that Godlike Esports just tried to connect to Cropsy. They know for a fact that there's the first bone that people will climb through. And that's why they pre-fired that entire corner. But NG Pros have taken to the high ground. Meanwhile, Godlike Esports are going for a bit of a split. You've got Nancy who's trying to use the containers as cover and come in close. Meanwhile, Marco is up on the hill and trying to take pot shot at NG Pros. NG Pros, on the other hand, aren't really splitting up as such. They're just all focusing on the actual backbone of Mammoth. And they're trying to cluster onto Yogi and Eco, hoping that their numbers will be superior.
Oh, that's big struggle. Only been taken care of. Yogi, good angles, nobody found him. And look at the way the electrotherapy is working around. I could not see this in the beginning. Now I can definitely understand why Godlike were playing so passive. They needed the bond, they needed the therapy. But the therapy is just a reason. They need more points now. Let's just focus upon that. Cropsy on the other end. Good shots being fired. Manu, he found the opening. Yogi, he's been taken care of. Those electrotherapies are not going to work as the CPR is gone.
1-for-1 trade. It's now a 3v3 battle. The glue wall shatters. Cropsy trying to take pot shots onto Marco from below. And he's pinned him down on that container. Eco caught in the open. Gets shot by Manu as well as the people downstairs. And Manu finds an angle onto Marco as well. He is indeed doing God's work. Slaying Godlike Esports. Leaving it all in the capable hands of Nancy. And as capable as he is, this is just too much pressure to bear.
Alok awakened, but unfortunately the player hasn't. That's a really good round. NG Pros, they have the momentum. They're the shifting paradigms now. One dimension to the other. They've seen all the possibilities. And with that said, if Godlike Esports, they do not embark the journey of a comeback, then it's long gone. Kalahari being one of the maps that have seen them perform. All of a sudden, it's a moot point.
It is indeed a moot point, and they say it because you won't be able to have a say in the game later on if you lose this particular map. This is their strongest map after all, so Godlike need to act like it. They finally bring out the big guns. Marco with the AWN. He's trying to take pot shots onto Struggle, but Struggle indeed isn't struggling at all over here. He's got a lovely way to cross over to the other side, even calling in the airdrops, summoning in superior weaponry. Cropsy taking the high ground, and he's trying to set up a cross angle with Manu. Anubhav trying to take the central street and challenge Marco to an open battle over here, but Marco is not going to fall for this trap.
Yo, the best part here is they have Luna as well in the passive. Manu, this man is insane. Imagine having an MP5 which is already level 3, and from there on you're using Luna's passive ability. The fire rate increases, you have fight or flight just activated at that very moment. So you have a movement speed as well boosted up. Oh my goodness, this is like 1000 IQ gameplay being showcased.
Exactly.
They have been performing or taking this entire meta since the very beginning.
And they specifically engineered it to work against their opponents in this particular game mode. NG closing in the distance, Struggle leading the charge. You've got Manu trying to take pot shots from the left-hand side, provide cover fire onto Anubhav. But Anubhav has plenty of time to heal up. He's also got Struggle right next to him. The only problem that can happen over here is if Eco and Yogi both descend upon him. But Struggle is cooking that nade. Will it connect?
Lovely
though?
nade.
Yep, just a little bit of damage, but no knocks just yet.
That's right. But the nade is enough for them to be baffled. Marco, he has a separate angle, but Struggle, he's just constantly going forward. Anubhav, good knocks coming forward one by one. The entire cluster is going down. Marco, he was away from the herd, and the others have been taken care of. 4-man squad rushing down the throat of Marco, and there goes Marco. His HP is outside in the wilderness, and he's been taken care of. NG Pros, what a way to bring back such good intensity. This is the 5th round that they've already secured. One last one to go.
Just 1 point away from victory. Anubhav cleaning up shop as we go towards command center. Shrines to be the last battlefield, and NG Pros are just a step away from victory, and they've got such a massive economic advantage.
That's right.
Godlike Esports go back to their good old trusty VSKs and Trogons, but they don't have much utility. Yogi and Eco have 1 nade each, but that's about it. And if you're going to take the left-hand side of these shrines and take the high ground, then Godlike Esports will challenge you on that. Cropsy, on the other hand, has trying to take the flank, but Struggle gets pushed in by Eco. That's a lovely Drogon jump shot to the face, and that's an instant man advantage for Godlike Esports. A much-needed advantage.
They were not playing true with their powers. Now finally I can see them. Those rush gameplays are the one key factor that makes them stand away from the crowd. Godlike, you need to master that. It's like they've forgotten, just like Hanuman. He forgot how to fly, and this is that team that needs to rekindle that they are very aggressive.
So far, every time NG Pros have gone for a 3-1 split, they have succeeded. But this is the first time Godlike managed to punish that by eliminating Struggle already. Let's see if that actually gives them an advantage.
That's right. 3-man squad, and on the other end, they have a full house. They can easily go in for that man cover advantage. Clean up shop, get those points. Oh my god! No, that was a nice flick and a half, but it did not connect, sadly. He's been taken care of. Anubhav, Cropsy, what can they do? It's a 2v4 situation to which they're just falling down like flies.
Yup, and right now, Nancy and Eco, they might have to handle all the heat. They've almost had it slipping away from their hands, but Eco grabs it with both and grabs it with an iron grip. Godlike, hold on to dear life. They get one more round and keep themselves alive for just the time being. But NG Pros, they have been appropriately punished. All those 3-1 splits finally, not working out in their favor.
Trips, it doesn't matter. One mistake and NG Pros takes away Kalahari. Yep. That's what they have already confirmed.
Yep, but in the long run, Godlike know that NG Pros can also bleed.
Yes, Council Hall, this might be that final round which NG Pros, they're looking for. 3 players rushing down the throat of Anubhav and Cropsy. This confrontation might go wild real soon. There you go. Look at the way the cluster has been formed. And Marco, he knows that there's going to be one player who will always provide the support. Manu, there comes the knock, but it's Cropsy who's dealt the damage. And one by one, the flies. Godlike Esports, they're falling apart. They're not able to function right, and they're just getting confirmed. Left back in center, Marco being the last man standing. What can this man do? As every single thing is going right against him. All odds against Godlike Esports, and that's the mistake that I was talking about. One mistake and you're out.
An ace required of a Marco to keep his team alive, otherwise Kalahari will slip out of his hands. He purchased the Skylar ability out of that menu, the buy menu, because he has the cyber airdrop. And with that Skylar Riptide Rhythm, he thought that he could provide cover by shooting from afar. All that he did was disable Manu for a few seconds by sniping him down temporarily. And unfortunately, in the process of doing so, he couldn't provide his teammates any cover fire, and now he's trapped, just hiding in that ditch on the top floor. Meanwhile, NG Pros are climbing up that height and closing in the distance towards him.
Neo from Matrix is what all of the players are looking like. NG Pros, there you go, the final blow. And NG Pros, they've taken the booyah in Kalahari. The next one will follow real soon. But this is the moment for them to go ahead and enjoy, as they're the ones who have sealed the deal in the first one itself. Kalahari was heavily contested grips. Both of them equally good, but it's NG Pros who are absolutely amazing at what they do.
Absolutely amazing. They stick to their guns. They keep doing the 3-1 splits even though they got punished in shrines. And then they decided to use it to an even further degree. They take the outskirts of the council hall rather than contesting in the maze in between. Yeah. They let Godlike Esports burn all their abilities, burn all their chrono shields within the corridors, and when they were out in the open, none of them worked in their favor.
Yep.
And also, you gotta realize, man, NG Pros, their footwork is amazing. If you're gonna dance with the devil, you better put on your shoes and not trip over your own laces, because that bubble dance which the NG Pros did is amazing. Fighting in and around that chrono time turner is super difficult, and NG Pros are the only team who make it look super easy.
I would say it was really nice dubstep. Yeah, all of them just jiggling their way out, knowing that this is the way to move, and that's how they were doing things.
Yep.
But on the other hand, I don't know what's going on in the heads of Godlike. Imagine losing a game, imagine losing a map which is so heavily oriented towards their performance and getting the confidence that they needed since the beginning. It's already long gone.
It is.
The next game being Bermuda, Grips.
At least Bermuda is somewhat of a neutral territory, although it kind of leans a little more in the favor of NG Pros, I agree. But it doesn't mean that Godlike are completely out of it, but they do need to get their house in order. We spoke about Yogi being one of the finest Santino users, but it was handed over to Marco instead.
Right.
That could be a detrimental choice. Also, they have been changing their players every now and then. Sometimes Marco steps in place of Nobita. But the NG Pro players, these guys have never had a lineup change. Yes, they do have a fifth. They have Badal, but he's always been on the external side of the team, providing them insights from a coach perspective.
See, that's where the questionable part comes from, right? You're just trying to change over the entire team. Your synergy was set. You had Nobita every single time, trying to do the heavy lifting, trying to do the bidding of getting at least a knock or two, whether it be PR mode, whether it be CS mode. Your Kalahari is very strong. Play to your strength rather than just going ahead and making, just chopping one limb, one leg out and just expecting some kind of a miracle to happen, some kind of a regrowth to happen. No, it doesn't work like that. It's all about how well you can go ahead and form that synergy through and throughout. And that's what I believe this team is lacking.
Yup, synergy was definitely lacking over here. But I do hope that they can fix it in the next game. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a best of 3 fight.
Yes.
While the first battle went in the favor of NG Pros, the war isn't over yet. And Godlike Esports, they might just look dejected, but I assure you that the fire in their hearts is still burning brightly.
Yo, there's a slogan, right? Reignite the fire.
Yep.
And that's what Godlike needs to do right about now.
Yep.
They look weak. And that's where I believe most of the Lions strike hard.
Yep. You also need to keep in mind that when you go into Bermuda, the competitive store will be in play. Which means once you get the cyber airdrops, you can purchase Steffi and Ignis ability cards 2 per team. Now, I don't know if any of these players had Steffi equipped, but the nades did not do much for Godlike Esports. Whenever they're in the BR mode, the nades are their opening salvo. They always rush in with utility, and this time they just did not have access to it. Partially because NG Pros were relatively immune to it. Also partially because Godlike never had the economy to afford all those utilities.
And this person, he was affording everything. He has the title of MVP, he has the amount of eliminations on his name, and look at the damage! my man, is Agent 47.
Yep.
Cropsy has changed the entire course of action, and I'm loving the way he's performing, man. I was just walking through, like I mentioned, right? NG Pros, the players were trying to head all the way towards, having a conversation off the stage, and I'm hearing them. They're like, you know what? Let's bring our A game forward. And this is the kind of A game that I've already showcased. Usually I've seen Manu on the MVP charts, but this time it's going to be Cropsy's. That means Cropsy's back in his form.
Exactly. It's Manu and Cropsy. They are the two pointy ends of NG Pro's spear. Manu is the sharp, far away end, more like an archer, sniping away from a distance. Meanwhile, Cropsy is the pointy end of that spear that thrusts deep into his opponent's guts.
Yeah.
He's the one that impales them with his shotgun. And Cropsy, he has done 3,847 points of damage this game. 5 eliminations to his name might be a humble number, but keep in mind that NG Pros have pretty much a well-distributed number of eliminations to their name. It's not like one particular person was carrying the team. Let's take a look at the overall scoreboard and see how his team contributed to this entire feat. Because if Cropsy's the MVP with only 5 eliminations, then I'm sure the frags are evenly distributed all throughout.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, on the other side, if you take a look at NG Pros, Anubhav had to do most of the heavy lifting. Naturally, that is not balanced.
No. Here's the thing. Anubhav, I do understand he has like 10 eliminations on his name, but look at the assists. Cropsy with 9, Struggle with 8. Man, this itself is just speaking volumes. NG Pros, the entire firepower has no problem at all. And that's the best part for them. They're playing with perfection. Godlike on the other end, they are trying to hit those spot shots. And I could see it at the Maplet section as well. That circle was absolutely amazing. They took a shot against, I believe it was Struggle. And right after that, they were not able to function right, even though they had the man-count advantage.
Exactly. And
what?
There's a lot of these situations where NG Pros have been put in these situations and they still managed to come out on top. In fact, Cropsy has been one of those guys who's been consistently pulling off clutches. You put him in a 1v2, 1v3 and he's still gonna have absolutely no problems.
He's like the one man who does every single thing. You tell him, you know what, get some kills. He'll get some kills. Get some assists. He will get some assists. And look at the scoreline. Kalahari being 6-2. NG Pros, they've absolutely given their all. For now, the scoreline looks very nice for them. Godlike, they need to embark.
Exactly. And Kalahari is that one map which I thought would be extremely close. I would have expected like a 6-4 or a 6-5 game. But nope, we are seeing 6-2. This was pretty much a whitewash. If this is the situation in Kalahari, I'm kind of scared for Godlike in Bermuda. And hey man, NG Pros are that much closer to exacting revenge. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that NG Pros were the team that was sent packing to the lower bracket by Godlike Esports. I mean, NG Pros then became the manifestation of the Grim Reaper. They went down to the lower bracket and whoever they faced was eliminated.
They signed the deal.
Partially, indirectly, Godlike Esports is responsible for that. They brought that villain arc over for Non-Stop Pros.
So, moreover, here's another point, right? They've already signed the deal with the Lucifer, with the devil himself. And all the deepest desires have been out.
Yeah.
So, NG Pros, they're like, our entire plan is as simple as this. We're going to enter in, we're going to play to our strengths, we're going to get those eliminations. It's as simple as that. Leave Godlike pondering upon, wait a second, what just happened? Where's our fourth man? And that's where they're going to be like, oh my god, chaos. And in that chaos, they're like, NG Pros are like, you know what? We got this. That's what I think. Look at them.
Yeah.
Absolute grim faces, thinking what needs to be done next, all the odds that they are fighting with right now.
Did Nancy just lean towards Ego? Kind of implies they're having communication trouble, man. That could be devastating.
He did not. This thing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, NG Pros, they look rather nonchalant. As you can see, Struggle is discussing things heavily with his teammates. Meanwhile, Cropsy just seems to be completely aware about the plan. He doesn't even need to worry about what to do. His role is clear. Struggle says, Cropsy, go wipe out the other team, and he's going to go clicking on their heads.
That's Cropsy for you guys. That's Cropsy for you. Madhu himself, the kind of sniper he is. Man, oh man, world-class players. Everyone giving it their all.
Yep.
And right now, I do understand that have the technical snag, but it's all right. It's going to be fixed real soon. I'm very excited to see how well Bermuda is going to treat both of them, as that's going to be the game decider for NG Pros and for Godlike as well.
For NG Pros, they have those Cropsy and Manu players because they are super well trained in eliminating their opponents. These guys have harnessed that skill and polished it to a level where it will blind you if you even look at that skill level. But that doesn't mean that Anubhav and Struggle are not contributing to the team. When Anubhav gets back in, everybody else leaves that area, and he's the guy who will always be there with you, right? I mean, we don't speak about Anubhav much because he's never on the MVP standings, he's never over there, but like, he's always there to trade.
Yeah, the dread factor is always there. And I have always wondered about what is going on in their head. Most of the time, they're trying to do something very good, right? And I'm always expecting them to get those eliminations. And here's the thing, once the elimination game becomes stronger, once the team feels confident enough, that's where the gameplay keeps rolling forward. And that's what Godlike is not able to do. Yeah. And I would absolutely love to see them have a comeback in the map of Bermuda, man. It's high time. Give us the kind of performance that we all were waiting for. We all were itching to see.
Yeah. I mean, Godlike Esports, I think they're just having the first game jitters, man. These guys have proven time and again that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
If I may indulge you in some stats, Azora, may I? Let me throw some numbers your way.
Numbers.
Yeah, I hated maths as a kid, but I love it as an adult when I cast Free Fire Max. Yogi had 103 eliminations in the BR mode.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
A century, right? And he was the highest damage dealer with 84,000 damage.
Oh.
Those are some ridiculous
God bless his
numbers.
soul, man. God bless his soul. This man has sinned a lot, and I'm hoping that he's not going to pay through all of his sins.
Eco has 107 assists. These two players are some of the most dangerous players in Godlike Esports, but they just did not show up. So I really hope that now they can finally show us what they're truly made us.
Yeah.
Remind us who they exactly are.
True. And the character selections, the bans, the picks, all of that determines whether the team is going to have that positive mentality, the reinforcement that they can do better in this game or not. And that's where I'm more focused upon.
Yeah.
Is these teams, they've always had that one trifecta, that ace up their sleeve, which always they bring at the nick of the time.
Yep. And that ace up that sleeve, it needs to come out now. If there is one moment to pull that card out of your sleeve, it has to be this particular moment.
Yeah.
Hey man, you might even need a full house to counter NG Pros and whatever they're cooking up.
Here's the thing. If they don't have that ace up their sleeve, other than that, if they provide it at the nick of the time, it'll be amazing. Else, it's going to be a royal flush.
Oh. I unfortunately don't know enough about cards to be able to match up with that momentum. I mean, is Royal Flush bigger than a full house?
No, Royal Flush is when you just go ahead, have a full house, you place those cards which are right in front in poker, and once those cards are absolutely gone, that means Royal Flush. Those cards are cancelling every single thing out, and the entire bid goes to you. So yeah, that's just basic explanation about it. But yeah, that's a different game altogether. We'll come back to Free Fire Max, where things are getting even more intensified. You can look at the way they're just trying to analyze the kind of mistakes that they have done already. So yeah, look at that.
Oh,
the ban phase is going on. We need to ban this character. Yes, I love it.
Yeah. In this kind of a situation, I would like to see exactly what characters they pick, because I do believe that Santino is no longer a good pick. In Bermuda, it definitely isn't, right? Because in Bermuda, you need to be able to traverse between those houses, and you need to be closer to your teammates.
He's always a good pick. Grips, he's always a good pick. It's just that it's you who needs to understand how he's going to be perfect at that given situation.
Exactly.
And that's where most of the teams are failing. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, but then Santino is more of a hit-and-run kind of character. In the map of Kalahari, let's say if you're fighting in Refinery or even Council Hall, that last level for that matter, if you're on the high ground and your statue is on the bottom, you can instantly join your team if you want to join them and stop giving cover fire from afar. But in Bermuda, the opportunities to split 3-1 won't present themselves. In Bermuda, we've seen most of the teams go for the 2-2 split. So the Santino kind of becomes redundant. I would much rather have these players pick up something like a Steffi so that they can stick together and not get blown apart by a single nade. Or maybe, I mean, I'm sure one of them will end up using the Chrono, but I think at this point they need to start prioritizing characters like the movement ones, the Oscars and the Tatsuyas, so that you can join your teammates together and fight in the same house.
That's a very good point. But alongside, there needs to be an electrotherapy as well.
100%, yeah.
If there's no electrotherapy, then I don't think so both the Tatsuya or the Oscar can do much.
They can't do
as
much.
they're going to take constant damage. They're going to be beaten around the bush.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even know who's hitting them the most. And all of a sudden, they'll be flat on the ground, not even able to function right, crying for help. And this is that one in a lifetime opportunity, yo. You need to bring it back in. You need to get all those blazing guns. If you're keeping it in your pocket, do not do that. Just go pa pa pa.
Yeah.
That's it.
You either take up the Cassie Electrotherapy or you take that Alok Awaken. I mean, obviously, a lot of teams prefer that Cassie
You take
Electrotherapy
Thiva as well.
because...
You take Thiva.
Yeah, you can always equip Thiva. That's completely fine.
Yeah.
But a lot of players pick up the Cassie Electrotherapy because the duration is much longer. If you are expecting your opponent to pick up an A124, before they even activate the suppression from A124, you can use the Electrotherapy right at the start of the round and then have that stay active throughout the entire duration. And that is so much better than an Alok Awaken where you have to click and activate it at the right time so that it gives you that HP boost enough.
And not only that, it's about the beats as well, right? You're dropping those beats. It's vital. You need to get them. But it's a really nice way to tell that I was here. I was here as well.
Yeah.
So might as well catch those beats and reach towards me so that you can get the heals.
Yep.
And that itself is a really good concept. I don't know who is sitting there in the development team making such good characters, man. Absolutely a big fan of them.
Absolutely. I mean, the characters, they don't just have amazing abilities, it's also how well the meta has been balanced and how well it has been maintained. I mean, we've taken a look at the recent nerfs, and even after the nerf, people can pick Tatsuya and they know exactly when to use those dashes. I mean, sure, the dashes aren't available as frequently as before, but this just forces the the players to use those dashes very accurately. It forces them to be a lot more deliberate about their choice.
Precisely. Godlike. Tense faces. Oh boy. It's about time. They need to... Oh, look at the trophy though.
Oh yes, it is
wow,
beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, I've heard it's approximately 7 kilograms.
7
kilograms.
That might be the trophy for the Clash Squad mode. The slightly smaller one. The BR trophy is much bigger. Now, I don't know how heavy it is, but I have to admit, and I might get in trouble for saying this, I tried to lift it. I couldn't. And that isn't speaking about my strength. It speaks about how heavy and how prestigious that trophy is.
I'll tell you, it makes sense. I'll tell you how. The trophy is heavy. I get it. You are playing as a squad of 4, right?
Yeah. So you need all 4 players to be able to lift it
up. Man, you look at the brains behind the trophy as well. My goodness, absolutely a big fan of this one now.
Yep.
But for on the other end, Clash Squad, you can just lift it up. If you have like good amount of biceps, you can pump it up. Then yeah, you can use that, make it as a dumbbell. Once you win it, guys. Once you win it, and for that you have to reach towards the finals, which itself is a huge task.
Yep. It is indeed a very difficult task to get to the finals. Keep in mind that you don't just have to get through this game, you also need to study your opponents later on really closely. We are going to have a completely different battle later on. Total Gaming versus Jaunty Gaming is the next game coming up. And one of those teams will also make it to the grand finals.
Absolutely.
You know what the funny part is,
Yeah, please tell
Azora?
me.
The casters, not just the 2 of us, not just the rest of our friends on the English desk, but even everybody else on the Hindi desk expects either Total Gaming or Jaunty Gaming to win.
I myself told Jaunty Gaming. What did you say?
I said Total Gaming.
Oh damn, we are against each other now.
No, but that's not even the point. Neither of us expected NG Pros and Godlike Esports to win later on. But for now, these teams will prove their mettle. Let's take a look at the characters. Clue once again banned by NG Pros, not a surprise, but this time Godlike Esports have banned Skylar. That's interesting because Skylar can't even be purchased in the competitive store, so that won't be available entirely.
And not only that, Skylar, the Riptide Rhythm has always been a big pain for all those players who have purchased those glue walls, and all of a sudden it's gone. All thanks to him, the entertainment CEO. So yeah, that's one of the places which has been completely nullified. Either side gets Tatsuya and Oscar. Oscar, of course, I would say hands down, Oscar is better than Tatsuya. It can be a very nice debate. We are open to one in the chat section as well. But I would say Oscar is better than Tatsuya.
Yeah. Now, I would also like to point out that Godlike have a much higher chance of winning rounds more closely because they have access to the Cassie electrotherapy, so they can go for the heals. Zane makes it much easier for you to be tankier and deal more damage, especially with Ignis. You can deny so much information to your opponents when you are pushing up, and Bermuda has those open areas between the houses which you need to be able to cover up, and you can't use glue walls that often. There's only a certain limit
You just get 3.
Yeah.
What do you do with them? Just make a cocoon? That's
Yeah.
it? Stay inside, be safe. That's
Exactly.
the best thing that you can do. But other than that, it's going to be so problematic. Trouble in paradise is what I can say. And I'm expecting Godlike to at least shine bright like a diamond in this particular one, because Bermuda will be super important for them to shine. Else, all of that, you know, pizzazz, all of this Sajam, it's all going to be poof gone.
It's gonna be poof gone. And speaking of poof gone, NG Pros have a character that can make everything go poof gone. They have the A124. They can deny every single ability used from the side of Godlike Esports, except for probably a Cassie electrotherapy. I'm guessing they'll probably pop the electrotherapy right at the beginning of the round before the A124 even gets activated. So because it is a long-lasting ability, you can have the entire leg of the round get, you can use those healing bonds to your name. And yeah, that's pretty much the only thing that won't be affected by the A124. So this is just a little bit of theory crafting about what you can expect in the match. But ladies and gentlemen, we won't keep your expectations suspended in the air for much longer. We are gonna hop into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's Godlike Esports versus NG Pros. NG Pros one step away from the grand finals. Godlike Esports need 2 to make it work. And NG Pros, if they managed to beat Godlike Esports 2-0, they would have successfully completed their revenge arc. Can they pull it off?
Let's just see whether they can do it or not. Manu, look at him sneakily trying to get the information upon where the opponents are, but it's just a pistol round. It's all about those smoking guns and the angles. Yogi way too back there, taking some pot shots. HP going low, but Fancy, what a way to open up things. A nade to bring back one player down on his knees. Anubhav, he's begging for mercy. There comes the support, which has already been provided. But
oh my Lord,
in the midst of all of that, he was providing the support. He was buying the time, but unfortunately, he could not do that in a better segue.
Struggle and Anubhav almost out. Manu was surviving on his last legs. Yogi will put him out of his misery. Cropsy, he deals some emotional damage. Huh? Wait. What did you just witness? Was that a 1v2 clutch from the side of NG Pros? What on earth did Cropsy just pull off?
Cropsy.
Godlike Esports. They had all the advantage in the world. Nancy eliminated one player with a nade. And then using that Ignis wall, they took cover and used that central corridor, and they all popped out of that flame at the same time. Basically a triple peak. But Cropsy then just wipes the floor with them. And we've seen so many clutches from Cropsy. He just gets one more added on top.
That Death Reaper was just hacking his way through. So efficient, so clean. Cropsy, just a gentleman farmer. Anubhav on the other end. He did try and provide the support that was required in the previous round. Now it's all about how well you can get those first point of contacts to be perfect. But it did not happen. One player already going down, struggled this time. Could not do much as the entire team. They're just rampaging forward. They're getting those knocks. Yogi, Villanuzi, he's just doing God's work. And there you go, Godlike. They just needed this round desperately and they get it. Previously they had the pistols. Now the second round.
I have to admit they're using that Ignis firewall so bloody well. in the reservoir. They used it to cover the central corridor and come up ahead. Yes, it didn't work in their favor. But this time, the moment they got that first knock, they knew that NG Pros will try to use that Thiva and get the res onto their players. So they just placed a flame wall over there, forcing their opponents to jump through the fire if they want to save their fallen comrade. Lovely use of that Ignis wall. And this is exactly what NG Pros will need to do. I'm sorry, this is exactly what Godlike will need to do if they want to win this game. But so far, Marco has already drawn first blood, eliminating the IGL of NG Pros. The brain is all over the floor, scattered, splattered like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Wow. Cropsy, flank angle, but I don't think so. He can go ahead and capitalize this one through Anubhav. Unfortunately, his fate has already been sealed. This is not at all a good situation overall. Fights coming through. Cropsy, the flank angle, and all 4 players are alive. With a level 3 MP5, they have just shredded each and every one that they have spotted. NG Pros, they need to wake up. This is that moment where they can either go 2-0 or 2-1.
Godlike Esports have such a massive economic advantage. They've also got one cyber airdrop point available. And because they were able to save their weapons from the previous round, now Yogi and Eco both have a level 3 MP5. And you put that Woodpecker in the hands of Marco, he is going to absolutely lay you to waste. Down in Sentosa Island, both the teams rush towards the center, rush towards the billboard. Marco once again going for a 1-3 split, but NG Pros are sticking together as a unit and diving into the close range battles. They use the glue walls to cover their cocoons once again, but Marco finds struggle the moment he steps out of the cocoon. And now that 1-3 split is coming in for good measure. Eco gets one more. Cropsy returns fire in exchange, but now he's left on his own. One we do required off of him to pull off that clutch. He gets one single knock, but unfortunately it's not enough. The pressure mounting on top. And while Cropsy has pulled off the first round clutch to give NG Pros 1 round, he can't do it all the time.
That's right. And that's where they have to separate the entire thing. The hard work needs to be done right about now. The weapons are being carried forward from 2 specific rounds. Godlike absolutely demolishing NG Pros in this specific one. It's like they've awakened themselves. Struggle, he's always the first one to falter, and that's the biggest mistake that they're creating. Giving the room, giving the space for Godlike to at least get a knock or 2. That's where they need to stop. Controlled aggression is the way to go forward now. Manu on the other end, good flank angle. He's taking some spot shots, and from the other end, the flank is always on. NG Pros, they need to perfect this one through Struggle. He's already been spotted, and I'm hoping that his fate doesn't get sealed this time.
Nancy going around the other side and Eco splitting up with him. They might just be cooking a little too hard over here, but Cropsy finds the IGL of Godlike Esports. Yogi down, Struggle, Anubhav, all of them trying to capture the staircase. They know for a fact that Godlike Esports are going on the outskirts of factory, so they need to find exactly where they are. But only information that they have right now is the information on Nancy. But they're trying to challenge him to an up-close sniper battle. Marco tries to provide cover fire from afar. He does get Anubhav, but unfortunately, Anubhav gets traded instantly. Cropsy comes into the rescue. Struggle has been able to reclaim the numbers advantage, and NG Pros might just be in this battle yet.
Oh yes.
Eco had such a lovely beginning to this round, but now he's seeing all his teammates fall around him, and the zone will push him much closer.
It's a house of cards. Eco. Shots fired, but outside the circle is where he's gonna just rest. Cropsy, what a lovely way to just nail that one, getting the second one. This is the second time this man has just shined.
Yep.
Right. Getting 2 rounds, super important, but on the other end it's 3. So an equalizer will be the way to go.
And you rightfully call them a house of cards because NG Pros seem to be the hurricane that will blow away this house. Cards scattered all over the floor, unable to pick up whatever you have left off. But NG Pros, they finally neutralized the economic advantage that Godlike seem to be having. Yes, Godlike Esports do have 2 cyber airdrop points, but I don't think they can afford extra skill points. They're just gonna, oh yeah, wait, they actually can. They've invested in 3 Ignis walls, but the moment they step out of it, Struggle gets a double. Cropsy now once again going around the other side, trying to find 90. He does connect the dash, and he finally will eliminate him in a flash. Nancy down on his knees, finished off. Marco and Iko have no choice but to regroup. Wait, they're actually not regrouping.
They're
Marco's
not.
climbing up on the high ground.
Electrotherapy.
And while this electrotherapy might just keep them healthy, they need to find angles onto NG Pros, but NG Pros aren't offering them a fight.
That's right. They have the man count advantage. They know they're going to play to the strengths. Aggression is the way to go now. It's all guns blazing. Marco trying to get the height advantage in order to understand better onto what will happen next. Cropsy on the other end, look at him. He's still sneaking right beside him. The left wing completely contested. And Marco, he understands the situation. Iko, he needs to take this battle perfectly. It's M590 blazing all across, but the shots are equally good as the backup has arrived. And NG Pros, they have equalized this entire score. Godlike, they are fumbling, they are grumbling and tumbling at the same time.
My goodness, that triple Ignis usage backfired on them so heavily because they thought the containers will be uncontested, but NG Pros slip through the gaps and they find the chink in Godlike's armor, equalizing the scoreline once again. And now, in this particular area of shipment, that Ignis wall really needs to come in bright. But Godlike Esports are starting towards the warehouse side. They need to go towards the third warehouse instantly instead of going towards the shipment if they want their ability usage to be perfect.
Oh yeah.
Manu, on the other hand, is already trying to capture high ground. Everybody else dipping under cover. Marco running towards the stairs. They know for a fact he's going to try to go up there. So Godlike Esports need to find a way to isolate him, but they can't. And Marco strikes first.
That's right. But wait a second, what's happening here? It's a big cluster to which 3 players have already folded. This is big. Manu last man standing. Don't mind me. He's way too far to provide the support. And Marco, he's the one to do the heavy lifting. This team, all of a sudden, has shifted gears. They're moving forward and they're looking confident.
Man, that's what happens when you have too much information on your enemies. NG Pros became indecisive in the moment. I saw that they were trying to take pot shots onto Marco because they saw him climbing up, but at the same time, the 3 of the members of Godlike Esports just converged upon them, and they had no idea how fast they got hit. Godlike have secured all 3 cyber airdrop points, giving them access to ammunitions and abilities which NG Pros cannot even fathom. Now, in Katulistua, Marco and Manu take the high ground as expected. Both these players will take control of the slanted rooftops and will stay perched up there until an ability forces them off.
Oh yes. 3 cyber airdrops, all 3 contested by Godlike Esports.
Yep.
This is big! And not a single one given to NG Pros. My oh my, now is the time where we all can say they want to break the ice.
I don't know about the ice, man, but Godlike Esports certainly do bring the fire. Marco going around the outskirts. He's given up on the high ground and he's going around the fence.
That's a bad
Meanwhile,
idea.
NG Pros are going for a 2-1-1 split. Manu is still perched up on that slanted rooftop, and I don't think he's going to leave. But Cropsy and Anubhav are playing together in the flat house. Meanwhile, take a look at Struggle. He is so far from his team, I don't know what he's cooking.
Oh, let him cook. I would say let him cook. We all have been waiting for this. Nancy, the moment he just hears a couple of shots coming, bruising him, he's like, wait a second, let me just activate myself. And now the shots being followed up by Marco. One by one, they're trying to analyze what is the exact location.
Huh? Time turner burnt this early?
Yeah, that's what happens. The shots being constantly taken right at them is going to be a big pain. Nancy on the other end, good bunny hops. He gets the confirmation. Cropsy been taken care of. And that's one big blunder which NG Pros have already done in this specific round.
Yup, and now they must somehow recover. Godlike Esports know that Manu is somewhere up there, so they're trying to hunt him down, but Marco is healing inside this one. He hears Anubhav run past him and he connects that shot brilliantly. Marco strikes again! What is this guy on? That is
absolute adrenaline. That is absolute adrenaline.
That is some ridiculous firepower.
Oh my god. 4-4 is the scoreline now. NG Pros, they are the ones who are in the receiving end. All of a sudden, they had the entire burst of confidence that they can push this one through, get the point, secure it, and now Godlike is there towards the 5th. one mistake, and NG Pros, you're going to take this entire action towards the third map.
Are we going to see Nextra? Or will this game end with NG Pros making a comeback and completing their revenge arc? We will find out in the moments to come as the mansion becomes contested. Godlike Esports are running through the kitchen room. They find Struggle on the other side. Struggle puts up that blue wall, but they had no idea that Manu was behind them. Who would have expected a sniper to be this close? He confirms that elimination onto Yogi. Anubhav once again, he is amazing with that bubble dance, and Marco is trying to find a way to not get cornered. Steffi on the ground, so Marco doesn't have to worry about throwables, but no way he can survive those shotgun blasts. The M590 pumping their guts full of lead, and NG Pros are not willing to give up just yet.
Oh my god, Godlike Esports, they need a CPR right about now. They're flabbergasted, they're gassing out. And they need to have the kind of confidence that they had since the beginning in this map.
Yep.
Which is all of a sudden gone.
While Godlike Esports are gassing out, NG Pros just can't take their foot off the gas. It's like brakes don't exist for them. Tom Toretto certainly won't approve of that, but take a look at that. NG Pros taking a massive risk by cutting across the water. That is a very pre-nadeable spot. But Godlike Esports are saving their nades for when NG Pros contest that red house, which is exactly why Struggle is the only one going forward. Meanwhile, Cropsy and Anubhav take control of the pillars and boxes on either side. They know for a fact that Godlike Esports are also going to be in the center over here. And they're keeping an eye out in case somebody tries to flank from the other side. But this time, there won't be any flanks from either side. Both the teams are sticking together.
The shack has been heavily contested. Fresh seafood is what we can read. I can see a couple of lobsters. Sorry, prawns. I can see crab as well. But in the midst of all of that, there's going to be an eel. The electric eel.
Let's see who will kneel first, because none of them are willing to take a knee.
Best foot forward. Silence in the court.
And the silence calls for the storm.
As we all have told, order, order. The decorum being maintained. All four players not breaking the silence at all. Weapons were tested though.
Yep.
They took a couple of shots. That's it. In thin air, trying to contest the entire spot. Cropsy getting the information. The circle is one of the things which will break the silence. Yogi peeks around the corner with a shotgun nonetheless. Wait a second, Yogi. You're a sniper. What are you doing with the M590? That was so far away.
Keep in mind that NG Pros have 2 nades to their name and some freeze bombs as well. The moment Godlike Esports come pouring through, they're going to put down the flames and the freeze bombs on the floor. Anubhav still tanking all the damage, manages to connect that knock, but he stays in the flame for too long and gets eliminated by a skill. Cropsy with the double pump and the triple from Cropsy. The clutch master shows us who he is, and the scores have been equalized. 5-all, and NG Pros deny Godlike their comeback.
Yet again, this is the similar kind of sight that we have seen. The competition is just going to and fro. It doesn't matter which grounds we are looking at. It doesn't matter which map we are in. It's all about the competitiveness. And that's what Godlike, alongside NG Pros, are showcasing. This is a treat to be witnessed for.
It's a treat to observe. Get it? We are an observatory, and this will become the final point. Can we go to Nextra, or will NG Pros complete their revenge arc by eliminating Godlike right here and now? Pre-nades from Eco to provide Nancy some covering fire, and the Ignis also used to help him push forward.
Oh my god, there's a Groza in the hands of Nancy, and this is not at all looking good. Close quarter battles are gonna just be vanished in a second. Cropsy, what are you thinking? You're heading forward, I completely understand. You're getting the control towards the map, and Nancy right in front. This is it. This is the moment which needs to be broken first, and that's what they're doing. They're taking control of the height alongside the window to which either NG Pros is going to bounce in or Godlike can go ahead and take that golden opportunity. But wait a second, they have sealed it shut? Height advantage? Wait, what is Marco doing? This is unbelievable.
Very few glue walls available now, but he's used 3 of them to boost himself up on top. And the best part is NG Bros can't hear the glue walls being popped over there. They think that they will be locking the windows, and Marco now strikes. That's a surprise shot that Struggle would have never seen coming from a mile away. Dropsy, he gets the knock onto Nancy as well, and NG Bros have a 2-man advantage. Now they must descend down upon Anubhav. Anubhav was already so low on health. He's got the Chrono and the Steffi equipped so that he can at least heal up, but that's not enough. As soon as he pops out, Anubhav gets a knock onto Eco, but that's too much to bear, and it's all in the hands of Manu. A 1v2 required off of him.
Smoke screen. Lovely smoke screen. Manu, what can he do in the nick of the time? It's a 1v2 situation. 3 players still down on the knees asking for help, and he cannot provide it. Manu, shots fired, taken, and no! Marco, the flying shot, comes through and pushes things towards the third map. This is absolutely insane performance. Godlike, they have buckled it back together. And yes, we all were expecting this kind of a performance. We have witnessed it.
I can finally see Eco breathe a sigh of relief.
Look at Yogi. And he's like, oh my god, thank goodness. We can push things forward towards the third map.
Yogi and Anubhav had their breath held tight. With bated breath, they were waiting for this clutch to come through. And finally, it seems like the color has returned to their face, because at one point they were becoming too pale.
Yeah.
Nancy still shaking, reeling from that adrenaline rush.
I thought that they were going to turn zombies.
I mean, the way they are mixing and matching their abilities and straying away from their strengths, they are kind of creating a Frankenstein's monster over here.
Oh, I love it. Love it when you put together that way. Absolutely amazing. Well, this was the kind of start that Godlike needed since Kalahari, and now things have already headed towards the third map. It's a do-or-die situation for both the ends. Yeah, look at that. A high coming in. Confidence.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Godlike Esports providing us entertainment for the ages.
Yeah.
On one hand, I was thinking that they will definitely push it to Nextra, and then NG Pro started to make that comeback, and I was like, wait a second, the cogs in my head are turning, and the revenge plot gets thicker. But then
Like
Godlike Esports deny that revenge point, and we are going to go to a map 3 anyway.
Of course. And I was like, you know what, 2-0, it's a bit of a too much, like, it's too good to be true.
I know,
Let's just take it to third mapper. That's going to be even more fun. 1-1 scoreline, both of them fighting it out till the very end, and that's where the competitiveness is going to just rise another bar. 5-5, 4-4, 3-3. That's the kind of scoreline that we have witnessed, man. Crips, it was absolutely a delight. And cherry on top was the kind of reaction that we could see in the eyes of, or in the faces of Godlike, as they were like, you know what, finally, our entire trump card, it worked out. And we are heading all the way towards the third map.
It definitely was a risk, because NG Pros were trying out a bunch of new things. You saw that there was a moment where Manu decided to let go of the sniper in that mansion area on peak, and he used that P90. Godlike did not see that coming, and then they tried to throw in that curveball by using the boost up on top. But despite all of that, Godlike Esports managed to persevere.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of scoreline I would have expected in Kalahari, because, you know, this is the strongest map for both the teams.
It is
but
indeed.
Hey, man, if the closer games is delivered on Bermuda, then I'm all for it.
Bermuda, closer games. Absolutely lovely. Now, Nextra is the next question. How well can teams perform there? I know for a fact that Nextra is one of the places where NG Pros do not like to mess around with.
Yeah.
And on the other end, Godlike, they have actually created legacy in that map.
Exactly.
So that's what I was worried for NG Pros. Do not take matters to the third map. This man, one specific person that we were talking about, the kind of performance that he has already showcased. Man, Yogi, so good. Yogi was all in for the treat. He was all in for the fight. Let's talk about the MVP. Has to be Marco. Recent edition. I mean, he's always there to and fro in the entire game, but we have seen more of Nobita, less of Marco. Marco has showcased that why he was the one chosen person for this task.
And we did criticize him quite a lot in the previous game, because he picked up that Santino away from Yogi. But now he's proven that he truly belongs here on this LAN stage. Marco with 9 eliminations and 6,144 damage.
Beast.
Absolute beast.
Wait, it's twice. This number is twice than the previous one. Oh my god. 38-47 was the previous score. Oh, okay.
Never mind. That's not even the most impressive number. That's not even the most impressive number. Cropsy with 16 eliminations. But the disparity, Azura. The disparity is too much. Struggle Manu, Anubhav with only 3-2-2 eliminations each.
I told you, Cropsy has awakened himself. The others need to buckle up. They need to match up the repo, the base of Cropsy. Other than that, the entire team is doing really good. The kind of assists that we can see, 10, 15, nice. On the other end, it's absolutely amazing. 10, 9, 5, 2. Buddy system on point. Yep. And that's one thing that Godlike always forgets. This time they tick that entire checkbox and they have made things perfect for them.
Yep. And Godlike Esports this time played a no-nonsense game of Free Fire Max. They stuck together. They didn't even do a lot of those split pushes. They didn't really stick to the 3-1 strat.
Except for one, which was Marco.
Yes, Marco, yeah, he was the pointy end of their spear, but NG Pros, I must say, were experimenting quite a lot. They went for a 2-1-1 split in Gatli Supra. They went for a 2-2 split in the Reservoir. And in Sentosa Island, surprisingly, they stuck together. Which is the one place where I expected them to split apart, because Sentosa offers them the best sort of cover.
Yeah. Well, this is it. The second game, super exciting. Third one will be even more better. I have absolutely loved this one. Let's just go ahead and take a look at the match summary as well. One-on-one, that's the kind of competition that we all were waiting for, but NG Pros, they have done really good. Bermuda, I know for a fact that it's not one of their favorite maps. Kalahari, yes, for sure, it's their favorite ones, but the next one is where they're actually going to be doubting their skills, and that's where I would love to say that do not doubt what your skills are. Just go ahead, play to your strengths. Godlike Esports, play to your strengths. You love aggression, showcase the aggression. That's how you have evolved from online stages to league stage and all the way through towards the finals as well. This is them. This is the kind of arc that they've created, and already the redemption arc being showcased, as Mamba also spoke about. It's just constant rivalry in these two teams, and we can see it in the map of Bermuda.
Yeah. And this rivalry isn't just in Clash Squad. We see this in the Battle Royale mode as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Godlike Esports during the online qualifiers were the highest elimination leader, and NG Pros took that title away from them during the league stage.
Godlike and Total Gaming more. I would say Godlike and Total Gaming are like much bigger for rivalry in a BR mode, but in CS, yes, it's NG Pros and Godlike.
I mean, yeah, Total Gaming is kind of like his league ahead of everyone else. Yeah. They just soared through the Clash Squad mode league stage without any hiccups. They didn't even drop a single map. They just won 2-0 in every single occasion, and they just speed ran towards the finals. And which is probably why like 70% of the casters have picked them to be the favorites to win the CS mode.
Not me.
Not you. I mean, you are, you know, one of the people in the 30% in Jaunty Gaming, which isn't even the thing that I want to point out over here. The thing is, while NG Pros and Godlike are putting up such an amazing battle over here, somehow none of the casters expect either of these teams to win the grand finals. And hey man, I would love it if either of them can prove us wrong.
Man, I did take the name of Total Gaming for VR mode. I mean, I'm gonna stand true to my word. I know for a fact that Total Gaming, they're absolutely unstoppable. NG Pros, yes, they had the kind of form that we all were looking forward to, but suddenly the dip in performance showcases that they're less confident now. But that's a different story to tell. That's a different story to narrate. It's going to be in the next following day. Today, let's just focus upon the CS mode itself. Oh, finally, we can go ahead and look at the ban faces moving forward. Skylar being banned.
Okay.
Godlike, that's a very good pick. They knew that NG Pros always goes ahead and capitalizes Manu specifically with the Skylar, and they're doing the target ban right in front of them.
Okay, but like NG Pros once again go for the clue ban, which isn't really a surprise. So this pattern remains the same, but Godlike Esports pick up Steffi this time. Nice. Last time they didn't get to use much Steffi because NG Pros don't really focus on grenades as much. They focus more on positioning. But still, it's better to be safe than sorry. And now because of this, NG Pros have decided to focus on the movement first. They go for the Tatsuya right away. That's amazing because Cropsy with that Tatsuya is a force to be reckoned with.
Oh yes, we've seen him. Works wonders. Chrono, yes. That's a really good pick. NG Pros capitalizing that early pick that they have already received. Godlike, what's next?
Wait, do you remember who picked up Chrono last time? Was it Godlike or was it NG Pros?
I believe it was Godlike.
Alright, so that's...
Oh, no. NG Pros.
Alright.
Oh, no, Godlike.
Oh, come on, Azura. Now you're just toying with me.
Yeah, it was Godlike.
Yeah, so basically that's one character steal, and Godlike pick up the A124 this time. Okay,
Wow.
then.
All right.
Now, that's a steal for sure. That's a character stolen away from them.
Sold to the highest bidder.
Except there are no allegiances to any bidder over here. It's basically who steals what. Godlike Esports continuing their usage of Ignis. That was lovely.
Yes.
I really like how they don't just use Ignis as a way to damage your opponents, but also as a way to cover your entry through long, thin corridors.
Hey, not only that. Imagine there's a person sneaking right behind the glue wall. You have the Ignis wall placed right at their doorstep. They won't even be able to move around. I mean, they won't even be able to stay there for a longer time. They have to move. And that's where I would say Godlike Esports, they're keeping NG Pros on their toes.
Yep.
Always running, and that's where they're getting caught.
I mean, eventually, you will develop a runner's knee. That is, unless your kneecaps don't get blown off by your opponents.
Which is usually the case.
Yeah.
As whenever they get down, they're crying for help.
But NG Pros have definitely picked up the runners this time. They pick up the double movement composition. Oscar
Aggression.
and Tatsuya, both available in the hands of NG Pros.
But I'm worried for them. Whenever there's A124 in the picture, it's
Yeah.
always going to be nullified. So
Yeah.
Oscar and Tatsuya, the moment they think that they can go ahead and utilize their abilities, bam, there goes the entire thing. So what are you going to do? You're just going to stay back. You're going to wait for Manu to go ahead and find the opening. Oh my god, this is all thought for.
At this point, NG Pros can only pick up Cassie. Because that's probably one of the few characters which doesn't get affected by the A124 suppression.
Cassie? Or you mean Joseph?
No, Joseph is the passive guy. So you see Cassie electrotherapy bonds
Oh,
can be
yeah.
activated before the round even begins in the freeze time.
Okay, in that
So
sense.
that will be immune to the A124 suppression. The thrill of battle that A124 brings to the table mostly applies the debuff to your opponents after they pick up, after the ability has been activated. Oh, but they go for a Coda instead.
Wow.
All of these abilities can be
Big
countered by
fan,
the
NG
A124.
Pros. Big fan. Coda, the kind of information that we usually see coming in Nextra, all thanks to the close compounds, so many walls, so many close corridors. And Coda is just going to give that information to that one specific guy who wields it. This is that power that we all were talking about, the gauntlet, which can be snapped, and most of the players are going to be poof, gone.
Also, this is the first time that anybody has picked up an information-based character. We haven't seen Coda being picked up in the previous two maps. And the clue has been banned right from the beginning. So NG Pros waited until the last game to pull out this information card.
Support Sentino, alright. This might be questioned for. Ignis is a really good pick. For Yogi himself, he can reposition whenever he needs. Desperate times, desperate measures can be taken. So that's a really good pick. On the other end, Russia picking Chrono. Anubhav, he's going to be jumping around the bubble, and it's going to be a big pain for Godlike to even take him down. So be aware, be vigilant on what's happening is what I can say to them.
And Nancy was probably one of the few people in Godlike Esports who was struggling to begin with. You
Yeah.
know? He was often being the guy who gives away that first pick to the opponent. Now imagine if they try to hard target him, if they try to double dash him with the Oscar and the Tatsuya, Nancy now has that A124. I don't remember what he was using in the previous game, but now that he has the A124, he can just press that ability and save himself, basically denying NG Pros a free pick. I'm also very happy that Yogi is the one using the Ignis, because the team kind of plays around that Ignis a lot. Like the moment you see the firewall, you can kind of expect that Godlike Esports is right behind them. So I would love it if that continues to remain in the hands of the IGL. And it is.
But again, like you mentioned, right, the call in the hands of IGL, which also implies that their communication, their comms needs to be clear when Yogi is trying to say something.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Yogi has so much weight on his shoulders now.
Yep.
I don't know how he is so tall.
Yeah. One would assume that all that pressure would bear down on him, make him hunch his shoulders. But he will hold his head up high, regardless of how many people are aiming at it.
Yeah.
And so far, the only people that are aiming at it are these 4 young lads on the other side of the stage, clad in black hoodies, ready to engulf Godlike in a shroud of darkness. Godlike needs to now burn bright and be the light. They need to reignite their fire and put NG Pros back in their place.
Oh yes.
They've defeated them before. They must do it once again to secure their spot in the finals.
A moment of silence. Just for the players who go ahead, bring back the kind of action we all would love to see. Oh my, dense faces. No. Godlike has already found that one golden spot, that sweet spot to put NG Pros back on the pressure seat. And this is the hot seat, right? It's going to be fastest finger first, right about at the right time. And if they get those eliminations, if they get those knocks, it's going to make them feel confident. And this is the place where I would love to highlight that in the previous one, Struggle was always being picked clean.
Yep.
Like a desert, like a carcass in a desert.
Yeah.
And if that happens again and again, right, the team themselves will think that, you know what, let's just not send him forward, right? Let's just send Cropsy forward.
Yeah.
And if Cropsy falls, then I don't know whether the entire team will have their shoulders up high or it's just going to go flat.
Yeah. And if he's that carcass in the desert, then that kind of makes Godlike the vultures.
Yeah.
Will they be able to fly high? Let's find out as we head into the last game, ladies and gentlemen. Nextra coming up on your screens. And speaking of flying high, we're going to be starting on Grav Labs. Both the teams rushing towards the elevated tower. Manu away from his teammates, once again acting as that third sniper. Kimbo pistols in hand, and Cropsy tries to rain fire from above. They pop that time turn at the moment their feet touch the ground, and Cropsy gets the first knock onto Yogi. The Ignis can't really help him all that much. While there is a Santino statue equipped over there, you can't teleport to it to provide your teammates any backup, and Nancy has been left to his devices.
That's a lovely 180. All confirmations are picked clean. Nancy, last man standing, and he's still counting stars. He's like, wait, what happened? We were just alive like 5 seconds ago, and now I'm also dead? Well, that's the situation. NG Pros gets the pistol. But here's the thing, right? The starting rounds, always NG Pros are on their feet. They're getting it. But the second one is where Godlike brings in the perfect comeback. But this time they have to be aware.
And it's a flawless pistol round. Not a single casualty for the side of NG Pros. They do not falter. They do not stumble. And they definitely do not stop. NG Pros take the lead, and it's a quadruple VSK setup for their side.
Oh, this is that team who were forged in fire. And Godlike on the other end, they are trying to hit where it hurts the most. And for that, they need to be very active. Proactive moves coming in. Marco, Struggle, way too low of HP, and those shots were a banger. Anubhav on the other end, showcasing the kind of information that he has alongside the experience. Both of them banned perfectly. Nancy, he's crying for help. He will receive it. But what's the other team doing? What is NG Pros doing? They got the knock. Might as well confirm it, right?
Yeah, but they don't even wait for Nancy to heal up. Yogi's already pushing forward. Marco surprises Anubhav. Anubhav thought he had plenty of time to heal. But as the zone shrinks, Marco will once again patch himself up, lick his wounds, and continue onwards. Godlike Esports have turned the tide. Nancy, while he was being picked off, while he was the first man to fall in the previous maps, he will be picked back up this time, and Marco exact revenge. Nancy does go down again, once again being the bane of Godlike Esports, but his teammates make up for it. Marco comes through with a triple.
All the triple knocks coming through. And wait a second, NG Pros, they've done it again. A big blunder to which the round has already been given away. Godlike. This team, you give them the room, you give them the space, they will feel more and more confident. And that's how they roll. And whenever NG Pro sees them, they hate him.
Ooh. Wait, you seeing this, Azura?
Yeah.
NG Pros struggle. Anubhav, Cropsy, all three of them have picked up Akimbo revolvers. And three of them are going for the top. Okay, this is going to be a little difficult to bear. Marco trying to go towards the door underneath. But while he does that, Godlike, Nancy and Yogi are on top. Struggle dashes into their Chrono Shield, hoping to deliver damage up close. But Eco deals with his aggression. Struggle and Cropsy down on his knees. And it's once again Marco just alone. Manu trying to help. Lands the shot. Another one confirmed. This might just be it. Manu has the potential to clutch, but Marco overwhelms him.
Yeah, the manpower advantage always overpowers that one player who's trying to clutch it out. And that would have been an ace.
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
That would have been an ace.
If Manu clutched that one thing, it would have been a perfect confidence booster for the team. But unfortunately, it could not happen. NG Pros, they are looking grim serious.
But let's be honest, Manu isn't the one who needs that confidence boost. It's Nancy right now, sitting at 0 frags.
But they're doing good. That's team effort.
Yep.
That usually we see.
Marco has the door angle. He tries to go for the pre-fire, but NG Pros are aware about it. They avoid that door like the plague. They go towards the courtyard. The truck now being contested. Anubhav dips back out of cover. It's better to regroup with the team. They know they've lost the open ground advantage and they can't get to the cyber airdrop. Nobody on the tower. They need to clear that angle first. But wait, are they aware about the fact that somebody just used that jump pad and got on the other side?
Oh boy.
This mud side area is bamboozling Godlike. They thought they had the central advantage, but NG Pros have just switched up.
They're switching up the game since the beginning. And I do understand Nancy is sitting at 0, but he is providing a lot of support. The coverage being absolutely insane. And look at the way they're slowly climbing up, getting the height advantage, also checking around those corners where someone notices this or not. This is big. Yogi.
NG, they always like taking control of that green building, and that's exactly why Godlike needed that head glitch angle. They used 2 blue walls to find that head glitch. And this is basically Godlike proving they've done their homework. They know for a fact NG Pros love that green building, and this is the only known counter. One person spotted by Marco. He tries to go for the covering fire, but Marco really can't provide any more backup, and that is not enough. Godlike go in without any help. Yogi connects the first shot onto Cropsy, and that's the heavy hitter down, but Cropsy gets raised back up. But in the process of doing so, Struggle and Anubhav lose their lives. Pre-firing with that P90 across the corner puts Cropsy in a very difficult situation. But the man who was rezzed will lead to the demise of his teammates.
They could not do much there. NG Pros, they felt claustrophobic. Those knocks did not come through. And that's what they were counting for since the beginning of the round. The head glitch angle, absolutely amazing. Godlike, they have done their homework. They have understood the entire part of it. And here's where I would understand it even more further. Godlike, usually what they prefer is to at least have a buddy system right across. And Marco, look at him. He's going for the sniper angle. He wants the elevation. And right in front of them, 3 players pouncing right at NG Pros. This is going to be big. Marco already has found his prey. He's taking those shots, but unfortunately, none of them land just yet. Cyber airdrop, it's being contested, and this is the contestation that we all were waiting for. Look at that. The cryonades coming into the picture one by one. The players are falling down, faltering, as they could not do much. The doom is imminent. Couple of players are knocked. Marco, last man standing. Wait a second. This is shift of paradigm. Godlike esports, they could not do much there. They were contesting the entire center part of it, but they could not do much. NG Pros, they're on the upper edge of the entire fight, and I feel that they can win this one through. If they do, that's what they need.
Double kill.
Finally, he eliminates Struggle. At least he won't be able to provide information to his teammates about Marco's whereabouts. So NG Pros aren't aware if he's left that cocoon or not, but they are making sure that he can't leave that room. Marco breaks that glue wall open, finds his way into the open, but gets double peaked instantly. Pro Shield not gonna help him much, and in that 1v2, NG Pro stick together and get the trades. They get the round as well.
Oh, that was a big round. NG Pros 3-2. And the instant replay itself is screaming volumes on what just happened. It was 2 seconds away for the entire team to shatter. But somehow NG Pros, they kept their head high. They did not kneel down at all. And that's what changed the entire course of action. 3-2. Godlike Esports, even though they have that one round of a buffer, they cannot afford to make mistakes.
Yep, no mistakes. Because all the games have been very close so far. And this is the level where you're most prone to making mistakes. Deca Square is one level where both these teams have struggled in the past. Nobody contested the teleporters just yet. But two of the players of NG Pros are inside the coffee house, but Marco has acquired the central height and he's going prone.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to be detected just yet.
Even Koda cannot do anything to him. Godlike. So far, it's an absolute silence. Pin drop silence to which it might break real soon. NG Pros still looking around. Manu, he finally spotted Marco. This can be that golden opportunity, but no, he misses! That one shot would have taken him down, and the others would have at least rushed forward to save him. And in that, NG Pros could have called in the rush. But this time, it's just going to be a big fall to NG Pros. They're somehow rushing forward, and Struggle is the first one to fall down. His HP way to go, crying for help. And there comes the entire team of Godlike just marking each and every one of them one by one. They're taking them down on their knees. NG Pros do not do much. Manu being the last man standing, to which I feel he can still have the clutching potential. All he needs to do is hit his shots. And that said, Nancy, he's way too low. Go ahead, dissect the entire situation. And once you do that, that's how you can be called that one team who can rise above all. But I believe that fate has already been sealed. The Godlike Esports, they will love to go ahead and ram the opponents around.
Lovely performance by Godlike Esports, and what a way to recover for that first disadvantage. Marco was super low on health. That 150 damage headshot basically rendered him useless. And because NG Pros knew that he can't fight because he will be wasting some time to heal, they decided to rush in at that exact same time, thinking that they have one single moment to turn the fight around. But in that moment, they decided to rush a little too fast without taking the time to consider all the options that they had. Marco using that pre-fire angle onto Cropsy instantly downs him, but he can be rezzed. Cropsy back up on his knees, and keep in mind they're using Olivia as well, so he's gonna be revived with extra HP, but Marco this time downs Manu. How many players can you finally revive? And eventually they will lose numbers. Struggle and Manu both down. Anubhav, Cropsy are hiding behind blue walls, busy trying to heal, but Godlike Esports is not letting them breathe. They are pushing down their throats and cornering them on the staircase. Marco with that jumping AWM shot, and Eco to finish off the fray. Lovely stuff by Godlike, and they are at match point. One round away from the grand finals.
One round away from claiming that throne towards the finals. NG Pros, big mistakes, to which they're just fumbling. They cannot do anything. Finally, the last battle towards the Zipfay, and this is not a good sight. One mistake, NG Pros, and you will be out of the count.
Keep in mind, guys, Godlike Esports have literally never ever won a single round of Zipway fight. Could this finally be the start of NG Pro's comeback? Steppy ability already deployed, the Graffiti's blessing, keeping them safe for the time being, but can't keep them safe from the high ground bullets. Eco tries to go around the other side, he finds an angle on to Struggle. Nancy, he needs to go for the res. Does he even have the time to do so? I don't think so, because Eco and Cropsy are fighting each other. Cropsy comes out on top in that battle. Marco once again from the top has the potential to go for a clutch. Manu versus Marco, the two MVPs of the tournament, flash against each other, and Godlike Esports will win this game.
Oh my god! Godlike! They have made it look so easy peasy. And this is what they were waiting for. The first game, it was a big flop. They understood that. And right about then, they rectified every single mistake. This is what the champion mentality comes into the picture. And that's how you accomplish, you get your name towards the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is that golden ticket we were talking about, and they have punched it through.
They punched it so hard it went through NG Pro's throats. They won the first game, thinking that their revenge arc will finally be complete. They thought that they could finally punish Godlike Esports for what they put them through. But Godlike Esports, in their weakest area, finally managed to grab a win when it matters the most. Marco, a man who was overlooked for the majority of the league stage, a man who was treated as a substitute, now hails as the hero of this team.
Absolute flabbergasting performance. Smiling faces across all the time. I was thinking that they have some grim faces. Since the beginning, they were not thinking it's right, they were not thinking it through, but the moment they understood that this is the way they have played throughout, whether it be league stages, whether it be qualifiers, that's where they understood the assignment. Look at that. The smiling face all of a sudden has realized that they've accomplished something big in this stadium.
And this big thing will only get bigger if they manage to take down either Total Gaming or Jaunty Gaming and lift that Clash Squad trophy. Godlike Esports have come a very long way. Keep in mind that they were sent down to the lower bracket by Jaunty Gaming. So if at all Jaunty Gaming wins that next game and fights them in the grand finals, it will be yeah, exactly. Redemption Arc Part 2, man. This will be Godlike's time to exact revenge.
That's right, and I'm just waiting for such kind of stories, right? We all love to see such kind of stories. It was brewing up since the beginning, and the start itself was so... I mean, like, Godlike, they just thought that they have made the mistake. It was a bad start for them, and all of a sudden, pulling up the socks and the sleeves of their thumbs, like they're just constantly playing it forward. But here's the Engine Pros. Could not do much there. And yeah, it hurts, right?
It really does, man.
There's always like two ends of the spectrum whenever you come to LAN. It's either you have learned a lot or it's you have won that part.
Yep. NG Pros, by winning that first game, they really thought that they can make the comeback. They really thought that they could punish Godlike for all the difficulties they put them through. And despite their best efforts, NG Pros will indeed stop after all. But they might have a chance at redemption tomorrow. Keep in mind that in the Battle Royale mode, these were the only people who managed to get even close to the 400-point mark. 398 points to their name.
98.
I mean, if there is one team who can demolish absolutely everybody in the BR mode, it's them.
It's that one team who can give Total Gaming the competition. We all have been saying this. You put that head-to-head perspective, Total Gaming and NG Pros, both of them are going to be like, you know what? Put us there. We're going to have the podium finish. But let's see what will happen next. That's tomorrow, guys. That's tomorrow. And for that, I believe, I'm hoping that you have the tickets. If you're in and around Lucknow, make sure you have them because it's intense. You can look at the sneak peek right behind it. It's so amazing. All the players right behind us. But this is that one player who has already stolen all the spotlight. Let's just talk about the MVP of this game. 16 eliminations. 6 freaking 10.
Haters hushed, doubters damned, and Marco comes out on top.
Oh my god. I'm going to remember his name, man. Marco.
I think the whole country will remember his name. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that Marco was the 5th of the team. For the majority of the BR matches, Nobita was playing in his place. And the first game, Marco fumbled the bag heavily.
Oh, yeah.
We all said that Yogi is the best Santino user in the tournament. Marco picked it up from him, and he already has big shoes to fill. And guess what? I think he's outgrown them.
Yeah, outgrown them. A size 15, I believe.
Yep, 100%. 16 eliminations, 5,007 damage. Clearly puts him above the rest.
Oh my god, the entire team has collaborated. They have created something so insane. Marco, far off angles, absolutely amazing. 5,007. My oh my. It's like this entire team is having their own rat race. Who is going to be that one player who performs better than the previous one? It's eminent, godlike. Absolutely amazing performance. NG Pros on the other end, they were short-handed so many times. And some a few times I was just feeling that they're just shooting constantly at their own foot, giving away the locations, taking such good, not about to take such good advantages of the situations. That's where I would say NG Pros needs to buckle up. They need to start performing. But now I would just say that, it's going to be in the BR segment. The CS has already been sealed.
Yeah, that's completely fine, man. I mean, NG Pros have quite a lot of potential in the BR section. We will see them again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, in the Ekana International Indoor Stadium. You can also see them in person, that too. Make sure you go ahead to book my show and buy those tickets for tomorrow. But for now, congratulations to Godlike Esports.
Congratulations.
Struggling in Kalahari a little, which I thought was their strongest map. But hey, if you lose on your strongest map and then you mount to come back on Bermuda and Nextra, that too, the last stage of Nextra being a level where they have always struggled, they've almost never won a zipway fight. You managed to make a clutch happen on that stage. It's going to put you over the moon.
Good that it reminded me of that. Whenever Godlike has entered the map of Nextra, specifically at Zipway, they usually do not take those confrontations. They always back out of it.
Yep.
They know that there's a vending machine, they instantly recall those players, and then they just head back. And in that spot, they have performed so well. This is absolutely amazing from their end. So congratulations, Godlike Esports. The scoreline itself is screaming volumes. 2-1 being the scoreline. Kalahari was 6-2. Nextra is 2-6.
Yep.
It's a statement.
It's a statement.
The revenge.
The revenge and the reverse.
Uno reversal.
Yeah, just slam that card down. And now the only card that you will be giving to the victor of Jaunty Gaming or Total Gaming is going to be this card. You probably write something nasty on it and pass it to them to send a message when you go ahead and face them in the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now head over to the stage because I'm sure these players have some words to say.
Well, true. I'm just expecting some more action as well. So, see, Godlike has already achieved, but here's the place where they need to, settle back in and rethink the strategies, rethink what kind of mistakes they made, and they improved at the similar time. So that's one of the places that they need to focus upon. Secondly, heading towards the finals, that definitely will give them a lot of jitters, right? You know what? Oh my god. Now, let's see the second game. Oh, here's another thing, guys. They can also witness both the teams performing. Look at their mistakes, improvise, learn, adapt, and thereon form some insane strategies.
Exactly, man. These guys have had some insane strategies all throughout. So I kind of want to get in their heads and see what these guys have to say about their strategies. I believe it will be Mamba who will be asking them about these strategies, yeah?
Thank you.
Marco, what an incredible matchup. The way you played was phenomenal. Pehla match was very difficult. So, for context, of course, Marco and the team, they've played against each other before. And in the Swiss stage, you guys beat them. Today, in the first map itself, they were able to get you good 6-2. How are you feeling after the loss in the first one?
We lost, but we were like, if we think about that, we can't win. We should win. That was only in our mind.
You were just focused on winning. That is it. Take a deep breath. That's okay. Take a deep breath. You won the match. You are in the grand finals. You deserve to be here. That's not a problem. So the first match, a lot of nerves, obviously. Not easy when you beat in a team, being beat down like that. But the second match, you had a very good run. There was a time where you had a nice clutch as well. How are you feeling then?
I just play confident. That's all. I didn't panic. We didn't panic. We just wanted to win, so we won.
And how about the third match? Before the third match, I'm sure you guys had a conversation in terms of how to make a comeback in this one. Very important match because obviously if you lose, you go out, right? You don't get to play in the finals. But what was the conversation between you and the team to sort of motivate them and push through?
The opponents would panic, so we took advantage of that and played confidently. And we got advantage of that, so yeah, we won.
Fair enough, fair enough. But now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where things start getting very interesting. You guys have played against Jaunty Gaming in the Swiss stage. Did not really work out that well. But of course, the next match is going to be between Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming. Are you rooting for Jaunty Gaming to come through so you can have your revenge?
It would be good if Jaunty Gaming comes, but no matter whoever comes, we'll try to win.
All right, perfect.
Thank you. To win.
Alright, perfect. Thank you so much for joining me. And ladies and gentlemen, ये तो था पहला सेमीफाइनल, लेकिन अब वक्त है दूसरे सेमीफाइनल का. But before that, of course, हमको जाना पड़ेगा छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए. But ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Trust me, there's a lot of action lined up. और अगला जो मैच है बहुत ज़्यादा धमाकेदार होने वाला है, because दोनों टीमें बड़े दिग्गज नाम है. Storied lineup, storied players. There's so much action lined up for all of you folks that it is phenomenal. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a really, really short break. Do not go anywhere because we will be right back.
एक
हसीना थी, पेटी से निकली बाहर,
एक
दीवाना था.
वेल प्लेड, ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू.
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ.
हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है.
आंखों से झूठ.
भाई मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है.
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता. क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है?
पता क्या, अच्छे से पूछो ना.
मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी.
करो ना ऐसा.
हेलो दोस्तों, तो अभी हम खेलने वाले हैं बॉक्सेस ऑफ लाइज और इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है क्योंकि हमें एक दूसरे को करना है ब्लफ. इसके अंदर एक चीज होने वाली है जो सामने वाले को बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता है वो क्या है. अब मैं जैसी वो चीज निकालूंगा, सामने वाले को या तो मैं पूरा सच बोलूंगा या मैं पूरा झूठ बोलूंगा क्योंकि मुझे सामने वाले को करना है ब्लफ. अब इस गेम में कौन जीतता है और कौन ब्लफ करता है, आओ देखते हैं. चलो फिर शुरू कर ही देते हैं.
करो मुकाबला शुरू. आ जाओ.
फौजी भाई,
बोलो भाई.
जीत पाओगे?
बिल्कुल.
मैंने देख लिया मेरे में.
डर लग रहा है क्या आपको?
बहुत टाइम बाद तुमसे बाहर 1v1 हो रहा है. आज तो तुम गए दोस्त.
देखते हैं, ये दीवार ने बचा रखा तुमको.
दोस्त, ये चेहरा देख रहे हो, ऐसा ब्लफ मारूंगा ना तुम पहचान नहीं पाओगे कि सच.
देखते हैं कौन किसको ब्लफ मारता है, कौन किसको नहीं.
लेट्स गो.
आग बंद करो, अच्छे से करो ना.
बंद है मेरी.
ठीक है.
बटन बन के आगे खुली हुई है.
अरे यार देखो मत यार, तुम वो कर रहे हो. आगे बंद करो.
बंद है.
अभी निकाला नहीं. अभी
आपके आंखें खराब है, मैं बता रहा हूँ.
ओए, ये क्या दे दिया?
ऐसा क्या दे दिया?
अभी नहीं.
चलो यार जल्दी करो यार, तुम बहुत टाइम लगा रहे हो. जोंटे कितना स्लो यार.
ये चीज बहुत खतरनाक है भाई. फौजी भाई.
यस. ऐसा क्या है? सदमे में आ गया अब तो.
एक
हसीना थी,
नहीं,
पेटी से निकली बाहर.
एक
दीवाना था.
तीनों चीजें बोलनी है ना.
कौन है?
अरे रुक जा दोस्त.
कौन है? देखो कौन है वो, कहाँ से वो आया.
एक गन है.
बंदूक है.
हाँ.
छोटी बड़ी?
छोटी है.
तो गेम की है बाहर की है?
गेम की ही है ये.
ओके.
और इसका एक छल्ला है. छल्ला होता है ना वो.
पीछे.
गोली.
ओके.
और एक है इसमें बतख. ये है.
ये जो बंदूक है, ये छोटी बंदूक है गेम वाली है, बड़ी बंदूक है?
गेम की छोटी है बट यहाँ पे रियल में बड़ी है.
ओके.
एक और चीज यार, इस बंदूक के ऊपर कुछ लपेटा हुआ है इन्होंने.
इसके ऊपर लपेटा हुआ है? क्या लपेटा हुआ है? लाइट को लपेट दिया बंदूक के ऊपर?
हाँ.
कैसी बातें कर रहे हो आप?
लपेटा एकदम, लग रहा है कि चमक रही है बंदूक इस टाइम.
तो बताया नहीं आपने, छोटी बंदूक है, बड़ी बंदूक है. ये 1 शॉट होने वाली है, 2 शॉट होने वाली है, लॉन्ग रेंज, शॉर्ट रेंज.
1 टैप बंदूक होने वाली है.
ये 1 टैप है. डेजर्ट ईगल की बात कर रहे हो क्या?
ये डेजर्ट ईगल की बात.
अच्छा, सच बोल रहे हो?
देखो, दिखती तो डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी ही है
यार. आप बार स्टेटमेंट चेंज कर देते हो ना, तो मैं ऐसा डाउट होता है. सच बोल रहे हो, झूठ बोल रहे हो, क्या बोल रहे हो?
सही में डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी है.
पक्का?
हाँ.
100% श्योर.
G18 भी कह सकते हो तुम इसको.
देखो कहीं फिर टीजी टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो रही हो.
नहीं ये है.
पक्का? यकीन कर लूं? और फिर ये सबके सामने झूठ निकली तो नहीं निकलेगी? श्योर? जोंटी की जुबान. चलो डेजर्ट ईगल मैंने लॉक करी, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए फिर तो.
डेजर्ट ईगल?
आपने बोला ना डेजर्ट ईगल है, बात उसी पे हुई है, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए.
पक्का?
जोंटी की जुबान है ना? देखते छोटी
जुबान नहीं.
अबे जुबान पे आऊंगा था
भाई. ये गेम ही ब्लफ करने का है भाई यार.
मैंने जुबान पे
नहीं भाई, मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है.
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता.
बस अब बोलो.
तो ये जो एलिमेंट रहने वाले तीनों साथ में या अलग अलग है?
साथ ही है.
एक गेम का हो गया ये, मान लो अपनी बंदूक.
हाँ.
उसके बाद 2 आपने क्या बताए थे?
एक बतख है.
एक बतख है.
पीली सी
बतख तो पीली होती है.
और एक गोली का छल्ला.
गोली का छल्ला.
एमो.
चलो आप सच बोल रहे हो, दिखा दो.
लॉक करो.
लॉक कर दो.
पहचान ली. बढ़िया.
अरे अभी कहाँ? हार कबूल कर ली थी जल्दी. क्या लगता है जोंटी भाई? इजी. पक्का जीत पाओगे?
तुम्हारे एक्सप्रेशन से समझ जाऊंगा यार.
ऐसी बात है. खोल दो पिटारा. पक्का? आँख नहीं खुलनी चाहिए. ये क्या झांक रहे हो आप? क्या झांक रहे हो आप?
बड़ी चीज फंस गई डब्बे में. दोस्त ये तो कोई बड़ी चीज है.
चीज बड़ी होती है और चीज खतरनाक होती है. छोटी चीजें हम यूज ही नहीं करते.
चलो
ये देखो, ये चीजें रहने वाली है. क्या गैस कर पाओगे? खोल लो आके यार. क्यों घबरा रहे हो? मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी. चलो गैस करें. सच बोलो झूठ बोलूं?
तुम्हारी मर्जी, जिसमें तुम अच्छे हो।
मैं दोनों में अच्छा हूँ।
हाँ तो दोनों कर लो चलो।
मैं जीत में एक्सपीरियंस रखता हूँ, तो मैं जीतना चाहूंगा।
ये तो वहम है मेरे भाई।
वहम तो अभी देखा था ना, बत्तख बंदूक चल गई बंदूक।
तो वहम है मेरे
चलो
भाई।
चीज बोलता हूँ, समझना, समझ गया नहीं समझ पाए नहीं समझ पाए। 3 चीज बोलता हूँ। पहली चीज पेंसिल जैसा कुछ है, दूसरी चीज ग्लोब, समझ गए, मैप, तीसरी चीज गेम का कैरेक्टर। अब ये नहीं बताऊंगा कौन सा कैरेक्टर होने वाला है। 3 चीज गैस कर दिया।
क्वेश्चन पूछो ना, मैं तो
पूछो ना, मतलब कैरेक्टर थोड़ी बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन पूछोगे तब भी डायरेक्ट बता दूंगा ये चीज है।
गेम का कैरेक्टर कौन सा है?
गेम का कैरेक्टर माफिया का फेवरेट।
पेंसिल जैसे दिखने वाली चीज क्या है?
पेंसिल देखने वाली चीज वो है जिससे हम लिख सकते हैं।
आए ग्लोब में क्या दिख रहा है?
ग्लोब में मैप।
कौन सा मैप?
फ्री फायर का। क्या हो गया जोंटी भाई, नहीं हो पा रहा क्या?
तुम्हें लग रहा है कि तुम जीत रहे हो, है ना?
मैं जीत ही रहा हूँ और मैं ग्राउंड जीत भी चुका हूँ।
गोल गोल घूमने वाला ग्लोब है।
ग्लोब कैसे घूमता है?
या फिर वो ऐसे चिपका हुआ रखा हुआ है?
गोल गोल ग्लोब तो गोल गोल ही घूमता है।
गोल गोल वाला है।
ऐसे ना मुझे तुम देखो,
सीने से लगा लूंगा। यार तुम्हें सीने से लगाने का मन कर रहा, तुम्हारा एक्सप्रेशन ऐसा आ रहा है।
जीत के लगाएंगे अपन।
एक तो ऐसे आंखें घूर घूर के देखनी पड़ रही है।
मैं तो सोया भी नहीं हूँ।
पानी आ गया तो आंखों में से।
इतना जल्दी मत रो यार।
तुम्हारी आंखों में दिख रहा है दोस्त।
क्या दिख रहा है? यार मोहब्बत आपके लिए होनी चाहिए।
सोचो
यार, तुम तो बहुत टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हो। इतना कौन करता है? बहुत मतलब मौका देता हूँ, एक 1v1 का, फिर मुकाबला आगे करते हैं।
पेंसिल कैरेक्टर,
पेंसिल गेम का कैरेक्टर और एक ग्लोब, ग्लोब के ऊपर एक मैप।
चलो ठीक है, डिसाइड कर लिया।
बोलो।
सच बोल रहे हो?
सच बोल रहा हूँ। दिखा दो ऑडियंस। भाई यार तुम तो हार चुके हो। तुम्हारा क्या गैस था? ये रहा आपका ग्लोब, ये रही आपकी पेंसिल और गेम का कैरेक्टर। देखो खुद को देखो, ये ग्रेनेड होने वाला है, ये आपका ताज और ये
वेल प्लेड। सही बोला किया भाई तुमने।
डर मत, इनसे ही हल्का हाथ रखूंगा।
नहीं
देख सकते
गेम की तरह नहीं है ये।
कोई बात
यहाँ पे इजी, उधर भी इजी गेम में।
ठीक है,
खोलूं मैं?
खोलो खोलो।
दिखाई तो नहीं दे रही है ना भाई?
नहीं।
ये तुम दोनों से बेस्ट आया भाई।
सच बोलूं या झूठ बोलूं?
जो तू अच्छा कर सके।
एक गेम की कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर जैसा ही है, और एक चीज भी गेम का एक पार्ट है, और एक चीज गेम में लगे हुए हैं।
तीनों चीजें गेम
के मैप के अंदर बैटल रोल में।
कैरेक्टर हमारा प्लेइंग कैरेक्टर है, गन है?
गन नहीं है।
गन एक भी नहीं है
ना, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
तो कैरेक्टर का थोड़ा एट्रीब्यूट होता है, जो प्रेजेंट उनका एट्रीब्यूट होता है।
एट्रीब्यूट कुछ भी हो सकता है।
मतलब कुछ कैसे दिखता है, कुछ तो बता दोस्त।
ये फंस गया है।
दिखता लड़की जैसा है।
और बाकी 2 चीजें थोड़ा थोड़ा बताओ।
बाकी और एक चीज है जो गेम में हम यूज करते हैं।
यूज करते हैं।
उठा के
ये सही बोला दोस्त तूने। ये तो कंफ्यूजिंग था।
हम यूज करते हैं उसको।
हर मैप में यूज होता है हमारे।
हाँ, हर मैप में यूज।
वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड।
सबर करो, इतना जल्दबाजी।
वेल प्लेड दोस्त, वेल प्लेड।
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
हाँ।
एवरेज साइज का।
ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू। एवरेज साइज का।
सच बोल रहा है?
सच है।
लड़का था लड़की थी वो कैरेक्टर था?
लड़की।
लड़की है। और बाकी 2 चीजें हम गेम में यूज करते हैं।
हाँ।
तो ये मीली वेपन है या फिर गन है?
मिली वेपन है।
मिली वेपन है। बड़ा है छोटा है?
एवरेज है।
एवरेज टाइप ही है।
एवरेज
टाइप भी एवरेज ही है।
एवरेज है। नहीं, इंडिया कप में पता चल जाएगा यार।
तो मैच के अंदर ही पता चल जाएगा।
तीसरे के बारे में थोड़ा सा और डिटेल्स बताओ।
तीसरी वो है एक प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
हाँ,
बुश मतलब
जो गेम में यूज करते हैं हम। तो क्या हो सकता है?
गेम में यूज करते हैं प्लांट। मशरूम टाइप कैसे?
कुछ भी हो सकता है यूज तो हम।
पूरा मत बता।
कैरेक्टर का भी यूज।
अबे मशरूम लगा ले बोल देना।
हम मशरूम लगा
ले।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ, पर सच बोल रहा हूँ तो
पता चल जाएगा ना तो मेरे को।
नहीं, सोच लो अभी।
अरे भाई,
बाद में फिर खुद को बुरा
नहीं, कोई नहीं लगेगा। रिग्रेट नहीं करता मैं।
रिग्रेट नहीं करता।
हम बुरा नहीं मानते।
गेम में रिग्रेट कर दोगे।
अरे दिखाओ ना भाई।
भाई तो हार गया। देखो ये क्या है? सच बोल रहा था मैं भाई।
नाइस, वेल प्लेड।
आंखों से झूठ बोल पाऊंगा बट रियलिटी है।
सही है, वेल प्लेड। तो हैवी सामान।
माफिया, ये जरा इसको ना ऐसे रखियो बक्सा, मुझे भी नहीं दिखेंगे उनका कवर।
ओ
स्ट्रेटजी लगाएंगे ना।
आके बंदा, चलो फेयर प्ले।
खोलूं?
ना ना ना, अभी कहाँ
बंद आके।
हाँ बंद है।
हाँ निकाल लो, बस 1 मिनट।
देख रहे हैं ट्वेंटी सब।
खोलो खोलो, आके खोलो। ये तो कुछ खतरनाक सा है भाई। क्या चीज है ये? कौन सा जानवर है? जानवर का नाम मेरे को याद है।
चालू हो गया ये।
एक तो जानवर, इसका नाम है राइनो। राइनो बोलते हैं, जिसका सींग रहता है। एक राइनो है। एक मेकअप सामान है।
ठीक है।
मेकअप का वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो आँख के नीचे लगाते हैं?
क्या?
लड़की लगाते हैं आँख के नीचे।
हाँ।
एक वो है। और एक ये चीज क्या है, इसको क्या बोलते हैं?
याद नहीं आ रहा क्या भाई?
नहीं, रबड़। रबड़, हाँ रबड़।
रबड़।
हाँ रबड़।
रबड़
ठीक है।
छोटे से रबर जैसा थोड़ा सा ट्रायंगल शेप का है।
स्कूल में जो यूज करते हैं?
हाँ वही।
ये जो राइनो बोले कितना बड़ा है?
राइनो थोड़ा सा मतलब भयानक दिख रहा है।
हेवी?
हाँ हैवी।
जो लड़की यूज करते हैं कौन सा? लड़की तो बहुत सारे यूज करते हैं आंखों में।
अरे मतलब ब्लैक रंग का रहता है ना, काजल।
काजल।
ठीक है। ब्रांड नहीं लिखा बस में।
ब्रांड नहीं?
नहीं।
ठीक है, लड़की यूज करती है। गेम का कुछ नहीं है इसमें?
नहीं, गेम का तो ऐसा कुछ लिंक दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को। कुछ और जानना है तो थोड़ा कुछ इस चीज के बारे में। जो रबड़ है
सोचता हूँ मैं
सी है और उसका रंग है ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर है।
ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर?
हाँ, थोड़ा मतलब हाफ ऑरेंज और हाफ ग्रीन है सब।
कितना बार यूज करते हो आप दिन में?
रबड़ मैं क्यों करूँ भाई?
पहले कभी?
मैं करता ही
यूज नहीं करते? पेंसिल
नहीं करते ना,
गलती नहीं होती थी ना, रबड़ ही क्यों करूँ यूज?
यहाँ गलती नहीं होगी ना?
नहीं, बाद में सॉरी बोलते नहीं ना।
सच बोल रहे हो क्या?
वो तो आप बताओगे दोस्त।
डाउट हो रहा है ना भाई?
इंस्टिंक्ट पे जाओ अपने।
रबर है, आईलाइनर है।
आईलाइनर, हाँ करेक्ट।
यार और कुछ है? क्योंकि आईलाइनर के अलावा भी कुछ अलग लगाते हैं।
नहीं, वो काजल अब मेरे को इतना ब्रीफ नहीं पता, पर वो ब्लैक सा टिप है, उसकी लंबी सी लाइन है। वो
उसका पेन टाइप है?
हाँ, वो पेंसिल रहती है ना लंबी।
हाँ।
बिल्कुल पेंसिल, पेन नहीं पेंसिल, उसमें लंबी।
पेंसिल किस लगाएंगे
दोस्त? आईलाइनर नहीं लगाती लड़की।
सच बोल रहे हो?
कंफर्म कर दूं?
सच बोल रहे हो?
ये लो दोस्त, देखो आईलाइनर, रबड़ और राइनोसर।
दो
तीन एक ब्रो।
कोई बात
नहीं,
मैं समझा दूं।
इनकी टीम को समझाना पड़ता है हर चीज को।
अरे यार बस यहाँ जीत दी है, खुश हो जाएंगे यहाँ से जाके।
क्या नाम है आपका?
जोएब। तुम्हारा?
वोटा।
एक मार्कर है और एक कैक्टस है और ट्रक एक।
अच्छा, क्या क्या कलर किया है जो भी मेंशन किए हो?
एक ग्रे कलर का है और एक ग्रीन है, दूसरा भी ग्रीन टाइप है।
छोटे साइज के सब?
असलियत में तो दो बड़े।
सारे मिले हुए या खट्टे हैं, कैसा है?
वो तो अलग है।
फिर से बोलो, सारे चीज के बारे में डिस्क्राइब करो।
एक मार्कर है, एक कैक्टस है, ट्रक है।
बोलो सारे के कलर।
दो ग्रे है, एक ग्रीन है, दो ग्रीन है, एक ग्रे।
फिर ट्रक कौन सा है, मार्कर कौन सा है?
मार्कर ग्रे है, ट्रक ग्रीन, कैक्टस ग्रीन। बताओ सच है या झूठ है?
झूठ लग रहा है मेरे को।
सच है।
अरे यार, अच्छा कोई नहीं, गुड गेम। अबे तेरी बारी, पकड़ पाएगा?
पकड़ लूंगा, इजी है।
ठीक है, चलते हैं। एक शवल जैसा है, एक फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स, एक पेस्ट्री।
कलर?
ब्लैक ब्लैक ब्लैक, तीनों ब्लैक।
साइज बताओ, साथ में क्या अलग है?
अलग ही है।
वापस बताओ ना, कौन सी है?
पेस्ट्री, शवल, फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स।
एक और बार कलर ही बता दो बस।
सारे ही ब्लैक हैं।
फ्लेवर बता दो मेरे क्या?
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट वाइट भी होता है, ब्लैक एंड वाइट होता है वो तो।
गेस कर लो।
कर लो, तुम्हारी मर्जी, ट्राई कर लो।
झूठ है।
सच है।
अब
करो ना ऐसा।
और बड़ी नाम क्या आपका? ठीक है, खोल दूँ? ये आग बंद कर लो। एक ग्रेनेड है और एक मुकुट है, क्राउन, और एक आईना है। आईने का गोल्डन है और ग्रेनेड तो ग्रीन ही होता है। वाइट है और उसमें 3 डायमंड लगे। डायमंड क्राउन में। वापस से रिपीट करना, क्या कलर है? क्राउन का वाइट, अरे सॉरी, क्राउन का सिल्वर है, वाइट निकल गया मुझे। और ग्रेनेड ग्रीन और ये मिरर गोल्डन।
सबसे बड़ा ऑब्जेक्ट कौन सा?
ग्रेनेड लग रहा है मेरे को। अरे तीनों ही बड़े। नहीं, एक लेंथ में बड़ा है, एक विड्थ में बड़ा है।
वापस से रिपीट करना, कौन सी चीज़ है?
ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन, सिल्वर।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 Grand Finals. ब्रेक के पहले हमने देखा था सेमीफाइनल नंबर 1, लेकिन अब वक्त है सेकंड सेमीफाइनल्स का, और इसमें जो दो टीमें खेलने वाली है, these two teams need no introduction whatsoever because इनकी legacy इतनी ज्यादा बड़ी है कि जितना कहे उतना कम. And both these teams have had a flawless run in the Swiss stage. but nonetheless, we have to call them upon the stage. So give it up for our first team in question. Give it up for Jaunty Gaming! That is Johnny Gaming for you, ladies and gentlemen. But अब वक्त है दूसरी टीम को इनवाइट करने का स्टेज पे. And of course, this team once again जो लेगेसी कैरी करते हैं, जो प्लेयर्स के पास एक्सपीरियंस है, क्या ही कहना है. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Total Gaming! वैसे तो ये दोनों की दोनों टीमें गेम के बाहर एक दूसरे को भाई बुला दी, लेकिन गेम के अंदर आज क्या होगा वो तो सिर्फ गेम ही बता सकता है. लेकिन मैं जो क्लीन रिकॉर्ड की बात कर रहा था, जो स्विस स्टेज में इनकी डोमिनेंस की बात कर रहा था, both these teams have won both their matches and made their way to the grand finals. एक भी मैच नहीं हारे थे वो स्विस स्टेज में, and that is exactly the reason why this match is going to be just as good as it gets. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, हमारे casters इंतजार कर रहे हैं. So folks, take it away.
With the grand finals ahead of us, we are now waiting for a challenger who are going to fight against Godlike Esports. Now on stage, we have the two top teams of Clash Squad locking horns against each other here in TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is going to be Tanya, and we are looking forward to this matchup, to who seeing the next best grand finals is going to be. And what do you think? How do you think the teams are looking?
Well, this is El Clasico for Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. The Team Total Gaming, the Gladiators, the undefeated one, the discipline, everything is just right and they are undefeated by far. If we have a look at the next team, which is the relentless Team Jaunty Gaming, the fierce, the force to rip through any challenges up their way. They are both undefeated by far. But it is the moment where we are not going to just witness a battle. We are going to witness the fire to grab the grand finalist spot.
Yeah, now under question. Grand final spot 2. Who's going to take it away? That's what we are looking forward to. With such a strong entry, especially from Godlike. Now, yes, Jaunty Gaming have ever been so consistent. This Clash Squad has always shown their resilience. They took down teams like Godlike and managed to make it through. There was a question that was asked from Mamba while they were having the final interview once the grand final spot was confirmed for Godlike. Do you think you're going to be facing Jaunty Gaming, and is that also going to be a revenge? So Jaunty Gaming better watch out, because there is Godlike who's ready on the vengeance.
Sure, let's see, because talking of the revenge, NG Pros suddenly, or they failed to manage it somehow.
Yeah.
But are the revenge stories still due? Coming in from the side of Team Godlike. But right now, we have to talk about Team Total Gaming and Team Jaunty Gaming. Sure, they are super performing when we talk about Battle Royale mode. Right now, it is Clash Squad. They have been splendid in terms of their performance. But what questions me more is, are they going to continue with what they have delivered, or are they going to bring in some unique play styles?
Now, I think in Total Gaming, the whole team as a squad is very reliable. We never see one person outshining the other. That is how brilliant they've been playing. Whereas on the likes of Jaunty, they managed to look forward to a lot more Vincent and Kunal. Let's jump into the matchup itself. That is Jaunty Gaming versus Total Gaming. This is the semi-finals number 2 that you're looking at. And from here, only one squad will make it out for the title, for the trophy on the stage. Whether it's going to be Total Gaming or Jaunty, that is the question. And we are looking forward to maybe the options are open to anybody.
This is just not a match, but it's a war for survival, for pride, and for the glory. Two giants, one last chance to go ahead and grab the spot. Final spot for grand finals. Who will it be? Both have been undefeated. They never faced any strong challenges because they were the one dropping challenges on the other end. And right now, two undefeated teams fighting up against each other is one of the match. Not only us, Sam, but also the entire fandom, entire Free Fire Max community is waiting for. They want to see who is going to go and reach towards the grand finals.
Let's talk about this, right? Who is going to reach into the grand finals? Who's going to make it there? Who's going to cross or at least get to that finishing line closer? And now maybe the access to the trophy. Total Gaming on one end, as we've been talking about the players, they've been ever so good. Fozzy Ajay leading them. He might have not played a game, but he's always been there for the team in terms of that mental strength, and that has worked out for Total Gaming at all times. Mafia, Delete, Aztec, and Shanky. He's the one who puts the Shank to eliminations. But what are the maps they're going to be facing on? Which are the three? Let's take a look. What order is it going to be in?
Sure, because that is exactly going to show us how will the start be. Because talking about Team Total Gaming, there's one map, Kalahari, where they are very strong with. If you have to talk about Team Jaunty Gaming, Nextra is the map where they are very strong. And the last one is going to be Bermuda, where they both fit in well. It starts in the way where we are definitely going to see a 3-mapper happening. Kalahari, I do believe that the Team Total Gaming stands a stronger chance over here. They are the owners of this map, and Nextra is definitely totally owned and endured well by Team Jaunty Gaming.
This is the biggest question here when we are seeing the semi-finals number 2. Jaunty Gaming on Kalahari. They've not at all played a single game of Kalahari in their Swiss stages. They still managed to qualify with an ease flow as a breeze and make it into the semi-finals now. However, there you still had a chance, Tanya, that in case you lose a game or a matchup or a series, you have that second option. You move into the next stage of that Swiss stage, make it through 0-1 and still move ahead. But they didn't have that option at all. They didn't allow that from happening. But here, it is just playoffs. You win the game, you win the series, you're into the grand finals. You lose, you're out. NG Pros had a strong start, but they missed their opportunity. It also started on none other than Kalahari. Is it going to replicate the same thing? I'm worried for all these players. Ginotra, Jarvis, Kunal, and Jaunty himself. And just like how we were mentioning about Fozzy Ajay, Jaunty is that pillar for Jaunty Gaming. He makes sure that these young buds are ready for aggression here in Class Squad.
Talking of Team Jaunty Gaming, my all eyes are going to be on the bomber Ginotra. How well he is able to establish space for their team to move ahead and grab the center of the circle. Because sure, it is map of Kalahari, you are not going to get one. Talking of Team Total Gaming here, Mafia the Sniper is supposed to provide that cover required by Delete as well as Aztec. And talking of Shanky here, undeniable fact, the throwables are something that can create space for you.
Now when we were mentioning about Aztec, Mafia, Shanky and Delete, now these players, this is what I was saying, they are the best of those well-oiled engines that we are going to be seeing. And every time when we talk about MVPs, right, it has been Mafia, yes, we've seen Aztec, we've seen Shanky, it has been switching around, and therefore that tells us that it is not respected respective in terms of one particular player. It is going to be on the whole team, the weightage of it. But the main matter here is they're on the stage. While they were qualifying here, it was at the comforts of their boot camps or at home, wherever they were at. But right now, it is at this stage. There are lights, there are people watching at them. There's going to be you guys, viewers online, who are going to be wishing them the best. And what do you guys think in the meanwhile? Do let us know in the chat as well, because this is the ultimatum for both of these teams. One end, Jaunty Gaming knows their opponents that they've already defeated. Total Gaming on the other end have never faced the opponent. They've never had an opportunity to meet in Clash Squad. But here, now that these two are facing each other, is also for the first time, whereas the semi-finals one was a revenge-seeking matchup. Here, it's a clean sheet for both of these.
And that is why things are more interesting, because we do not know how are they going to perform. And maybe the map of Kalahari should be able to give us a little bit of understanding, a little bit of explanation how the remaining maps will be. It's great to see Fauzi Ajay supporting the team as and when needed, trying to just give a push, be confident enough, patting their back even before the performance, to just maybe show up that, yeah, you have done it good, you have to do it better today with the last room of opportunity.
You've made it so far, but it's still not the end. The end is after you finish the grand finals, you win in the grand finals, and that is right now the hunger that all these players are wanting to end on. That is the ultimate victory that we talk about, and the major share of 20 lakhs goes to that winning team. Who's going to walk away? It is going to be decided today, but I think when we spoke about these, this is the David versus Goliath. Could also have been the grand finals that we could have kind of expected here in the Clash Squad, because as we said, have never faced each other, have never lost a map as well. This is not about a game in general. They've never lost the series, never lost the map. Maybe around here and there, but that doesn't matter. You still managed to make it through. And Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, how similar their pitches are. Even when we were seeing that video between them when they were playing that bluff and truth game, right? They were trying to bluff and play that truth with each other. Certain times, yes, Total Gaming were maybe better in that, but here in the game, who is going to make it through the survivors and make a booyah for themselves?
While you are talking about the similarity of the teams, I did have a word with Team Jaunty Gaming as well as Jaunty himself, as well as Fauzi Ajay. They had the similar outcome. When I asked, are you going to win the Clash Squad as well as Battle Royale, they mentioned that sure, we are going to win both. But right now, what stands of importance is the characters that are to be banned, and Team Total Gaming is going to ban Oscar on the other end. Jaunty is going to take Skylar off the map.
And instantly we end up seeing Total Gaming getting themselves healing. They want that support to be more crucial in their fights, because we've been seeing against NG Pros and Godlike that they have had that close range battle that NG Pros almost wanted to push for. But with Cassie coming in right out of the gate, that is making sure that Total Gaming have the support ready. And now what does Jaunty Gaming play for? Are they going to start off with aggression? Yes, it looks like they're making sure that the aggression coming in from their end is also going to be good, and also coming from the opponent is going to be denied in the form of nades, because we're going to see a lot of it from Total Gaming.
We have got Zion and Steffi. That is totally understood, Steffi, for denying a lot of damage that you have to tank. And talking of Zayn, you want to rebuild an extra bit of health. On the other side, we have got Tatsuya. Yeah, sure, they ban Oscar, but then you have Tatsuya for the rush play and Sentino in the mix for that notorious play style. A good character abilities being picked up on either of the sides. But today the changes. Skylar was banned thoroughly by Team Total Gaming during the Swiss stage, and today it is Team Jaunty Gaming outplaying in the ban now of the abilities.
We've seen how crucial Skylar's ability Riptide Rhythm has been, especially in Clash Squad, right? Even in those last and final few fights where Godlike and NG Pros were, there was a amount of glue walls that were put up across each other, looking forward to finding a way across into victory, but it did not happen. If there was a Riptide Rhythm, it could have been easier, but going towards Jaunty Gaming, these last two picks, they go for Ignis, which we've seen, but it's Alok, the last one. That's a change from what we have seen so far.
Well, yesterday during dry run, we did see Alok being picked over and over time, but I wasn't expecting it to come towards the phase where there is no looking back. And on the other end, we have got Chrono. Sure, we do understand. You want that defensive set ready if there are any nades being popped upon you. Cassie for the electrotherapy, Tatsuya for the Rebel Rush, Sentino for going ahead and making such moves, and then in a blink of eye, you are able to fool them around. with the clone. Talking of Chrono, we already mentioned it. Alok as a healer and Ignis is a character to initiate the battle by delivering an ultra early damage with not giving any information to Team Total Gaming about how Jaunty Gaming is going to initiate the first pick.
This is an interesting pick coming through. Chrono, Santino, Tatsuya, Cassie. Now we can see there's already a duo set between Cassie and Tatsuya. They're going to rush with it, look forward to healing as well with that electrotherapy. And on top of it, something goes wrong. I'm pretty sure Chrono is going to be activated, and really like that it is on delete. And when he moves in, if in case Shanky of what he wants to play around, if that does not work out, there's that change of delete coming in with Chrono and making sure that there's an off angle coming through. But I think a crucial player so far has always been on the consistent MVP leaderboard has been Mafia, and that's why he's picked up on the sniper that Santino, and we've been seeing Santino played out in the previous matchup as well. Now here how it plays out is going to be crucial. On the other end, Jaunty Gaming have rather gone in for close-up battles rather than keeping a little bit of a distance, which is similar to what NG Pros decided in their approach. But how is that going to work out while they have also that distance, because Godlike were able to clear and get themselves into the grand finals because of that distant fight?
And somehow I do believe that Aztec is going to go ahead and give electrotherapy to the rusher, which is going to be Delete. So Aztec and Delete should be sticking to each other, having to rush, also self-healing themselves for the future fights. Somehow this sort of a mindset, this sort of a play set is going to be helpful. But then, talking to your point, which is who is going to take the long range fight, having no Skylar in the mix, sure, you can have up for grab with the Crazy Store by Cyber Airdrop, and if you're able to do that, that's great. You can have it in round number 1 and 4, and on the other side, let's see if Skylar will be equipped other way around. For the long range, if you have blue walls, not to be demolished, a long range is not of any worth, not of any help.
Now let's talk about this game itself. We've seen the picks coming in terms of characters. We know it's Kalahari. The stats, as we did mention about it, Jaunty, I feel like it could be a surprise. This might be that trump card which they've never shown, and that might actually come into play. If it does, I feel like it could be a problem for Total Gaming. Moving into the next game, it is going to be Nextra, where they're a lot more comfortable. And if Jaunty Gaming are able to pull that off, it could be a 2-0, which could have happened in even semi-finals 1, but that was denied by Godlike in such a phenomenal fashion. It was still a very close game, but I think I am expecting one of the players to shine up like Marco. How he stepped up today might be coming in from anybody on Jaunty's end.
Well, if you're talking about one single player, let's talk about Cropsy from Non-Stop Gamers.
Yes.
He gave his best. It was 200% with whatever he could have delivered. But it is not enough for one player to outshine all other 3 players. You have to go ahead as a team. You have to stick to each other, no matter if you get that sort of eliminations or no. But you have to be the support system. You're not fighting within yourself. You're fighting against an opponent. And both the opponents are the giants. Too strong to combat, but they are going to bring in best of the battles, and I'm very sure of today we are not going to see 1 or 2 players bringing in best of their play stats. It is all 4, because we both know the stakes are too high today.
Yeah, it is a lot on plate for both these teams, because everybody has been watching them. They've been those top teams even when we were looking at the Battle Royale, right? They should have been the first 2 teams who should have managed to qualify. Now, if you want to talk about maybe a little bit of rivalry, you could maybe hit up on that. That's going to be Battle Royale. Just because of one single booyah, Jaunty Gaming missed their qualification right in week 3, day 1. And that might be something that Total Gaming might use to channel themselves into a fight. This is those biggest of those battles. These 2 teams are kind of the top contenders. And even when I think both the Hindi desk, English desk and all the other desks synonymous in one of these 2 to be the champions. We even had that video out. Most of them Jaunty, most of them Total Gaming. That tells you that how crucial this matchup itself is. And that's why we said this is as best as the grand finals can get. And the grand finals is going to get even better with Godlike now looking at their opponents. One could be Jaunty, who they've already met as their opponents, and Total Gaming, the complete unknown. Like now Total Gaming will be fighting on an unknown of Jaunty's Kalahari, whereas they are still sure, as you mentioned, Total Gaming, that's a stronghold for them.
And talking to Fish, Godlike is going to inspect very closely and understand as well, because they are about to fight one of these teams.
Yep.
As closely, we are going to witness this map. Godlike is also going to go ahead, analyze, and also build in some strategies to decide about what approach should we go ahead with.
Now, I think Jaunty Gaming, it's clear cut from their end, and as you mentioned, right, had a chance to even come down to Lucknow with the players itself, Vincent and Kunal, and they were telling what happened during the Battle Royale and what they did kind of go through during Clash Squad. They were a lot more comfortable there, and as it already states, it's Clash Squad, right? In that it is going to be a team game coming through, and I think it's very well unfurled from Ginotra in terms of how he's making it play for Kunal, Vincent, and so forth. And if that continues here, if that cascades as well, it could be a problem. And I was talking about it. Total Gaming work on momentum, whereas Jaunty Gaming is not something that they want. They are always reliant, consistent. Doesn't matter they lose a round or a game, they still have a chance to make a comeback. But the big question mark in my mind still strikes that none of these two teams have ever lost a game. So how is that comeback going to be staged? Whereas Jaunty did make a comeback all the way in BR.
I do believe it is a 3-mapper for sure. Even if Jaunty Gaming is not able to get the hands on Kalahari, they still do have Nextra up next, where they are having a stronger hand, and they have been performing there very closely and perfectly. Very rarely do we see some teams being very strong with one particular map, where Jaunty Gaming has excelled the map of Nextra. But then the question mark still remains with both of us, Bermuda being the decider map, where both of them are very equally comforted.
Yep. I think Bermuda is going to be a decider, which ended up being a decider previously as well, and that's where I'm kind of trying to function and understand if that is going to be a situation here, because there is that truth to both the things, that it could be a 2-0 and 2-1 as well, and that's why I was talking about Kalahari is going to be very crucial, which was the same thing when non-stop gaming pros did take up that advantage, but it was not enough for them. Cropsy, phenomenal job, but here I feel like maybe it could be Shanky's day, and on the other end, Vincent has always been having his day. He has been the ever so consistent player along with Kunal. These two players could become a duo here for Jaunty Gaming. That could be the trouble for Total Gaming, and if they don't manage to break this down, if they don't start eliminating those players first, it could become a problem, because right back on semifinals 1, it was that mental breakdown somewhere between the lines that I was seeing, that NG pros were unable to put their best foot forward. Imagine, Mannu was one of the best players that we saw during Clash Squad. He was on the top in terms of 10 eliminations, 14 eliminations, something down that line, and today he was barely able to get closer to 5.
So the situations do change. As we have already mentioned, the comfort zone from wherever you were playing is not that. It is the LAN scenario. Everybody is playing at the same space, and you have to create the comfort from here. And talking of NG Pro, sure, they have made it clear on the map of on the side of Clash Squad, but they still have a room of opportunity to grab a trophy. That is going to be tomorrow in the Battle Royale mode.
Let's talk about even the characters that they had picked up, right? I think I ended up maybe thinking a lot more information-seeking characters would be picked up, like Clue, which was a lot more evident during our Swiss stage qualifiers for this finals itself. But here, they did not go for it. And I think maybe that goes into their aggression and play style. And that's where we were looking at those characters helping out each other, trying to push it forward. And I think that could come into play here. As we are stepping into Kalahari, it is game number 1 between Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming to decide who is going to be stepping into the grand finals. It all starts here.
Definitely the Giants are going to lock the horns. And ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to get the second finalist for Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 Clash Squad. And the circle of Santa Catarina, where Team Total Gaming is already aggressing up close and personal. On the other end, Team Jaunty Gaming also inching closer, but bit by bit, they're not rushing in.
Take full control of the ship. On the edges of it is Jaunty Gaming. Total Gaming, they're not giving them the first opening, because that's going to be crucial in this start matchup between these gents. Total Gaming playing together. Shanky, he's ready with the shotgun, and now Jaunty Gaming slowly climb up. Ginotra gets spotted, Chavez as well, and they hide instantly behind the cover.
The cover for sure, but how long can they hide? That's still going to be a question. We have got all 4 players intact. Nobody is ready to initiate this fight. Where is that aggression that we all were talking about? The combative nature from both the teams has taken a pause. They both are realizing that it is not the time to show up first. We have had one real battle in the map of Kalahari. We witness it? No. The shots are all on, and Vincent is the player that is on the ground.
He's trying to cover his teammates, but Total Gaming are rushing together on the top of this helm and trying to take control. And Jarvis and Vincent find one. Players are falling down one after another, and it is Jaunty Gaming. They clean that shop and ship together, getting round 1.
Heading towards round 2, losing the pistol round. And obviously, the economy for Team Jaunty Gaming is going to be not slightly better, too better. On the other hand, we do see double pistols and Uzi. Talking of Aztec and Uzi, he has done it multiple times with the spray that he delivers. He's able to take 2 knocks at a time. Will he be successful enough? Where on the other hand, you have UMP to fight against Vincent is going to give a long range cover, both heading towards the center of the circle of Refinery.
Mafia using Santino in case something goes wrong. There's not a big buy coming in from Total Gaming. Little spend, that's all. On the other end, Jaunty with this round victory that they already have under the bag. They will look forward to the next. Lead unable to find lot on Pulis, but Jarvis, after finding one, instantly gets traded out and confirmed. And Aztec also going down, while Mafia might have found only one elimination. His teammates, they're falling apart one after another. Kunal picks off one, and it's down to Mafia to save. Can he do it? He's been the MVP for the team. The Ignis comes in through, and now they know where they're heading from, and Mafia has to be ready. A 2v1 situation. Glue wall up, again Ignis being used. He's going to take this damage a tad bit, but moves right in the nick of time, and now the move comes in. Mafia puts him down. This is a 1v1. It has to be clutch, but Ginotra, round number 2 itself, and the main man IGL does the job when needed.
A good lead now. It is 2-0 coming in, and Team Jaunty Gaming is starting to show the true colors. No matter whatever the map they are playing, they are being treacherous for now. Team Total Gaming, they have to make sure they buckle up now, because if they keep on slipping the rounds, which is one of their best maps, it'll be too tough to go ahead and perform in the map of Nextra. Council Hall will be this particular circle. Jaunty Gaming going as a 3-man roster alive, pushing in with only 1 man left away. They do not see action. Ball will be deployed. Delete is the man who is trying to counter the stop, but Aztec will take the initiative. He will get the grenade knock on his name, but that is not handy. 4v4 will take the situation, except there is a maze of 2 all between them.
Total Gaming, they think they're trapping Jaunty, and it's worked. They found one. Ginotra, the man who found the clutch in round 2, is down 6 feet under. Now Jaunty Gaming as a 3-man squad have to figure out the next approach here in Council Hall. Are they ones who are going to preside over it? And they are starting things off. The side coming in, Shanky going in berserk. But finally the weapons are better, and still Total Gaming and Shanky. He shanks them to death. Elimination found, and the first round written.
Shanky with the sight. Well, it has been a little gladiatorial that I talked about. What a way to perform and execute. 3 guns blazing on the other side. Well, I do not need any gun. I'll get my melee out. I'll go hit one, followed by the other. He did deliver damage to the 3rd one, but then he was left with no HP, with which he was taken down immediately. This is going to be the first round ever win, won in the map of Kalahari from Team Total Gaming. Bayfront, players inching in. Tower is the player point of contact. Nobody is looking forward to go ahead and grab the cyber airdrop. Sure, in the previous map, had one. Blue wall is the cover for now, thanks to no Skylar being equipped.
Jaunty, they did secure the previous cyber drop, and this time again, they would want to do so. But look at how close both of them are. And both of them just hiding. It's a 2v2 battle right at that tower. And while the other players are slowly inching closer, Delete, I think, has the best opportunity. Kunal doesn't have information about that. Delete has to make sure that Aztec and Shanky know about this push coming in on that flank, and then Delete can start things off. Slowly moving in, Ginotra. He was the first man to fall in the previous round, but this time he wants to be the first to find the opening.
Going to get the picture about the positioning of the offense. Cassie's trying to get the information going. And in from the right, lead will be taken down in no time. Shanky up for the trade. Ginotra and Jarvis also on the lead. And this round goes immediately in the favor of Team Total Gaming. It is an equalizer. It is 2-all.
Shanky is coming up big. And it looks like if he keeps doing this, Total Gaming and now into their realms of Kalahari. This is what they generally do. This is their map, their stronghold. And they should be looking forward to controlling it. It started in Council Hall and now they want to make sure they're the ministers of Kalahari.
On the circle of Mammoth, they are trying to pave their way towards the cyber airdrop because it is going to stand of importance, and going upwards towards the force. Team Jaunty Gaming, they are trying to get more of information and more of long-range fight. Sure, Vincent has got the weaponry to get that sort of a fight in their favor, but the ground levels is held strongly by Team Jaunty Gaming. A good cover, no initiative as soon as I talk about it. Aztec will be able to deliver a lot of damage to Vincent. There's enough room to heal yourself. There's not the closure point, or you're going to get the confirmation anytime.
Ginotra has to step up. It has to be his time. He had an opportunity, but he found only one round. The next one, he did not make it through. And right now, Total Gaming are taking that advantage. Even though two of their players, Aztec and Delete, have not found an elimination, they've been helping the team. Now Aztec is down. That could be a problem. This could be the opening for Jaunty Gaming, and they have to play it out smart while two players are rushing closer. Jarvis picks this elimination, confirms it on the Mammoth Bones. While Total Gaming, they want you to be a little quicker. They do lose a player.
Without Aztec, it is a pre-report situation where the information is going here, and also DJ Alok doing all the work for Kunal over here. He will be able to confirm Chrono being deployed but used otherwise. It is a 2v4 right now, where now Team Jaunty Gaming decides to hop down, touch the floor. Ignish was the initiative for Vincent himself. A lot of damage already delivered. Shanky very low on it. He will be taken down by Kunal. It is all about the last man standing. Mafia is standing for more. Team Jaunty Gaming grabs the victory and also the lead with the scoreline of 2-3.
Kunal is MVP category. He has been ever so consistent. We were talking about Jaunty Gaming as a whole, but right now, if you even check in terms of the stats, the highest KD is none other than Kunal. He has the most amount of eliminations ratio better in his favor from anybody else. And it again proves 5 eliminations. Jaunty Gaming, this is not the best, but the most right now surprised is Total Gaming, because this should have been their control. Now Enshrines moving up faster, having the higher ground advantage. Holding it for now, Kunal using the melters, but Total Gaming, they're rushing towards Kunal. He might be in deep trouble, 3-on-1, and they put him down. Vincent, he was not there in just time to help him out, but Vincent and Jarvis, they're getting closer. Total Gaming in that meantime, they disassociate, finding a way better, and Shanky, who was jumping, falls to death, and now it looks like trouble, but still the lead might be able to find an opening, as the and Aztec, they have not found a single elimination so far, and Ginotra is the last one, but he doesn't survive for long, and Aztec and Delete put numbers on the board and equalize the score.
A good round played, and it was way more clinical with what Team Total Gaming has played for the previous round, the way the initiative was taken by Team Total Gaming, which is running in, pushing in. Sure, no confidence coming on the way. All they decided was to take down the MVP player of the previous map or the previous round of Mammoth. Kunal was taken down, followed by one after the other. It was all left to Ginotra, where he was held with 1 versus 3, which was a tough call to make, where he was already very low on HP. Here comes who is going to take the lead. Still stands a bigger question here, because now Jaunty Gaming has realized not to aggress.
Jaunty Gaming, they've given them opportunities. Total Gaming should have not made it so far. They had the upper hand. They should have closed it right there and then. It could have been a 6-0 if possible. Jaunty Gaming, it is Shanky with that scythe who brought the confidence back. If one player is able to do that, that is now an effect that all the players are feeling. That Shanky is doing this for us. Let's all do it for Shanky and Total Gaming as a whole. Shanky, he did get hit upon, but Delete and Mafia find knocks. And now Kunal and Jarvis, the last survivors. Kunal all on his lonesome, while the entire brutal force of Total Gaming are trying to dominate. Recovery done, but it's not going to be enough. Jarvis trying his best, but he was only able to find one knock. And now the whole team out. And that is the lead that Total Gaming take here in Kalahari.
Just to remind you guys, the team to secure 6 points first is going to go ahead and on the map of Kalahari, hoist the flag. Sure, they hoist their flag while entering the grand stage of LAN for Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. But then they are going to make Kalahari as their own. Both have been undefeated by far with the strongest score lines ever. One of the team is not going to make it. If you have a look at the overall scorecard, Shanky is doing all the heavy lifting for the team. Ginotra has to buckle up, has to level up if to have to be in the mix, in the picture.
Total Gaming, they have an advantage, they have confidence. Now they are in momentum. This is what I said, Total Gaming. They move on momentum and now that is built up. And they just need 2 more rounds to close it off, whereas Jaunty Gaming, they are behind. Can they equalize the score? Jaunty Gaming taking it one step at a time. Kunal going in for a flank. Mafia, I think he did not spot that. It could be an opportunity. If Kunal finds the opening, Total Gaming might suffer a loss here and it could be an equalizer. Delete. Trying his best with that AC-80 to spot from afar, while Shanky and Aztec do the close job deed ahead.
Well, Mafia being spotted, taken down now. That is a massive loss already. Mafia is silenced by Vincent immediately. Jarvis very low on it. He's going to go ahead, heal himself up. You all are going to bring in best of the covers. And here we go. Shanky making all the better moves for the team. Will it be sufficient enough to go ahead and win it 2v3? The lead stands in no place for revival. And now Aztec and Shanky have to create a duo, which is going to bring the round in their favor.
Shanky will try to get closer, and along with him Aztec pushing up. But look at Jarvis, he's gone up closer. Ginotra helping out. Shanky is down, and the final blow landed by Kunal. And it's an equalizer. Jaunty Gaming, this is why I said they don't need momentum. They just need to build their team together, irrespective of what's happening. And they're a team, irrespective of where the score stands at. They can get back to a winning streak.
And here we go towards the next round. It is going into a seesaw pattern. Each team going in, grabbing one round in the favor and then going in ahead for the next very round. Here we go. Aztec with the hand cannon. Let's see what is he going to go ahead with initiative to get some early knocks. If you have a look at Mafia versus Vincent, the story that we were talking about right before the match started, they are looking forward for each other to take down. And Shanky is already trying to cook the grenade perfectly to take at least one player down.
Mafia, his position is always going to be crucial. Previously, Kunal played it smart for the flank, and now Jarvis, as you can see, up close and personal with Zayn. Trying his best on the Trogan, and there it is, and again an opening. Mafia is that crucial player. If he keeps going down, the backlines are lost, and that's when Jaunty Gaming keep pushing. Aztec is down. Can Shanky do something? Can his sight come out? It says no, as Jaunty secure 5. Game 1 closer for Jaunty Gaming's victory and the booyah.
What a round, and no long range support made any worth and of an advantage. And if you have a look at this particular map right now, what we have to talk is how well Team Jaunty Gaming is doing all the work to go ahead, grab that lead. And all what we have seen is eye for an eye, toe for a toe. What we are talking right now is, will Team Total Gaming go ahead and grab that 5th score on their name, or is it going to be a closure where Jaunty Gaming haven't lost a single map and they are going to go continue without losing a single one?
Could be the last round here. Mafia has to understand that Jaunty Gaming, what they've done so far is understood that Mafia is going to be in the backlines. He's going to try to fight that long distance war, and that is the reason this time Mafia is not behind. He's playing with the team together. But he's made a move with that Santino. That could be smart. This time, Jaunty Gaming, they've not managed to get closer here on Refinery. This is a spot that Total Gaming are a lot more familiar. They could have an upper hand here. The scores could come down to 5 and 5. And Total Gaming, that's why they're making sure that let Jaunty Gaming make the move. Shanky, he had a wonderful play at Council Hall, but after that he thought he would go all in. He did for the next round, but after that he slowed down. He's trying to play with his team, and here is the momentum break that Jaunty Gaming have done, and that is the reason Total Gaming are still trying to figure what's the best approach against Jaunty Gaming.
It's players turning stationary for a while, realizing this is the round of importance. With Gaming is also not giving any information, but Mafia has enough to shut Kunal down. Will he be revived? As first player went down, the player barges in, pushes in, get that confirmation. Ginotra shut Aztec will go, and there's no scope of revival. It is a 3v1. Jarvis, the last man standing. How long can he last? Will he be able to grab that? He gets one on his leg, and this is the last player remaining. Shanky will do the deal, and it is the most awaited equalizer. The show continues on the map of Kalahari.
5 and 5 it is. Jarvis, a 1v3 almost. So close. He had the opportunity, but Shanky, it is in front of him, and Shanky, this man is the unknown entity from Total Gaming. Towards the end of it, when it is much needed, he always delivers, sitting at the highest in terms of total eliminations. 10 in his name. And if this continues, it could become a problem for Jaunty Gaming. Right now, again, Shanky doing the deed, building the confidence back at Bayfront. Mafia, he's always the opener, the sneaky player. And again, finding an angle that he wants to hopefully find that knock. And that's when Total Gaming rush on Jaunty Gaming and then conclude the fight, win the round. And right now at stake is this Kalahari map.
The entire stage is there. 8 players intact. They are not immobilized. They are waiting for the perfect time to go ahead and click the pressure point. Trying to go for the rotation, use the chrono, realizing the damage is real. Shanky doesn't want to get down on the knees, going back foot. A smart strategy though, whereas if you have a look at the team Jaunty Gaming, they have got the information of the high grounds as well. They made sure the high grounds work for them. That works on the ground of damage, and they are making sure of this circle also goes into their favor. No initiative, no knocks, exchange of lead. All the healings might have been used. All the repair kits might have come to an end. And here comes the rush. Shanky making a move. Kunal down on the knees. And Jarvis trying to go ahead. Give the cover. Will he be enough? Running up in the open. Was punishable enough. Ginotra, the last man standing. How long will he survive? Having hand cannon in his hand.
Vincent also there to help him out with the Ignis. Sends that flame, but it's not going to be enough. It's the last man and make it no more as Total Gaming get game 1 in their favor. It did not start for them midway as well. It was not in their name, but towards the end, Total Gaming showing why Kalahari is theirs. They close it in their favor. They get the booyah, and it is Mafia, Delete, Aztec, and all hats off to Shanky. Kalahari is theirs.
What a way to end, and now we can say there were 2 undefeated teams. Finally we get to see Team Jaunty Gaming losing a single map. They have been winning every map that they have played, and a good show being brought by Shanky himself. We will not underlie the performance or coming in from the side of Mafia. The way he got the early picks, the way he initiated the battles, and the way he lured Jarvis to just go ahead and revive his teammate. Because that is the way you function. If your teammate is down, all you want to go is revive him. And that is where the bait was real. He started pushing. He was taken down.
And I really like how Mafia used Santino to its best. And the main reason, because he was being the sniper, right? It was crucial to not let his position be known. Sometimes he was sending Santino ahead, and therefore they were thinking, oh, Mafia is here, but instantly changes his position using Santino. And the other way around, he leaves the Santino mannequin behind, and then he goes ahead, and when it's time, he switches back, and now they're in confusion, because all the rounds that Jaunty Gaming won is because Mafia was found first. You could again go back and see it was Mafia's knock, the reason being Jaunty Gaming's victory, and eventually Total Gaming figured this out, and they understood, let's not give our trump card, the man with the vision. He has all insight. He might be even the almighty at this point, Mafia. And Fauzi Ajay, as soon as that game 1 ended, he was so happy for his lads that he instantly is like, good job done, but it's not yet over.
And this is one of the finest play of Santino by far. Let's to accumulate all the plays from the Swiss stages on the 5th of September as well as 12th. Santino played perfectly, executed perfectly from the side of Team Total Gaming. And let's see, in the map of Kalahari, sure we did talk about it multiple times. Team Total Gaming has got an upper hand if we have a look on the map of Kalahari. Now, next map is going to be the map of challenges, where Team Jaunty Gaming is way more stronger and they have got upper hand in terms of performance, in terms of getting those rush eliminations.
Nextra, it is the next one up.
Yes.
But is it the next one to win this series itself for Total Gaming? But I think there's a major role here of Fauzi Ajay for Total Gaming. He has been that. When I mentioned Jaunty Gaming being the pillar, Fauzi Ajay is the literal wall here, making sure that their strategies are concrete. Unhappy faces from Jaunty Gaming because they knew they had this in control. Chavez, he knows he had an opportunity not once but twice. He wanted to make sure his team won it. And this is that mental setback that happens, but he has to reset. He shouldn't allow this to happen, Chavez. It is a big stage. It does happen. But you could see the frustration on his face. This is where we say the big stages matter. This is where you as a player have to change. Our viewers, this is the level of competition that you see of our survivors who are trying their best. And again, look at this man, Shanky. 12 eliminations, and he started off with only sighting across his opponents. That was the round where Total Gaming brought round number 1 in their name at Council Hall, and that's where I said they are the ministers of Kalahari. They presided at Council Hall and commanded everywhere.
Shanky, well, he has all the way to go ahead and celebrate the way he owned the map of Kalahari for all the teammates. Sure, he got a perfect support required. If you have a look at the elimination, he had massive 12 eliminations on his name with a total worth of 3,230 damage points, which is amazing as well. Let's also have a look on the scoreboard, which is going to bring us more information on the map.
While he did pick up 12 eliminations, we did see Aztec and Delete not picking one towards the start of it, but when it mattered, when they were the last survivors, they did pick eliminations and got Total Gaming the victory. They're sitting at 5 and 2 eliminations respectively, but their assist, the characters that they were using was the main crucial thing. We spoke about it, using Cassie over there, making sure that works out. Alok in that mix of it is something that maybe Jaunty Gaming were thinking, what could have been better for us? And for now, they did do big. Vincent, as always, being closer to that MVP. He also has better in terms of eliminations. One additional to Shanky, 13. But somewhere in the mix, when it actually mattered, Gunotra missed his clutch opportunities. Jarvis missed his clutch opportunities. And I think this is the first time I'm saying this, also seeing it. Kunal is a tad bit lower on eliminations. He's sitting at 7, but I expected him to doing a lot more, while Vincent as well is just sitting at 3. Yes, he has 13 assists, so maybe you think he's a part of 16 eliminations, but yes, there was a lot more in terms of the deed to be done.
Look at Aztec with 16 assists. That is what I was talking about. The throwables are going to do all the dirty work for the team required to go ahead and grab that extra early point for their team. And 16 assists is for sure massive. And best of 3 on the map of Kalahari. Total Gaming owning first round on their name. Scoreline was very close. 6-5. Anybody could have taken it, but the pause that was taken and Jaunty Gaming played a little receptive. There is still a room of opportunity. Next map being Nextra. Now, Sam, do you think we are close to have a scoreline of 2-0 by any chance?
I mean, I kind of would, and I'm pretty sure our viewers would kind of side on this. The only reason being, just we saw the camera when it did pan on players, they were a tad bit unhappy. It seems to be hitting too hard. They need to understand that this is a best of 3. They've not lost the series, just a game. And it is also a map that they never played on. So Total Gaming had an upper hand. They knew how they wanted to play. Whereas Jaunty Gaming, it was their first time stepping on this stage. It was not even a Swiss stage of qualification to this Clash Squad mode. It is this, the biggest ones to enter into the grand final. So it would have been tougher for them. But even to getting 5 rounds against Total Gaming is a big deed done. They have to think at the positive of it. And that's going to be very crucial from Gunotra to turn that mentality, to change that mindset and get them back into action. Because as Vincent and Kunal is talking to Gunotra to try and figure out, whereas Jarvis is all silent. And that is something that could affect towards the end. And that's what happened. If you look at the whole picture, right? there were eliminations individually. But where they missed is on those clutch moments. As individuals, they started off well towards the beginning, but towards the end, when they did have an opportunity, the room for getting that opportunity of a round in their victory, but they did bigly miss it.
Sure thing. Now, all Team Jaunty Gaming has to do right now is forget whatever has happened, reset, and win 2 back-to-back maps
Yes.
to stay in the league, to fit in the slot of Grand Finals. And if they are able to do so, that's great. If not, Team Total Gaming is going to grab all the advantages by going ahead and use this demotivated mindset of Team Jaunty Gaming by going ahead, going as aggressive as possible, and winning out very clearly 2-0. They have never lost a single map, and they might not.
Now here's the thing, the positives might not yet been seen on the stage, but we have a positive here for Jaunty Gaming. That is Nextra. We've been speaking about it, but why have we been so confident for Jaunty Gaming? Is the score. They've had 6-0, 6-0 twice when they played on Nextra. That is the amount of command that they have on Nextra. That is the amount of control that they have. That is the amount of success that they've seen. That is both on Vasista Esports, who've been in a phenomenal form through the BR qualifiers that we've seen, and on Godlike, who we just saw on stage. They defeated them 6-0 in Nextra. This is where now that mindset that they have to reset and understand it is a strong map. Kalahari might be theirs, Nextra is ours.
Yeah, they have to bring in that sort of mentality to bring in whatever the best changes. And you know what? I do believe Skylar should not get banned. They punished themselves because Vincent was not able to deliver the way he usually does on the map of Battle Royale. Because the glue walls were covering all the vision, all the view. No matter whatever higher ground you go ahead and pick, there is a possibility where you go ahead, place a glue wall, and not able to get that angle required for the sniper of the team.
Now they have to understand that maybe a little back and forth on the characters that they picked up, as you rightfully mentioned. Maybe it was not at the best. We did see Zion, we did see Ignis, but towards that fight when Total Gaming actually were moving in, right, for the close range battle, they did not care about the Ignis flame coming through. They did not worry about it at all. They were rather like, let's go, let's hit in the fight, let's see what change they can make. And there was nothing much Jaunty Gaming. They were rather worried that how are they challenging us on this flame? And I think that's where Jaunty Gaming were not ready for when Total Gaming made a full-on fast push. Let's jump into game number 2's character select. And the ban starts things off on Oscar again. Same what they did in the previous round. That was Oscar. But where is the ban going to go from Jaunty Gaming? As you mentioned, are they going to give Skylar a rest on the ban? Give a chance for an opportunity of a pickup. But if Total Gaming, they pick it up, then this ban that they did deny and choose another character will be against them. So Jaunty Gaming, they have to make a wise call.
Because they made a mistake there, they wouldn't want to make it again. And which is the player? They're going ahead and banning. That shouldn't be used. And it's going to be Tatsuya. 2 rushes denied. Ignis should be able to do the deed.
Yeah, making sure Shanky doesn't run all the way across. They've managed to put a stop to Tatsuya. And instantly, look at this, Total Gaming clearly inclining on support. They want to be the survivors. And look at Fawzi Ajay riling them up. This is what I mean, especially on stages like this, right? When we say it's because of the stages, you need somebody to pump you up to the core. And that's where it enables you to get that victory, get Booyah, and close this. And it could become a 2-0. Now I'm worried. Looking at how Fawzi Ajay and Jaunty Gaming on our cameras are, it is completely different.
Cassie being picked once again, and Aztec used it very wisely at the time of rushing or maybe at the time of going in flanking. Let's have a look. Now we have got Steffi and Zion being picked once again. A little bit of repetitive style spotted, which did not deliver much, but the only problem in the previous ban selection was they denied one of the strongest thing, which was Skylar. Now nobody is picking it either.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's the cause there.
Total Gaming have another opportunity here for Skylar, and we did see how impactful it was when Godlike and NG Pros played. Gave opportunities with Steffi. Yes, Jaunty Gaming did make it work till the very end, because we did see Aztec in that council hall only when we were talking about it. If that Steffi was not active, that knock wouldn't have come through, and then the opening to find Total Gaming their first round might not have come across. And Jaunty Gaming would want to realize that this Steffi is going to help them out. Zion as well, yes. The extreme mentality mindset that we end up seeing with Zion is a common thing in Clash Squad. And on the other end, it's Alok again, Ignis again being picked. the same characters, Total Gaming. This is why I said once they build momentum, right, they are very confident on it. And from there on, they decide to choose the same thing going forward, and that doesn't ever trouble them.
And for now, if I had to call it a say, I would say they are not going to repeat the final pick. They are waiting Skylar to be introduced in the mix, because the team to deny that character ability, they should be picked on at least one of the teams. Then what's the point if you change that? Sure, you want to stop, and here we go, Skylar and Coda for the information. Now, this is one of the strongest team picks I have seen in the Swiss stage. Coda, Skylar, Steffi, Zayn, and Tatsuya not here in the rush.
I was missing this. To be honest, this is why I said Clue, the other informants that we end up seeing here, that should have been picked in game one itself. And it was missed by from both the teams, but Total Gaming did not need it. They played it out, and look at them. They've not at all changed even a single character ability. They have all of them, ending it with Chrono. Coda now is going to be crucial. This information, we were talking about it, how Kunal, all alone on his fights, he was going on a flank, looking forward to an opportunity. He was the one creating the position of Mafias to be known and then put him down. And this time now they have Coda, which is going to give them a lot more advantage to seek that information out quicker.
What I think is now they're going ahead and give Vincent the exact frame that is needed. Skylar and Coda. Sniper he is. And he will be able to deliver exactly what is in the need for Team Jaunty Gaming. Because if they lose this, they are out, and they wouldn't want that. So Vincent is the key player now. They are trying to retaliate exactly Mafia style. They want to make sure the initiative is taken from the Sniper with Skylar in the mix and Coda for all the required information. Vincent is the player to watch out for on the side of Team Jaunty Gaming. But Total Gaming bringing in no change. Sam, what do you have to say? Don't you think there should have been a little bit?
There is a change. Because the characters look so similar, we were thinking there is no change. There is a change. Ignis was being played by Jaunty Gaming. Now they pick it up. We previously saw Santino. That is the change. That's why I was wondering. Wait, I did see Santino. Where did I miss it out? Total Gaming, Mafia was having character ability of Santino using that mannequin. Ignis is the one that got changed. It wasn't Jaunty Gaming. They went for a Skylar and Coda, and here Ignis makes its play in Total Gaming's name. And that is the change that we end up seeing. And that's what I was wondering. It looks like there is no change, but there is. And there is, that's Ignis.
And there are two healers now for Team Total Gaming. So whatever, they go ahead, pick a fight, go back, recharge themselves, and then they pick more fight. But will Vincent allow that? Because I talked clearly, Skylar being picked by Vincent, which is time and essence of the need. And on the other side, Aztec will continue with Cassie, Shanky going in as Alok. Now that is going to be a question mark for me. I'll tell you why. He has been a player to rush in, grab those elimination points, and then continue. He doesn't have the rush skill as of now, which is totally denied from both the sides. No Oscar, no Tatsuya. Will Shanky be able to deliver what he has done in the map of Kalahari? Ignis, sure, Mafia should be the point of contact, should be the initiator, but then he's a sniper altogether. How is he going to create the space for the team? Delete using Chrono, understandable, not a question there.
Now, we did even see Tatsuya. Okay, wait. So, slowly and steadily, now I'm just getting back to Total Gaming having two changes. They did have Tatsuya as well into play. This time, Tatsuya is banned. Ignis and Chrono, Alok being used. As you rightfully said, their support, right, as of now, in terms of the picks that they've made, will help them in terms of durability, in terms of surviving in Nextra. And that's what I think Total Gaming's plan is. Survive as long as possible. Let Jaunty Gaming do all that they need. Exhaust their abilities and then eventually strike when Jaunty Gaming has nothing much to do. Catch them in an off position when they're either reloading, moving around, running away. Catch them, then put them down. And if again Mafia starts finding his openings, it is going to be a problem.
They will not have enough time to heal themselves up, because Skylar's Riptide Rhythm is going to take away the only cover. Because if the cover is gone, when are they going to heal up? How are they going to take a move? How are they going to go ahead and pick up that sort of a rotation? And talking of which, Genotra is a little worried, is little concerned, and makes sense as well.
They're a game down. This is a best of 3. This is the semi-finals. That's where this worry comes in from. The characters, a tad bit of a change on Total Gaming. Ginotra, first we saw this face from Jarvis, and this is why I'm worried about. I don't know what's happening. Jaunty Gaming, we need Jaunty on stage. He has to get back and let his players know, hey, it's all right. Don't worry about it. You guys can get through. But there's one thing, like how we ended up seeing Fauzi Ajay, right? He instantly came up on stage, talked to his team, decided what they wanted to play for Nextra. Jaunty believes in his teammates. He is like, I know them, they're very reliant, they'll do the job. I do not have to go and let them know, let's do this. They know what's best for the game. And that's what, even when I was having a conversation with him, and I think that confidence gives Jaunty Gaming, telling his players that, hey, I still know that and believe that they have an opportunity. But I think in a big umbrella of bracket, if you want to kind of talk between these two teams, which we did not start off with, is Total Gaming. In the performances that we've seen, especially in Clash Squad, they are, yes, hands down, in terms of aggression, better. Whereas Jaunty Gaming, they know how to spread around, and that's what you were saying. They know how always to find an opening, and a couple of times they did in Kalahari. But I think they were just getting too exhausted, and Total Gaming were playing too much around them, and therefore Jaunty Gaming finally is like, I don't think we can do any more on Kalahari.
Team Total Gaming has played the map of Kalahari being too very confrontational. Now the question is, they do not have a Rebel Rush, they do not have a Reliant Dash, without which only 2 healers, how are they going to take the first one? Sure, you mentioned they want to play it passive, they want to play it safe, but there should be a point of contact where you're going to barge in on the opponent. Now that is a major miss, which according to me is a little bit of mess.
Could be. I think that should be something that Jaunty Gaming finds in this character select. If they play it out right, Jaunty Gaming still have that advantage, but I don't know what they're thinking. Right now, looking at their mindset, that's what worries me. Nothing else. I think in terms of confidence, in terms of capability, in terms of finding elimination, in terms of their gun game itself, they are really, really good. I don't know what's happening. It could be the stage as well. And this is what we have talked about, right? Yeah. Irrespective of how much experience you have, irrespective of how big of a team you are, when it comes to the stage, it puts you on the same ground. Now it's about which player and which team takes that environment better for themselves, and it feels like maybe Jaunty Gaming might just not be having their best, because I think in the other matches that we did see them during the dry runs also that was happening, they looked very confident. They were still doing and finding frags, but looks like maybe the heebie-jeebies of the stage has gotten to them in the semi-finals, and it could be now ruining their game. But hey, Nextra it is. Again, banking on Nextra is something that they have to think about.
And banking on Nextra with the perfect set of character skills equipped, I do believe Jaunty Gaming has done 50% of the work right. Now, talking on Team Total Gaming, I'm not very committed with the way they have picked their characters. The play style of Shanky doesn't match up with the character that he has picked. And that is something is making me go dicey about going in off 2-0. And this is the perfect room of opportunity for Team Jaunty Gaming to grab up for the equalizer. They have done it on the map of Kalahari, sure. Team Total Gaming got the lead, but this is the perfect platform. You wouldn't want to go 2-0 on the stage of semi-finals.
Yeah, it is going to be tough if you kind of end up taking a 2-0 defeat, but it could also kind of put them in a disarray of PR. That's what I'm worried right now. Now, even though NG Pros did get eliminated in semi-finals number 1, I just hope it doesn't hit them for the BR. They are qualified there. They're still going to be fighting for it. And it has even a major share from here 20 lakhs to 80 lakhs over there. And I think that is going to be crucial for NG Pros. They were one of those teams who ended up in week 2 of the league stage at the highest amount of points. Now here as well, I see a similar thing happening. It was, we spoke about this, Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, even in the BR. Both of these teams at 89 points each. It was just that one booyah of a difference, and therefore Total Gaming managed to qualify in week 3, day 1 itself. And similar situation of what happened to Jaunty Gaming in the later few days is looking like it's happening here on the stage. Because even when I spoke to the players, as I mentioned, right, when I was traveling with them when we landed here in Lucknow, they did mention we kind of lost footing. We kind of lost control in the next upcoming days. But here there's no more days, there's no more opportunities for error. It's all done. And I think finally with the picks that they've done, I am confident on the picks that they have done, because Skoda, now they have information. They don't have to send a player, because you could see at all times pushing Kunal for that. Go look out for Mafia, and after that Vincent was taking him down with that sniper after Kunal has revealed his position. Once Mafia understood that, hey, they're sending Kunal for information, I'll make sure that they always have wrong information. They were unable to find it out. Scores equalized, and game number 1, Booyah, was found from Total Gaming. And now that strategy is broken down, what more do Jaunty Gaming have to offer in their playbook?
Well, that is going to be seen only when we head towards the second map of El Clasico. Team Total Gaming versus Team Jaunty Gaming for Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 Clash Squad semi-finals. Map number 2, Nextra.
Aztec. He will look forward to an opening. Ignis now being used confidently from Total Gaming, but Shanky is the first one to fall. The pistols not finding enough value. Vincent on that exchange. Total Gaming are on a full cluster battle, but with the distance, Kunal and Ginotra together, knock players down one after another. Last man standing, Aztec. He's running away in the other direction with the side, but now gets closer. Vincent and Kunal spot him out, and it's gonna be Kunal to put the end. And Jaunty Gaming starts strong again.
The first round was won on the map of Kalahari by Team Jaunty Gaming, but the continuity is a major miss. Will they be able to go ahead and grab the second consecutive round? That's going to be a question. With an upper hand in terms of economy and also in terms of weaponaries, Vincent has already started off the play with marksman rifles. Well, not only one, we've got 3 long-range weapons being spotted. John Jarvis, Vincent, and Kunal. Ginotra still inching in with a close-range weapon.
Even Total Gaming with the investment. Jaunty Gaming, they want to be wary. This is what we saw towards the start of even in Kalahari. They were playing it slow and steady. Airdrop instantly grabbed by Jaunty Gaming without giving Total Gaming even an opportunity to battle for it.
We did talk about it. They're going to be very passive. And we are able to see that. They have realized they do not need to go ahead and push the battle that they get into. But here comes the point of contact where Kunal has spotted the lead. Kunal very low on it. Immediately, and Kunal will be taken down. The lead successfully gets one, and but Vincent will be able to create it. And Aloko awakens. You fight on time.
These are shots being missed, but somehow Jaunty Gaming's Vincent trying to turn the tide. It's deleted Mafia, and they both together back the last few survivors. And Total Gaming equalized the score in an instant. That investment did work out. 1-1, and now the cyber airdrop spawns. That smoke kind of felt like an airdrop for me in the previous round, but this is equalizer way too early. 6-0, and this time they've lost one round right after round number 2. Jaunty Gaming, this tells us that they're not at the best, but they still can do a lot. All the players have found 1 elimination each. All they have to do is make sure that they convert. Delete has been a major player in round 2. 3 eliminations. Mafia again an opening. Kunal instantly down. Vincent's position compromised. His other teammates are on the lower ground, and Mafia, he's going to make sure that information is relayed, and Vincent in trouble. They're all eyeing on Vincent now, and Jarvis and Ginotra stuck, and they will be put down to the ground. It is Vincent and Jarvis. Shanky in the mix of the fight. He gets taken down, and Ginotra, he secures with the dig. And Aztec instantly pushing to him, and this should be an opening. This should be the change, and it was for a second, but Ginotra, he is doing big works here. He is trying to lay this land flat of Total Gaming.
And he successfully goes ahead and revives Jarvis. The army is still strong. It is a 2v2. There's no way Mafia can be revived over here. Going in for the revival, which can be very expensive. And Mafia will be eliminated. Delight. It is with Delete versus Jarvis. Jarvis knocked down. Here comes the push. Delete very low on HP. He is knocked down. And the round goes in the favor of Team Jaunty Gaming. Here comes the lead.
Acing it out. Ginotra proving why he is the toughest of the metal, toughest of the lot, and why he is the man at the realms of Jaunty Gaming. What a ace coming in from Ginotra. Went ahead, got back his teammate up, and now they've got a round back in their name. It is Grav Labs, Jaunty Gaming. Nextra, they're slowly building confidence. Their cameras might have said a different story when this map started, but right now Game 2 is saying a different story. Total Gaming. If this keeps happening, Jaunty Gaming, they're going to run across this map, close it off, and then push it to Bermuda.
Ginotra, the one-man army, acing it very flawlessly for his team. And also, this should be a motivation for the team that we are all together and we can still achieve what we want to. We do not want to go empty-handed. The fight of equals, the upper grounds being contested equally as the lower grounds. It is a split of 50-50, a lot of damage being delivered by the team. Going up on the blue wall, getting a better angle, using the chrono. Nothing works. Ginotra is on fire. He is able to get one knock. Alok awakened, given up a hand here, and got an opportunity for Shanky to heal and seal the deal for Kanal.
Back to a 3v3. It's getting heated up. Jarvis's position is compromised. He's getting back to Ginotra. Ginotra, nice knock with the nade coming through. Mafia is down. Long range denied. Aztec is down. It's all Shanky up in the air. And that is Jaunty Gaming denying that flying fleet of Total Gaming here in Nextra's Grav Labs. And look at those smiles. This is why I said it's a different story as soon as Nextra started.
A good lead acquired, but will they be able to continue? The circle is different this time in weapons as well. If you have a look at Aztec, Shanky and Delete, they're going in for the Max 7 battle. That is indicative. They want to go ahead and grab that close range battle. But on the other hand, we do spot 3 SMG. Vincent going in with a VSK.
Quickly using the portal and getting closer to Total Gaming. Jaunty Gaming are speeding this fight up now. Total Gaming, their footsteps have been heard. Jaunty Gaming establishing a stronghold. Ignis being used and Shanky is down already. Vincent covering them with a VSK. He's found the first opening. Can they revive Shanky? He spotted the other. Cassie being used on the healing. But Jaunty Gaming have them surrounded. The force of Jaunty feels like a rat. Ginotra, he was the one turning the tide, but this time Delete jumps on him and Ginotra is down, but Jarvis is quick. He's going to get that revive. Ginotra is back up on his feet and this is not going to be denied, but on the other end, even Shanky is back up and Aztec, he changes this with the Max Swag 7 and now he's found 2. Can he find the third?
Shanky going in. Guys, grab the third. Will he get the opportunity? Yes, he does deliver a lot of damage. And Team Total Gaming are changing the tide now into their favor with the close range battle that they are trying to go ahead and proceed with. It is a 2-3 scoreline. Yet to close, still too far. And you have to make sure you go ahead and grab that 3-3 scoreline. If Ginotra is going in this form, I do believe Nextra is to be owned by Team Jaunty Gaming.
Jaunty Gaming, they had the opportunity, but that Max 7 on Aztec turned things around. Now Delete also is wielding that. Jaunty Gaming have to be wary about it. They've grabbed and secured the airdrops twice. Another airdrop. But Kunal, the man is a rusher. He's going as fast as he can, but instantly zip face across, back to safety. Delete playing on confidence. He was a late start on Kalahari, but here on Nextra, knowing that Jaunty Gaming are better, they're not at all slowing things down. Look at Ginotra, one-man army so far, 9 total eliminations individually on his name. It's time for Jaunty Gaming's other players, Vincent, Kunal and Jarvis, to pick up the pace. They have to understand Nextra, if they lose it, they lose this series. They're out of class squad. And Vincent is down, Shank is found with the M590. Total Gaming commanding here in Nextra. If this continues, scores equalized and series could be bagged.
Vincent, the player that we were supposed to have a look at with Skylar being equipped to deliver a lot of advantage. Glue walls could have been denied, but over here again the player is spotted. Mafia very low on HP, but Aztec has got the angle and the information. to shut Ginotra down, followed with which Aztec is going to take Jarvis down as well. No Double delay in kill. confirmation. Delete and everyone is sorted. It is an equalizer. The moment of truth. 3-3.
Max 7 maximizing eliminations. 7, 17. Doesn't matter, but they're all doing it as a team. Vincent, he is so far has not been able to find a lot of value. We thought maybe that one opening on Shanky could have helped the players of Jaunty keep their momentum and the rounds as an advantage, and it has not worked so far. 3-3 is the score. 3 rounds away for both. Moving in from the right of the stairs and quickly running in, using that Ignis to brilliance. But Kunal says it has to stop. You guys are using the mag. I'm going to use it right back at you. And it is working out. Kunal going all in. It's all up to Aztec and Mafia. A quick exchange. Kunal still before going down gets that Max 7 into action. Can he grab an ace for himself? Last one standing, Mafia, his position compromised, and Kunal is back in action and his best form.
Kunal is usually the person who gets taken down early on. But will Mafia be able to grab the ace that is needed? He will go ahead and fake the Ignis, will fake the wall, which is something of the smartness that he did. And now he's changing the angles, and he's also trying to get those eliminations, Will he be successful? Tanking a lot of throw damage. He will be able to recover. But Jarvis with the shotgun will shut Mafia down. And Jaunty Gaming is back on the deal.
Kunal, it had to be. This is why I said this man has the better ratio in terms of finding eliminations. Somewhere in Kalahari, he was, yes, finding value, but as we said, it never came to him being the clutcher. It was either Ginotra or Jarvis. Vincent, so far yet a tad bit missing. This player, he is so silent, but he's deadly. He's the assassin you have to be worried about, but Vincent has not channeled that inner assassin that he has. Smoke being used, Ignis wall coming across. Shanky ready for a fight and his teammate helping with the Ignis of his own. But is it going to be enough? Shanky now pushed in all directions with numerous players in Jaunty Gaming, still trying his best to survive, barely on 16 health. Mafia helps him out. Again, this Max 7 doing the deed, but Kunal looking unstoppable, gets both, but Kunal now gets taken down by Delete and Aztec. Vincent also on the ground, and it is them both who secure another equalizer for Total Gaming.
Aztec delivering everything that is needed. 6 eliminations on his name. Ginotra doing all the deal for his team. Kunal gradually buckling up. Is it enough? Who is going to take the lead? The rounds are closing in, inching into the deciding factor about who will go ahead and grab the spot of the finalist. It is not casual anymore. It is not luxury or leisure anymore. It is all about who is going to make the move or who is going to wait for the mistakes with the move taken.
It's all turning out to be a Max 7 brawlout. Who's the better Max 7 wielder? Vincent trying his best. Aztec this time slowing things down, playing a little bit of a distant fight. Shanky also having an arm. There's so much variations coming in from Total Gaming that Jaunty Gaming would have to be wondering about. They have a Steffi, but it still doesn't matter. Aztec jumping in, missed his opportunity and lands on the ground. But otherwise, if it did work out, it could have been an opening. But Delete, he has an opportunity. He did spot the player, but he doesn't have the best of the angles to find the knock. Delete thought about it, and Kunal, no idea, walks right into his open arms. And Delete gets one.
Gets one, delivered a lot of damage to Jarvis, also has an eye on Vincent and the pixel, that is all that he needs. Doesn't connect any shot but goes in for the ground levels. Aztec has already taken Jarvis down and there's no way Jarvis can be revived. In a small cocoon, there are 2 players stuck too hard. Ginotra and Vincent, when Ginotra is spotted by Delete, he is down. Vincent with little to no HP. He's trying to go in, heal himself up, but Delete is not going to give that opportunity. And here comes the lead from Team Total Gaming.
Series point for Total Gaming. As a team, they've proven better. As a team, they've wielded the Max 7 better. There might be an ace that Ginotra found, but Total Gaming themselves are the ace of this matchup, who are looking forward to walking into the grand finals. It looks to be a 2-0. Have to be worried. Total Gaming, they are here fighting at round number 10. Before the equalizer, Jaunty Gaming, they have an opportunity, the room to make it a 5-5 and maybe make Nextra this. A team who had 6-0, 6-0 in every matchup that they faced with other teams right now are on a deficit of a round and looking at a loss of this series. If they get eliminated, that could be a big upset for Jaunty Gaming. Nade thrown across, Steffi barely being used. I don't know where that is from Jaunty. Aztec, he's pushing the players of Jaunty from getting any closer.
The worst part of discussion, Ginotra, the bomber, doesn't have any nades on his name. He's all down with a shotgun, waiting for the close range fight. Vincent being spotted, delivered a lot of damage. Your container is the point of control where you can hold yourself. Coda being used wisely. They've got the information. And what are they going to do with this sort of an information? Here comes the push. Jarvis has got enough to go ahead and try to deliver a lot of damage. Ignis has been used to get that as an initiative. And here we go. Kunal flanking in. This should be the change.
Kunal has always tried that. That somehow did work in Kalahari for a little while, but after that it was found out, and now they're trying to move in as a force. It's time ticking. They know they have to strike now or it is going to be too late. They have to be the Thunder. It's going to be somebody else's rain, and they're going to be rejoicing with the crops that they will be able to gain from this victory. Aztec ready for the fight with the Max 7. Ignis coming across, the first player spotted, and it's Jarvis who finds the opening. Aztec is down. Jaunty Gaming have to continue this, but Delete says no. Delete says no further. One after another, he puts everybody down. Delete secures a 2-0. A booyah. That is the grand finalist number 2. Total Gaming totally put an opponent who were dominating on Nextra into next to nothing.
Team Total Gaming, the expansionist, from all the way to the map of Kalahari towards the map of Nextra, the way they have got this slot for themselves, it is Team Total Gaming paving their way towards the list of grand finalists, and they are going to fight up against Team Godlike. The way team executed, no matter Russia or not, they were comfortable in their guns, in their nades, and in their positioning.
What a game coming in. Look at Fauzi Ajay. He is so happy. But you can see he is also a tad bit breathless. That tells you that while he was on the backlines watching his teammates perform, it was not an easy one. He was also on the nervous 99s. He was wondering, are they going to win? Unfortunate for Jaunty Gaming. This was the map that could have been their redemption, but what a showing from Total Gaming. Unbelievable. This is not something that I thought about. Yes, they've played Nextra once, but it has not been complete domination from their end. They've tried their best. They've also won. It was a score of 6-3 last time that they won against Car 98 Army, and this time they won with a scoreline of 6-4, and that was also a series decider. This was also a series decider, and a 6-4 victory gives them their access to the grand finalists. Put your hands together for the second grand finalist, who are going to be challenging Godlike Esports, and what a matchup this is going to be. And somewhere I think we were also kind of presuming it could come down to Total Gaming and Godlike, and especially with a lot of doubts on Godlike in terms of their performances both in Clash Squad as well as Battle Royale. This should be the best one to fight on, and especially against Total Gaming, a team who everybody knows in terms of their aggression and firepower are the right ones to be in terms of choosing for the grand finals and maybe even the victory.
Sure thing. The way they have managed to grab this lot is being undefeated. They have had a clean sweep track records of not losing in a single map. Now Godlike, they have had the roller coaster. They have had faced this ups and downs, the revenges, the avenges that they have delivered every single time. But Team Total Gaming, the flawless winners of the slot of grand finalists. And now with that state, they are held up with a loaded more of responsibilities.
I really like how Total Gaming completely changed the play in next era. They knew Vincent could have a better advantage, better angle. They know the map a lot more better. They had that 6-0 victories. They said, let's go closer. Let them do the deed then. And then from there on, those max 7s finding value. Yes, Ginotra did find an ace, and that we thought could maybe kind of be an aura that pushes out to everybody, that they'll be able to grab an opportunity, an opening for themselves. Vincent, Kunal and Jarvis could start functioning on the backs of Ginotra. It did not work out. Let's jump into the MVP of Total Gaming, and it has to be Delete. The man looked across the screen, spotted that his teammate was down, said, hey, don't worry, I've got your back, and started pumping shotgun shells all across the 4 players and got this booyah. And 11 total eliminations with 3,690 damage. Deleting opponents.
Going in ahead with the fresh air and with an ace acquired. But this man, Total Gaming's Delete, changes the weather in his favor. It is not only the wind that is going to turn the tide. He is the dimension where everything goes into the favor. If you have a look at the scorecard altogether, 11 eliminations on the name of Delete and only player to go double digit.
Now, when I was talking about Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming, we spoke about this. Total Gaming, they do not rely on individual players, right? And there you can see Delete and Aztec, they did not find a lot of value in Kalahari. They were the ones who were doing the assist. But here, it's the other way around. Mafia and Shanky were working in tandem for Delete and Aztec. 13 in terms of assist on Shanky, and Delete has 11 eliminations on the other end. We spoke about this. There are going to be crucial players from Jaunty Gaming, and Vincent was one of those crucial players. Kunal has always been something that we call the consistent man, and today he tried his best, but it was not enough. But Vincent was the biggest surprise, who had only one single elimination. And we were also wondering, just like what was happening to Nancy. Nancy is the MVP player, but on the other end, Marco turned up on a big time today. And today in Total Gaming's fort, it was the whole team who turned up in 2 different maps at a score of 6-4 to get this 2-0, and this was semi-finals number 2 done.
That is something out of the box, because I did believe Jaunty Gaming should be able to deliver the map of Nextra, all done and dusted. We did see the frowning faces coming in from the side of Team Jaunty Gaming. They do have an opportunity to perform tomorrow on Battle Royale stage. But talking of Team Total Gaming, the most consistent one, the most persistent one, and the gladiators are all charged, that we have mentioned time and time again. And it is all about the story of consistency by not even losing a single map. It is only the grand finals that is going to decide, are they going to lose or are they going to win the trophy in the same manner without losing a single map.
I like it that you put it as gladiators, right? And Shanky started off with that scythe. They're like, it doesn't matter whether they bring a knife to a gunfight, they are still going to be winning it. And that's going to be concluding in the grand finals. Hopefully, maybe that's something that we get to see. And I really like the character abilities that they made decisions of. In the first one, they played for that long-range game. They made sure, even if they're rushing, had that Cassie always, Tatsuya in the play. But towards the next era game, they understood their survival is going to be crucial, and having Cassie and Alok together with Ignis, and that is the reason at so many times of the fight, Total Gaming, whenever they were together, they survived a lot more and it worked in their favor. But here towards the end of it, Jaunty Gaming should have understood those character selections, and barely we ended even seeing Skylar's abilities, Koda's abilities, anything maybe. I think Vincent and the whole squad of Jaunty Gaming, they were just kind of zoned out in that next era game rather than thinking about what they should do, and it will happen to best of the best players, and it happened to Jaunty, unfortunately.
No, for me, I would like to portray it as of they both were waiting for the opponent team to go ahead and pick the first battle, and the point of contact was always Kunal being taken down, and the team was steamrolled. There was no way to see any comeback, and it is not every single round Ginotra can do the heavy lifting.
Yes. Ginotra, the man, did his best. You have to give credits, and even you have to give credits to Jaunty Gaming, as we mentioned. You guys should just give them all the love and support, because, hey, their journey is not done. They're still going to be battling in the Battle Royale, just like every other team, even NG Pros. But here's the main deed. The Grand Finals is up next. Now, what is going to be happening? Total Gaming versus Godlike Esports. But right now on stage, Total Gaming are ready with Mamba for an interview. Let's send it off to him.
फौजी भाई, ऑडियंस से स्टेज का सफर, स्टेज से ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का सफर, वो भी अनडिफीटेड. कैसे कर लेते हो भाई?
बिल्कुल मामा भाई, अगर बात करें कि हमारी टीम एक्चुअली सीएस की टीम नहीं है, हम क्लैश स्क्वाड नहीं खेलते, तो मैं आइडिया ही नहीं कैसे खेलना, बस खेलते जा रहे हैं और जीतते जा रहे हैं।
मतलब पूरा वाइब पे खेलो एकदम, मतलब प्रिपरेशन की थी कि ऐसे आ गए?
अब बिल्कुल हर चीज़ में मेहनत लगती है, तो इसमें भी काफ़ी मेहनत लगी है एंड उसके कारण जो प्लेयर्स इतना अच्छा खेल पा रहे हैं।
आपने बताया था कि आपने अपने आप को इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए ब्रेक दिया था और आप टीम को हेल्प कर रहे हैं, पीछे से भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं, आप कोच भी कर रहे हैं। हाउ इज दैट एक्सपीरियंस बीन? कितना डिफरेंट लगता है आपको?
बिल्कुल, मेरे को लगता है खेलने के लिए थोड़ा इजी रहता है, लेकिन बैकएंड में बहुत प्रेशर होता है। इससे अच्छा खेलते हुए पता नहीं चलता क्योंकि उस चीज़ की हैबिट रहती है। बट अभी बैकएंड में बहुत ज़्यादा, क्योंकि हल्का सा गेम ऊपर नीचे जाता है तो अंदर से धक धक होता है।
तो भाई जब गिनोद्रा भाई इतना जब अच्छा खेल रहे थे सेकंड मैच में, तो क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में?
बिल्कुल, मुझे यकीन था कि जो मेरे प्लेयर हैं वो भी अब खेलने वाले हैं। मतलब अभी उन्होंने अपने कार्ड शो किए हैं, तो अभी मेरे प्लेयर के कार्ड्स आना बाकी थे, तो मैं उसका वेट कर रहा था कि कार्ड्स आने वाले हैं, तो जैसे कार्ड्स आए तो जीत गए।
चलो बेहतरीन है फौजी भाई, वंस अगेन कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर मेकिंग टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। ऑफ कोर्स ये तो बेस्ट ऑफ 3 था, अगला बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होने वाला है। थोड़ी एनर्जी बचा के रखिए, बिकॉज जिस तरीके से भाग के आए थे आप, हाफ रहे थे लेकिन एक्साइटमेंट जरूर नजर आ रहा था। बट मैं एक और सवाल आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, जितने भी फैंस आपके घर पे देख रहे हैं उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बिल्कुल, उनको कहना चाहूँगा थैंक यू सो मच इतना से सपोर्ट करने के लिए, एंड इस भागदौड़ के लिए काफ़ी टाइम वेट किया है, तो डेफिनेटली अब मौका आ गया है तो भागदौड़ तो बनती है।
तो मुझे ये बताइए कि अगली बार आपको कब देखने मिलेगा?
मेरे को आप देख रहे हैं और आगे भी देखने को मिलेगा। अभी मैं कभी भी खेलते हुए देखने को मिल सकता हूँ मैं आपको।
नहीं नहीं, एकदम सर्वर के अंदर चाहिए, हम देखना चाहते हैं आपको वापस सर्वर के अंदर, बिकॉज आपके साथ इतनी ज्यादा मेमोरीज है फौजी भाई, और देयर आर मोमेंट्स व्हिच हैव बीन इमॉर्टलाइज्ड इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ द गेम, इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ द कम्युनिटी, और आपका नाम और कम्युनिटी का नाम एकदम सिनोनिमस सा लगता है। रीजन क्या था आपने आपको ब्रेक देने का?
रीज़न कुछ नहीं था, मतलब मैं चाहता था कि मेरी टीम जो है, यंगस्टर जो खेल रहे हैं, एक बार इसके साथ भी जाया जाए, क्योंकि अभी जो मेरी मेन लाइनअप थी वो थोड़ा ब्रेक पे थी, क्योंकि बाला भाई नहीं थे और अपने एक सिनर्जी होती है। बट जब प्लेयर 1-2 रिप्लेस कर रहे हैं तो क्यों ना अपन 2 रिप्लेस करके एक न्यू लाइनअप के साथ जाया जाए, तो वो चीज़ हुआ और ये चीज़ काफ़ी अच्छा चलते हुए जा रही है अभी।
बाला भाई का वो क्लच तो कौन ही भूल सकता है। लेकिन मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, आपने बात करी नए प्लेयर्स के बारे में, एसएक, शैंकी, दोनों जो प्लेयर्स हैं उनकी डिस्कवरी की प्रोसेस कैसी थी? आपने जब उनको देखा पहली बार तो किस तरीके का विजन था टीम को लेके?
बिल्कुल, जैसे कि मैचेस चलते हैं तो मैं गेम देखता हूँ, प्लेयर्स का गेम देखता हूँ, तो डेफिनेटली मैंने एस्टेक एंड संके गेम देखा हुआ था, एंड मुझे जब इनको मौका मिला कि पिच करने का कि मैं इनको लेता हूँ, तो डेफिनेटली टीम में आए और काफ़ी अच्छा भी सिनर्जी सेट करके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेहनत चल रही है बट वो चीज़ आगे वर्कआउट करते हुए जा रहे हैं हम लोग।
हर एक एस्पायरिंग प्रो होता है, उसका सवाल होता है कि हमें आना है ई स्पोर्ट्स में आगे बढ़ना है, हमें प्रोफेशनली खेलना है। तो इन 2 प्लेयर्स के एग्जाम्पल लेके आप अपने फैंस को, जो एस्पायरिंग प्रोज है, उनको क्या आप एक एडवाइस देना चाहेंगे कि अगर आपको खेलना है इस स्टेज के ऊपर तो कैसी मेहनत लगती है, क्या प्रोसेस होता है?
डेफिनेटली मैं जितने भी नए प्लेयर्स उनको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि यार आप मेहनत करते रहो कंटिन्यू, आप एक इतनी मेहनत करो कि आपकी मेहनत ना अपने आप रंग लेके आएगी। मतलब डेफिनेटली जैसे आप एस्टेक संख्या को समझिए, माफिया डिलीट जो है वो भी बिल्कुल उनको मैंने नीचे से पिक किया था जब वो खेलते थे, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से वो खेल रहे हैं फैबुलस, तो आप मेहनत करते रहिए, बस मेहनत नहीं रुकनी चाहिए।
देखिए मेहनत तो कभी नहीं रुकेगी, बट आप एक बात बताएं, माफिया की स्टोरी के बारे में मैं चर्चा करना चाहता हूँ आपसे। बहुत पुराने प्लेयर है, बहुत ज़्यादा पुराने प्लेयर है, किस तरीके से मिले थे, किस तरीके से उनको टीम में लेके आए थे आप?
अगर माफिया की हम बात करें तो ग्रेना की टूर्नामेंट आया था स्टेट की तरफ से, हमें स्टेट्स के प्लेयर चाहिए थे, एंड मुझे पता लगा कि माफिया भी दिल्ली से है, तो दिल्ली से मैंने उसको पिच किया था खेलने के लिए। बट जब मैंने उसको पिच किया तो उसके कोई फनी इंसिडेंट हुआ था, वो कंटेंट मैं कभी और बताना चाहूँगा कि क्या था, लेकिन जब उसकी मेहनत मुझे देखने को मिली कि जिस प्रकार से माफिया प्रैक्टिस करता है और गेम के तरफ उसका डेडिकेशन, तब मैंने उसको पिच किया कि तू मेरी मेन टीम में खेल, एंड डेफिनेटली वो खेल रहा है और आज तक वो आगे ही बढ़ते जा रहा है, उसको पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखा है।
तो आप जब, मुझे अभी भी याद है, एक बहुत सालों पहले मिले थे हम, अलग कैपेसिटी में मिले थे, आप ऑडियंस में थे, फिर आप आए, आपने बहुत सारी टूर्नामेंट्स भी खेली, इतने लंबे समय से खेल रहे हैं, आज स्टेज पे खड़े होकर कैसा महसूस करें, जहाँ आप सामने देखते हैं, कैमरास देखते हैं, ऑडियंस में बैठे लोग देखते हैं, कल तो और भी ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा जब इतने सारे लोग आएंगे, क्या चल रहा है आपके जहन में?
अब बिल्कुल जैसे मामा भाई आपने बताया कि आपने मुझे एज ए ऑडियंस भी देखा था, तो बिल्कुल ऑडियंस से मेरा यही था कि यार ये चीज़ मुझे काफ़ी जो बोलते हैं ना अट्रैक्ट किया था अपनी तरफ कि ये चीज़ मुझे करना है, तो डेफिनेटली ये चीज़ जो आज हो रही है ना एज ए ऑडियंस टू स्टेज, मैं इसको काफ़ी इंजॉय कर रहा हूँ एंड अपने को काफ़ी ब्लेस्ड महसूस कर रहा हूँ कि जिस पर टीम खेल रही है एंड टीम प्लेयर्स को काफ़ी मज़ा आ रहा है मुझे सब चीज़ को देखते हुए।
बिफोर आई लेट यू को कुछ और चंद सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे, बिकॉज मुझे बताया जा रहा है कि ऑडियंस को इतना मजा आ रहा है आपको देख के कि मत जाने दो भाई, फौजी भाई को मत ही जाने दो, इधर इधर पकड़ के रखो उनको। बट द प्रोसेस ऑफ बिकमिंग अ प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर, आपने बोला कि बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत लगती है। अब कल बैटल रॉयल होने वाला है, ऑफकोर्स अभी का तो फोकस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के ऊपर होने वाला है, बट मैं एक क्विकली आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि बीआर की प्रिपरेशन कैसी चल रही है?
बिल्कुल बिहार की प्रिपरेशन काफ़ी अच्छी चल रही है एंड जिस प्रकार से आज हमारे गेम जा रहे हैं तो हमें कल भी थोड़ी सी हेल्प मिलेगी क्योंकि हमने आज खेला प्रेशर के अंदर गेम गए, आपको पता है 6-6 भी हमारा मतलब 5-5 का जो मैच चल रहा है एंड जिस प्रकार से एकदम टक्कर का मुकाबला हमारा जॉन्टी गेमिंग के साथ में, तो वो जो गेम है उसके जो प्रेशर हमने हेल्प मिलेगा कल के दिन, तो डेफिनेटली कल थोड़ा सा तो हेल्प मिलने वाला है।
चलिए बढ़िया फौजी भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग विद अस वंस अगेन, कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन मेकिंग इट टू द फाइनल्स एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक आज के लिए भी और कल के लिए भी। बट मैं जनता को बताना चाहता हूं कि फौजी भाई तो चलिए प्रिपेयर करेंगे ही करेंगे, लेकिन ऑडियंस, टू एवरीबॉडी वाचिंग एट होम, डू नॉट गो एनीवेयर बिकॉज वी हैव अ ग्रैंड फाइनल्स लाइंड अप एंड टू टीम्स कहते हैं कि एक immovable object versus an immovable force. These two teams, when they will go against each other, it's going to be a sight. But ladies and gentlemen, nonetheless, do not go anywhere because we have a lot more live action lined up for you folks on the other side.
एक
हसीना थी, पेटी से निकली बाहर,
एक
दीवाना था।
वेल प्लेड, ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहे, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ।
भाई मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता। क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है?
बताओ क्या, अच्छे से पूछो ना।
मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी।
करो ना ऐसा।
हेलो दोस्तों, तो अभी हम खेलने वाले हैं बॉक्सेस ऑफ लाइज और इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है क्योंकि हमें एक दूसरे को करना है ब्लफ। इसके अंदर एक चीज होने वाली है जो सामने वाले को बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता है वो क्या है। अब मैं जैसी वो चीज निकालूंगा, सामने वाले को या तो मैं पूरा सच बोलूंगा या मैं पूरा झूठ बोलूंगा क्योंकि मुझे सामने वाले को करना है ब्लफ। अब इस गेम में कौन जीतता है और कौन ब्लफ करता है, आओ देखते हैं। चलो फिर शुरू कर ही देते हैं।
करो मुकाबला शुरू, आ जाओ।
फौजी भाई,
बोलो भाई।
जीत पाओगे?
बिल्कुल।
मैंने देख लिया मेरे में
डर
क्या
लग रहा है क्या आपको?
बहुत टाइम बाद तुमसे बाहर 1v1 हो रहा है। आज तो तुम गए दोस्त।
देखते हैं ये दीवार ने बचा रखा तुमको।
दोस्त ये चेहरा देख रहे हो, ऐसा ब्लफ मारूंगा ना तुम पहचान नहीं पाओगे कि सच।
देखते हैं कौन किसको ब्लफ मारता है, कौन किसको नहीं।
लेट्स गो।
आँख बंद करो, अच्छे से करो ना।
बंद है मेरी,
ठीक है।
बट मेरी मन की आंखें खुली हुई है।
अरे यार देखो मत यार, तुम वो कर रहे हो। आगे बंद करो।
बंद है।
अभी निकाला नहीं, अभी
आपकी आंखें खराब है, मैं बता रहा हूँ।
ओए ये क्या दे दिया?
ऐसा क्या दे दिया?
अभी नहीं।
चलो यार जल्दी करो यार, तुम बहुत टाइम लगा रहे हो जोंटी भाई, कितना स्लो है यार।
ये चीज बहुत खतरनाक है भाई। भाई
यस, ऐसा क्या है? सदमे में आ गया अब तो।
एक
हसीना थी,
नहीं,
पेटी से निकली बाहर,
एक
दीवाना था।
तीनों चीजें बोल ली है ना।
कौन है?
अरे रुक जा दोस्त।
कौन है? देखो कौन है वो, कहाँ से वो आया?
एक गन है,
बंदूक है।
हाँ।
छोटी बड़ी?
छोटी है।
तो गेम की है बाहर की है?
गेम की ही है ये।
ओके।
और इसका एक छल्ला है, छल्ला होता है ना वो,
पीछे
गोली।
ओके।
और एक है इसमें बतख, ये है।
ये जो बंदूक है ये छोटी बंदूक है गेम वाली है, बड़ी बंदूक है?
गेम की छोटी है बट यहाँ पे रियल में बड़ी है।
ओके।
एक और चीज यार, इस बंदूक के ऊपर कुछ लपेटा हुआ है इन्होंने।
इसके ऊपर लपेटा हुआ है? क्या लपेटा हुआ है? लाइट को लपेट दिया बंदूक के ऊपर?
हाँ।
कैसी बातें कर रहे हो आप?
लपेटा एकदम, लग रहा है कि चमक रही है बंदूक इस टाइम।
तो बताया नहीं आपने, छोटी बंदूक है, बड़ी बंदूक है, ये 1 शॉट होने वाली है, 2 शॉट होने वाली है, लॉन्ग रेंज, शॉर्ट रेंज।
1 टैप बंदूक होने वाली है।
ये 1 टैप है। डेजर्ट ईगल की बात कर रहे हो क्या?
ये डेजर्ट ईगल की बात।
अच्छा, सच बोल रहे हो?
देखो दिखती तो डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी ही है
यार। आप बार स्टेटमेंट चेंज कर देते हो ना, तो मेरे से डाउट होता है, सच बोल रहे हो झूठ बोल रहे हो, क्या बोल रहे हो?
सही में डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी है।
पक्का?
हाँ
100% श्योर।
G18 भी कह सकते हो तुम इसको।
देखो कहीं फिर टीजी टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो रही हो।
नहीं ये है।
पक्का यकीन कर लूं? और फिर ये सबके सामने झूठ निकली तो नहीं निकलेगी? श्योर? जोंटी की जुबान। चलो डेजर्ट ईगल मैंने लॉक करी, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए फिर तो।
डेजर्ट ईगल?
आपने बोला ना डेजर्ट ईगल है, बात तो इसी को ही है, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए।
पक्का?
जोंटी की जुबान है ना? देखते जोंटी की
जुबान नहीं,
अबे जुबान पे हवा
आई ये गेम ही ब्लफ करने का भाई यार।
मैंने जुबान पे
नहीं भाई, मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता।
बस अब बोलो।
तो ये जो एलिमेंट रहने वाले तीनों साथ में या अलग अलग है?
साथ ही है।
एक गेम का हो गया ये, मान लो अपनी बंदूक।
हाँ।
उसके बाद 2 आपने क्या बताए थे?
एक बतख है।
एक बतख है,
पीली सी
बतख तो पीली होती है।
और एक गोली का छल्ला।
गोली का छल्ला।
एमो 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 एमो।
चलो आप सच बोल रहे हो,
दिखा दो। लॉक करो।
लॉक कर दो।
पहचान ली, बढ़िया।
अरे अभी कहाँ, हार कबूल कर ली थी जल्दी। क्या लगता है जोंटी भाई? इजी पक्का जीत पाओगे?
तुम्हारे एक्सप्रेशन से समझ जाऊँ यार।
ऐसी बात है, खोल दो पिटारा पक्का। आँख नहीं खुलनी चाहिए। ये क्या झाँक रहे हो आप? क्या झाँक रहे हो आप?
बड़ी चीज है, फंस गई डब्बे में। दोस्त ये तो कोई बड़ी चीज है।
चीज बड़ी होती है और चीज खतरनाक होती है, छोटी चीजें हम यूज ही नहीं करते।
चलो
ये देखो, ये चीजें रहने वाली है, क्या गैस कर पाओगे? खोल लो आके यार, क्यों घबरा रहे हो? मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी। चलो गैस करें, सच बोलो झूठ बोलूं?
तुम्हारी मर्जी, जिसमें तुम अच्छे हो।
मैं दोनों में अच्छा हूँ।
हाँ तो दोनों कर लो। चलो
मैं जीत में एक्सपीरियंस रखता हूँ, तो मैं जीतना चाहूंगा।
ये तो वहम है मेरे भाई।
वहम तो भी देखा था ना, बत्तख बंदूक चल गई बंदूक।
तो वहम है मेरे
चलो
भाई।
चीज बोलता हूँ, समझना, समझ गया नहीं समझ पाए नहीं समझ पाए। 3 चीज बोलता हूँ। पहली चीज पेंसिल जैसा कुछ है, दूसरी चीज ग्लोब, समझ गए, मैप, तीसरी चीज गेम का कैरेक्टर। अब ये नहीं बताऊंगा कौन सा कैरेक्टर होने वाला है। 3 चीज गैस कर दिया।
क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा मैं तो।
पूछो ना, मतलब कैरेक्टर थोड़ी बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन पूछोगे तब भी डायरेक्ट बता दूंगा ये चीज है।
गेम का कैरेक्टर कौन सा है?
गेम का कैरेक्टर है माफिया का फेवरेट।
पेंसिल जैसे दिखने वाली चीज क्या है?
पेंसिल देखने वाली चीज वो है जिससे हम लिख सकते हैं।
आए ग्लोब में क्या दिख रहा है?
ग्लोब में मैप।
कौन सा मैप?
फ्री फायर का। क्या हो गया जॉन्टी भाई, नहीं हो पा रहा क्या?
तुम्हें लग रहा है कि तुम जीत रहे हो, है ना?
मैं जीत ही रहा हूँ, और मैं ग्राउंड जीत भी चुका हूँ।
गोल गोल घूमने वाला ग्लोब है?
ग्लोब कैसे घूमता है?
या फिर वो ऐसे चिपका हुआ रखा हुआ है?
गोल गोल ग्लोब तो गोल गोल ही घूमता है।
गोल गोल वाला है?
ऐसे ना मुझे तुम देखो,
सीने से लगा लूंगा। यार तुम्हें सीने से लगाने का मन कर रहा, तुम्हारा एक्सप्रेशन ऐसा आ रहा है।
जीत के लगाएंगे अपन।
एक तो ऐसे आंखें घूर घूर के देखनी पड़ रही है।
मैं तो सोया भी नहीं हूँ,
पानी आ गया दोस्त आंखों में से।
इतना जल्दी मत रो यार।
तुम्हारी आंखों में दिख रहा है दोस्त।
क्या दिख रहा है यार?
यार
मोहब्बत आपके लिए होनी चाहिए। सोचो यार, तुम तो बहुत टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हो, इतना कौन करता है? बहुत मतलब मौका देता हूँ, एक 1v1 का, फिर मुकाबला आगे करते हैं।
पेंसिल कैरेक्टर,
पेंसिल गेम का कैरेक्टर और एक ग्लोब, ग्लोब के ऊपर एक मैप।
चलो ठीक है, डिसाइड कर लिया।
बोलो।
सच बोल रहे हो?
सच बोल रहा हूँ। दिखा दूं ऑडियंस? भाई यार तुम तो हार चुके हो, तुम्हारा क्या गैस था? ये रहा आपका ग्लोब, ये रही आपकी पेंसिल, और गेम का कैरेक्टर देखो, खुद को देखो, ये ग्रेनेड होने वाला है, ये आपका ताज, और ये
वेल प्लेड। सही बोला किया भाई तुमने।
डर मत, इनसे ही हल्का हाथ रखूंगा।
नहीं
देख सकते
गेम की तरह नहीं है ये।
कोई बात
यहाँ पे इजी, उधर भी इजी गेम में।
ठीक है,
खोलूं मैं?
खोलो खोलो।
दिखाई तो नहीं दे रही है ना भाई?
नहीं,
ये तुम दोनों से बेस्ट आया भाई।
सच बोलूं या झूठ बोलूं?
जो तू अच्छा कर सके।
एक गेम की कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर जैसा ही है, और एक चीज भी गेम का एक पार्ट है, और एक चीज गेम में लगे हुए हैं।
तीनों चीजें गेम के
गेम के मैप के अंदर, बैटल रोल में।
कैरेक्टर हमारा प्लेइंग कैरेक्टर है, गन है?
गन नहीं है।
गन एक भी नहीं है इनमें से।
ना, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
तो कैरेक्टर का थोड़ा एट्रीब्यूट होता है, जो प्रेजेंट है उनका एट्रीब्यूट होता है।
एट्रीब्यूट कुछ भी हो सकता है।
मतलब कुछ कैसे दिखता है, कुछ तो बता दोस्त।
ये फंस गया है।
दिखता लड़की जैसा है।
और बाकी 2 चीजें क्या है, थोड़ा सा बताओ।
बाकी और एक चीज है जो गेम में हम यूज करते हैं।
यूज करते हैं।
उठा के
ये सही बोला दोस्त तूने, ये तो कंफ्यूजिंग था।
हम यूज करते हैं उसको।
हर मैप में यूज होता है हमारे।
हाँ, हर मैप में यूज होता है।
वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड।
सबर करो, इतना जल्दबाजी।
वेल प्लेड दोस्त, वेल प्लेड।
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
हाँ।
एवरेज साइज का।
ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू, एवरेज साइज का।
सच बोल रहा है।
सच है।
लड़का था लड़की थी वो कैरेक्टर था?
लड़की।
लड़की, लड़की है, और बाकी 2 चीजें हम गेम में यूज करते हैं।
हाँ।
तो ये मीली वेपन है या फिर गन है?
मिली वेपन है।
मिली वेपन है। बड़ा है छोटा है?
एवरेज है।
वही एवरेज टाइप ही है।
एवरेज
गेम भी एवरेज ही है।
एवरेज है। इंडिया कप में पता चल जाएगा यार।
तो मैच के अंदर ही पता चल जाएगा।
तीसरे के बारे में थोड़ा सा और डिटेल्स बताओ।
तीसरी वो है, एक प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
हाँ,
बुश
plant
मतलब
जो गेम में यूज करते हैं हम। तो क्या हो सकता है?
गेम में यूज करते हैं प्लांट। मशरूम टाइप कैसे?
कुछ भी हो सकता है यूज, तो हम
पूरा मत बता।
नहीं, झूठ
कैरेक्टर का भी यूज।
अबे मशरूम लगा ले, बोल देना।
हम मशरूम लगा।
मशरूम लगा लो।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ, पर सच बोल रहा हूँ तो
पता चल जाएगा ना तो मेरे को।
नहीं, सोच लो अभी।
अरे भाई,
बाद में फिर खुद को बुरा
नहीं, कोई नहीं लगेगा, रिग्रेट नहीं करता मैं।
रिग्रेट नहीं करता।
हम बुरा नहीं मानते।
गेम में रिग्रेट कर दोगे।
अरे दिखाओ ना भाई।
भाई तो हार गया, देखो ये क्या है। सच बोल रहा था मैं भाई।
नाइस, वेल प्लेड।
आंखों से झूठ बोल पाऊंगा, बट रियलिटी है।
सही है, वेल प्लेड। तो हैवी सामान।
माफिया, ये जरा इसको ना ऐसे रखियो बॉक्स, आप मुझे भी दिखाएंगे आपका कवर।
ओ
स्ट्रेटजी लगाएंगे ना।
आंखें बंद है, चलो फेयर प्ले।
खोलो।
अभी
ना ना ना,
निकाल रहा हूँ।
अभी कहाँ?
बंद है आंखें?
हाँ बंद है।
हाँ निकाल लो, 1 मिनट।
देख रहे हो 20
नहीं।
खोलो खोलो, आंखें खोलो। ये तो कुछ खतरनाक सा है भाई, क्या चीज़ है ये? कौन सा जानवर है? जानवर का नाम मेरे को याद है।
चालू हो गया ये।
एक तो जानवर, इसका नाम है राइनो। राइनो बोलते हैं, जिसका सींग रहता है। एक राइनो है। एक मेकअप सामान है।
ठीक है।
मेकअप का वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो आँख के नीचे लगाते हैं?
क्या?
लड़की लगाते हैं आँख के नीचे।
हाँ।
एक वो है, और एक ये चीज क्या है, इसको क्या बोलते हैं?
याद नहीं आ रहा क्या भाई?
नहीं, रबड़ रबड़, हाँ रबड़
रबर।
हाँ रबर
रबर, ठीक है।
छोटे से रबड़ जैसा ना, थोड़ा सा ट्रायंगल शेप का है।
स्कूल में जो यूज करते हैं।
हाँ वही।
ये जो राइनो बोले कितना बड़ा है?
राइनो थोड़ा सा मतलब भयानक दिख रहा है।
हेवी।
हाँ हैवी।
जो लड़की यूज करते हैं, कौन सा? लड़की तो बहुत सारे यूज करते हैं आंखों में।
अरे मतलब ब्लैक रंग का रहता है ना, काजल काजल
काजल।
काजल।
ठीक है।
ब्रांड नहीं लिखा बस में।
ब्रांड नहीं?
नहीं।
ठीक है, लड़की यूज करती है। गेम का कुछ नहीं है इसमें?
नहीं, गेम का तो ऐसा कुछ लिंक दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को। कुछ और जानना है तो थोड़ा कुछ इस चीज के बारे में। जो रबड़ है
सोचता हूं मैं।
सी है और उसका रंग है ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर है।
ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर।
हाँ, थोड़ा मतलब हाफ ऑरेंज और हाफ ग्रीन है सब।
कितना बार यूज करते हो आप दिन में?
रबड़ मैं क्यों करूँ भाई?
पहले कभी?
मैं करता ही
यूज नहीं करते?
पेंसिल क्या नहीं करते ना?
गलती नहीं होती थी ना, रबड़ ही क्यों करूँ यूज?
यहाँ गलती नहीं होगी ना?
नहीं, बाद में सॉरी बोलते नहीं ना।
सच बोल रहे हो क्या?
वो तो आप बताओगे दोस्त।
डाउट हो रहा है ना भाई?
इंस्टिंक्ट पे जाओ अपनी।
रबर है, आईलाइनर है।
आईलाइनर, हाँ करेक्ट।
यार और कुछ है? क्योंकि आईलाइनर के अलावा भी कुछ अलग लगाते हैं।
नहीं, वो काजल अब मेरे को इतना ब्रीफ नहीं पता, पर वो ब्लैक सा टिप है, उसकी लंबी सी लाइन है। वो
उसका पेन टाइप है?
हाँ, वो पेंसिल रहती है ना लंबी।
हाँ।
बिल्कुल पेंसिल, पेन नहीं पेंसिल, उसमें लंबी हो।
पेंसिल किस लगाएंगे
दोस्त? आईलाइनर नहीं लगाती लड़की।
सच बोल रहे हो?
कंफर्म कर दूं?
सच बोल रहे हो?
ये लो देखो, आईलाइनर, रबड़ और राइनोसर।
दो
तीन एक ब्रो।
कोई बात
तीन
नहीं,
एक।
मैं समझा दूं।
इनकी टीम को समझाना पड़ता है हर चीज को।
अरे यार बस यहाँ जीत दी है, खुश हो जाएंगे यहाँ से जाके।
क्या नाम है आपका?
जोएब, तुम्हारा?
वोटा।
एक मार्कर है और एक कैक्टस है और ट्रक एक।
अच्छा, क्या क्या कलर किया है जो भी मेंशन किया हो?
एक ग्रे कलर का है और एक ग्रीन है, दूसरा भी ग्रीन टाइप है।
छोटे साइज के सब?
असलियत में तो दो बड़े हैं।
सारे मिले हुए या खट्टे हैं, कैसा है?
वो तो अलग है।
फिर से बोलो, सारे चीज़ के बारे में डिस्क्राइब करो।
एक मार्कर है, एक कैक्टस है, ट्रक है।
बोलो सारे के कलर।
दो ग्रे, एक ग्रीन है, दो ग्रीन है, एक ग्रे।
फिर ट्रक कौन सा है, मार्कर कौन सा है?
मार्कर ग्रे है, ट्रक ग्रीन, कैक्टस ग्रीन। बताओ सच है या झूठ है?
झूठ लग रहा है मेरे को।
सच है।
अरे यार, अच्छा कोई नहीं, गुड गेम। अबे तेरी बारी, पकड़ पाएगा?
पकड़ लूंगा, इजी है।
ठीक है, चलते हैं। एक शवल जैसा है, एक फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स, एक पेस्ट्री।
कलर?
ब्लैक ब्लैक ब्लैक, तीनों ब्लैक।
साइज बताओ, साथ में क्या अलग है?
अलग ही है।
वापस बताओ ना, कौन सी है?
पेस्ट्री, शवल, फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स।
एक और बार कलर ही बता दो बस।
सारे ही ब्लैक हैं।
फ्लेवर बता दो मेरे क्या?
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट वाइट भी होता है, ब्लैक एंड वाइट होता है वो तो।
गेस कर लो।
कर लो, तुम्हारी मर्जी, ट्राई कर लो।
झूठ है।
सच है। अब करो ना ऐसा।
और बड़ी नाम क्या है आपका? ठीक है, खोल दूँ? ये आग बंद कर लो। एक ग्रेनेड है और एक मुकुट है, क्राउन, और एक आईना है। आईने का गोल्डन है और ग्रेनेड तो ग्रीन ही होता है। वाइट है और उसमें 3 डायमंड लगे। क्या लगे? डायमंड क्राउन में। वापस से रिपीट करना, क्या कलर है? क्राउन का वाइट, अरे सॉरी, क्राउन का सिल्वर है, वाइट निकल गया मुझसे। और ग्रेनेड ग्रीन और ये मिरर गोल्डन।
सबसे बड़ा हो जाता है?
ग्रेनेड लग रहा है मेरे को। तीनों ही बड़े। नहीं, एक लेंथ में बड़ा है, एक विथ में बड़ा है।
वापस से रिपीट करना, कौन सी चीज़ है?
ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन।
ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन। क्राउन का कलर क्या बोला?
सिल्वर।
गोल्डन किसका कलर है? मिरर का?
हाँ। क्या लगता है, सच बोल रहा हो झूठ बोल रहा हो?
मुझे लगता है भाई झूठ बोल रहा है।
क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है?
ना भाई।
एक ही गेम खेल रहा और भरोसा नहीं है? जाओ फिर भाई, मत करो भरोसा। और क्या?
अरे यार, इतना तेज झूठ बोल रहा है भाई।
सच बोला है मैंने।
भाई अपना भी नाम बता दो।
आयुष।
भाई एक घोड़ा है और गोल्ड है, एक क्लॉक है।
तीनों का कलर बताओ पहले।
ब्लैक है और येलो है और रेड है।
किसका क्या है?
घोड़े का ब्लैक है, येलो है क्लॉक का।
हो गया।
हो गया?
वापिस रिपीट करो।
अरे घोड़े का ब्लैक है, क्लॉक का येलो है।
और गोल्ड का?
किसका? गोल्ड का गोल्ड है भाई।
घोड़ा बड़ा है छोटा है?
छोटा है।
किसके जैसा है?
क्या?
छोटा घोड़ा है ना?
हाँ।
गोल्ड की चेन है कि सिर्फ गोल्ड है थोड़ा?
सिर्फ गोल्ड है।
क्या है मतलब?
नगेट नगेट।
वापिस रिपीट करो पूरा।
गोल्ड है, घोड़ा है, क्लॉक है।
क्लॉक कैसे है?
क्लॉक
बड़ा है छोटा है कैसे?
राउंड छोटा।
पता चल गया भाई, झूठ बोल रहे हो।
गैस कर सकते हो, गैस करना है तो।
हाँ झूठ बोल रहे हो
भाई, पकड़ लिया तूने झूठ देख।
तो भाई तुम उसको देखे बिना बोल रहे हो तो।
What's up guys? Hope you all are doing good. मेरे साथ एक बहुत बड़ी महान हस्ती जुड़ी हुई है, that is जॉन्टी गेमिंग, and I would like to ask them lot of questions. I know समय उतना ही है, चलो पूछते हैं पहला सवाल। सबसे पहली चीज तो आपका सबसे ज्यादा फेवरेट पेट कौन सा है?
हमारा फेवरेट पेट है R1।
R1?
यस।
और बताइए क्यों?
क्योंकि R1 से हमको रोटेशंस में इजी पड़ता है, हम खाली जगह अच्छे से स्पॉट कर पाते हैं, एंड बंदे नहीं होते तो हम जल्दी जोन भी पकड़ पाते हैं, तो बहुत एडवांटेज मिलता है बाकी टीमों से।
उस टाइम पे मैंने ऐसा देखा था आप बहुत ज्यादा एग्रेसिव जा रहे थे, सो इट्स ऑल थैंक्स टू R1।
या बिकॉज ऑफ दैट हमें पता रहता था कितने प्लेयर है उस जगह पे, तो हम अच्छे से प्लान करके जाते मार देते थे उन्हें।
परफेक्ट, सही है। तो ओवरऑल आपकी जो जर्नी रही है कैसी रही है, उतार चढ़ाव के साथ या फिर आपके लिए स्मूथ सेलिंग रहा है?
जैसे स्टार्टिंग में हमारा था क्लोज क्वालिफायर, उसमें टीम पूरा पीक पे चल रही थी, मतलब मस्त चल रहा था। फिर बीच में आए लीग स्टेजेस, उसमें कभी ऊपर कभी नीचे, ऐसा डाउन कभी डाउनफॉल आया, फिर उसके ऊपर वार किया हमने। फिर अभी जैसे फाइनल ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफायर चला, तो उसमें हमने स्टार्टिंग वीक 3 डे 1 में अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, फिर थोड़ा 1 पॉइंट के कारण चोक कर दिए, फिर वापस उस पर वार किए, फिर लैंड के लिए क्वालिफाई की।
दैट्स अमेजिंग। तो ये जितने भी अप डाउन सिचुएशंस रहे हैं, इसको टैकल करने के लिए आपने क्या सोचा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में?
अपने हमारे गेम स्टाइल चेंज किए थोड़ा, अकॉर्डिंग टू बाकी टीम्स क्या कर रही है, फिर हम क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कौन सा चीज़, तो उस पर वर्क किए, फिर उसको यूटिलाइज किए, फिर देन रिजल्ट तो दिख गया।
दैट्स अमेजिंग। सो एक बात आपसे जानना चाहूँगा जॉन्टी भाई, सबसे पहली चीज़ तो आपके पास इतना अच्छा स्नाइपर है विंसेंट, और जिस तरीके से उनके शॉट्स लगते हैं और जिस तरीके से वो अपना एक कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहे हैं टीम के लिए, आप कितना प्राउड हो इनसे?
जैसे आपने बोला कि आपके पास बहुत अच्छा स्नाइपर है विंसेंट, मैं उसमें क्लियर करूँगा, अच्छा है और फ्यूचर में और भी अच्छा आएगा, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल से बहुत सारे स्नाइपर्स हैं फ्री फायर में, लेकिन विंसेंट शायद इस लीग में एक ऐसा नाम है जो बहुत निकल के आया है, और ऑडियंस ने भी उसको बहुत प्यार दिया है कि विंसेंट की स्नाइपिंग बहुत अच्छी है। और मैं तो आपको भी पता है स्नाइपर कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो और मेरे को ऐसा लगता है जब ग्रैंड फाइनल होगा, जब और भी बड़ा टूर्नामेंट होगा, तो विंसेंट एक ऐसा है जो की रोल है उसका और बहुत निकल के आएगा, और फ्यूचर में वन ऑफ द बेस्टेस्ट में नहीं शायद बेस्ट में आएगा।
सो विक्ट्री डे 1 में जो एक ऐसा पॉइंट आया था, पूरी टीम डाउन में चली हुई थी, सो उस जगह पे आपने कहा कि आपने अपना प्ले स्टाइल पूरा चेंज करा है, बट ओवरऑल उस प्ले स्टाइल को आपने किस तरीके से एनहांस करा? क्या आप ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव हुए हो या फिर ज़्यादा डिफेंसिव रहे हो?
बेसिकली हमने पहले जो हम कर रहे थे ना, वो सीधा अपने टीम के हिसाब से करते थे। अभी हमने ग्रुप्स देखे कि ए ग्रुप में कैसी टीमें हैं, सी ग्रुप में कैसी टीमें हैं, वहाँ पर अगर एग्रेसिव है तो हमने थोड़ा डिफेंसिव अप्रोच की, या फिर थोड़ा डिफेंस करने वाले तो उन पर चढ़ के खेलने का सोचा, तो हमने कुछ चेंजेस करके वो कॉम्बिनेशन बना के थोड़ा ठीक किया।
नाइस, थोड़ा एडेप्टेबिलिटी आपकी दिखाई दे रही है मुझे। एंड CS में जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने क्वालिफाई करा था, दैट वाज जस्ट स्ट्रेट अप 2-0 के बाद आप पहुंचे थे, और उससे पता चल रहा था कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज़्यादा दिखाई दे रहा है, बट BR में वो चीज़ कन्वर्ट नहीं होती हुई दिखाई दी, तो उसका कोई
रीज़न तो नहीं, BR में हम लो थे, बट एक बार जैसे हमने CS खेला ना, हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा बिल्ड हुआ हमारे रशर्स का, वो भी हमारे जारिस और कुणाल थे, और रश कर रहे थे अच्छा CS में, तो वो लेके थोड़ा एक बार तो डाउन गया, पर वही उनको दिखाया हमने कि CS में हम ऐसा परफॉर्म्स कर रहे हैं, तो वही दिखा के थोड़ा अप करा।
तो व्हाट डज इट मीन फॉर यू टू विन TEZ FFMIC 2025?
पहला तो पैसे सब तो चाहिए, दूसरा बाकी अभी काफ़ी टाइम से कुछ मिला नहीं फ्री फायर में टूर्नामेंट्स हुए नहीं, तो अभी एक स्टार्टर है, देखते हैं फ्यूचर देख रहे हैं इसमें अपना अच्छा जाएगा तो बाकी मैं।
आप क्या कहना चाहोगे कुणाल भाई? कुछ नहीं, मज़ा आ रहा है, कंपैक्ट प्लान है, एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा है, बाकी टीमों के साथ मिलके भी अच्छा फील हो रहा है। देखते हैं, हम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए बहुत एक्साइटेड है, परफॉर्मेंस अभी कैसा जाएगा वो तो पता नहीं, होपफुली अच्छा है।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025 Grand Finals. हम 2 semi-finals देख चुके हैं, लेकिन now it's time for the finals. 4 teams आई थी stage पर, but now only 2 remain, and both these teams are vying the big prize. लेकिन सवाल ये है, कौन सी टीम जीतेगी, कौन सी टीम हारेगी? Which team will be crowned the champions today? But इसके लिए हमें बुलाना पड़ेगा teams को stage पे. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for the first team in question. Give it up for Godlike Esports. For Godlike, we have Yogi, Marco, Nancy, Echo, and Nobita. और अब वक्त है दूसरी टीम को बुलाने का. A team that has been unbeaten, undefeated, a team that looks like has the Midas touch. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for Total Gaming. For Total Gaming, we have Fozzy Ajay, Mafia, Delete, Asak, and Shanky. आसान नहीं होगा इतना ज्यादा प्रेशर झेलना इन टीम्स के लिए, but both these teams are more than equipped to lift this trophy and of course win this prize and be called the champions of Clash Squad in India. But ladies and gentlemen, the action awaits us, so do our casters. So folks, take it away.
One final fight. The ultimate showdown. We are here at the grand finals of the Clash Squad TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me on the English desk is going to be Crips, and this is the ultimate battle of the Goliaths. On one end, Godlike trying to get to that form of the gods, and on the other end, Total Gaming at their best and undefeated form.
Exactly, and if Total Gaming manage to win this one, they will assert total dominance over the digital battlefield. Godlike will once again ascend to their absolute lord-like status, maybe even go all the way to the heavens above. But if they don't, they definitely would try to drag Total Gaming down to the depths of hell, even if they fail doing so.
Successfully, they did it too.
I mean, they did, yeah. Both these teams, they have managed to overcome all the odds. And you know what the funny part over here is, Lucifer? Both these teams lost their first game of the semi-finals. Godlike, when they lost their first game against NG Pros, my mind was hooking up all sorts of revenge arc stories. Godlike was responsible for sending NG Pros down to the lower bracket in the league stage. And now when NG Pros won the first game, I thought, oh yeah, they will definitely exact some revenge against Godlike Esports and claim their spot in the finals, successfully completing that villain arc. But they failed to do so. Quite a wonderful performance from Marco, puts his team through to the finals. And then the second game, I feel so bad for Ginotra. So many clutches by that guy. Oh my
Yeah.
god, he was on fire.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a heartbreak because with all these clutches, I thought he would make it to the finals, but simply not happening.
We talk about this. The main thing at stake here on stage is not how well you play, but how well you are acclimatizing yourself on the stage, because
Yeah.
that's the big thing. We could clearly see Jaunty Gaming, once they started off, they did start off with a game and a round they were trying to close on. But once Total Gaming, they understood what's going on, how they have to play against Jaunty Gaming, was clearly Total Gaming were ahead, and especially the amount of strategies that they had, their playbook so vivid. I think that is what Total Gaming will again bring in, and the main man behind this mission of victory is this Fauzi Ajay. We just saw him on stage with Mamba talking about all the memories that he had, and now with this new team in terms of formation are still in that same domination that we've seen a while back, and Fauzi Ajay leading that charge. And is that wall, what could Godlike do to break that?
I don't know, honestly, what Godlike could do, because Godlike isn't in that same form that Total Gaming is in. They are playing like they have nothing left to lose. Fauzi Ajay, with that bandana on his head, he is an absolute vibe merchant. He's a spice dealer over here, sprinkling masala on these days of matches and making it much more entertaining than it's supposed to be. Like, I knew Clash Squad is fun. I didn't know it would be this much fun.
Look at their entry when they do it.
Yep.
That itself all has a vibe. The aura they enter in, it feels like, hey, for 2 seconds, damn, that's the entry a team should always do. Because as soon as he walks out and Fauzi Ajay in center stands in the middle and everybody else around him, that proves the prowess they want to show up on the stage. There's a power when that entry comes out. And I think that's what Total Gaming is here for. But there's Godlike, this name. When it started off in the BR stage, we all thought this should be the first grand finals in everything.
Yeah.
So far, that's not been the case, but still they've made it to the grand finals here in Clash Squad and even in BR.
Yep, they have asserted dominance on both ends of the tournament, and I must admit, one might say that their form isn't exactly at its peak. When we saw Godlike in the online qualifier, they were able to get like 3 booyahs in a single day, and by doing so, they created a record in the Indian Free Fire Max circuit. Well, I want to see if they can live up to that record and win 3 booyahs back-to-back, clean sweep Total Gaming off of their feet and win the finals undefeated. But then again, Total Gaming is in prime form. And like I said, these guys are playing like they have nothing left to lose. Fauzi Ajay literally told Mamba that he doesn't even play Clash Squad. He's just here for the vibes, man. They are here simply because they are, and I say this with all seriousness, because they are just better.
Imagine, on a stage, they walk out and they still manage to win it all. Undefeated is the streak that they're maintaining as they're here in the grand finals. As he mentioned, they might have not played Clash Squad, but for a team to be in that form, that is complete domination. That's total domination for you on stage. Let's take a look at the map. Can they do the same? Can they replicate it all? And this, for all the viewers wondering, it is no more a best of 3. This is, till the end, a best of 5. We're going to see Kalahari to start things off. Nextra, the next best thing, where just Total Gaming found their victory against a top team that is Jaunty. And then we move to Solara, Bermuda at game number 4, and Purgatory is where it all ends and decides.
Exactly. Now, all these teams must have had plenty of experience playing on Kalahari and Nextra, but Solara and Purgatory have entered the Clash Squad mode just now. Up until today, we have only seen best of 3 games between these teams. And in those best of 3, we've seen Kalahari, Nextra and Bermuda quite often. I don't know if they've played enough Solara Clash Squad at all. So that will be a completely different test that these teams probably might not have prepared for before. Same with Purgatory. And now while Purgatory is a map where everybody is very familiar with all the compounds, and the best part about Purgatory is most of the city structures are symmetrical. So that will give you a nice little Clash Squad arena where you can easily set out your neutral stances. But in maps like Solara and Nextra, you will have to account for those unique maps, terrains and unique layouts. Because let's say, for example, Solara, we all know that the entire map has zip rails all around it. But will the actual Clash Squad arenas have those zip rails? These guys They might have played it in their regular casual games, but they don't know what to expect in a tournament settings. Same with Nextra. Every single arena in Nextra offers a unique vibe. Grav Labs actually sends you flying. Zipway forces you to take a lot of mid control. At the same time, you have areas like Deca Square, which have so many open spaces, but at the same time, because the seating area of that Deca Square stadium thingy is a semicircle, it forces you to play on the edge.
Now, I want to ask you, how are things pan out here for Godlike? Because I think Total Gaming clearly the favorites, right? When they walk up on the stage,
100%.
as they are looking forward to complete the full circuit of Clash Squad without even losing a single game. All of it has been a 2-0, even in the semi-finals. Do you think this best of 5 is going to end in the first 3 maps, as we did see? It is starting off with Kalahari, Nextra, and then we have Solara. It is not Bermuda.
Simply because it's starting with Kalahari, I think that Godlike stand a fighting chance.
Okay.
They might just be able to win the first game, and then the pattern will repeat itself. Godlike, they might just lose they might just win the first map, but they might not be able to win the rest.
Yep.
And that's also because Godlike are really strong in Kalahari, not just in Clash Squad mode, but also in BR mode. So that tells me that they might have a fighting chance. But then in Nextra and Bermuda, I really think Total Gaming can blow them out of the water.
Oh yeah, this did Jaunty Gaming 6-0, a team who had flawlessly run through Nextra coast, and here Total Gaming come up and they say that's not going to happen. They didn't even manage to win. That's what Total Gaming did to Jaunty Gaming. Now I'm worried for Godlike, irrespective that on stage after losing Kalahari, they were able to stage a comeback. Godlike are known to do that, and this is something that we were discussing, right? Godlike, whenever they were playing in the league stages, they did miss out on chances. Even when they lost in their opportunity of flawlessly running across in the Clash Squad, we said, guys, this team is hiding something. They're not at their best potential. And when finally now Marco is rising up those ranks of elimination at that MVP leaderboard, that tells us that this shift between Yogi and Marco is actually playing right into Godlike's advantage.
Exactly. I did not expect Marco would be such an explosive player. Kind of makes me wonder why they didn't bring him out much sooner. I mean, they've used Nobita quite a lot during the league stage, and now we are seeing Marco pick up Santino, which is, by the way, Yogi's signature character in Clash Squad. And I was like, okay, they didn't just switch out the players over here. They didn't just make a change in the absolute playing 4, but they also switched out the characters and the roles. I really thought that would be a disaster, but it worked out beautifully for Godlike.
I think this is their thought process in work, or work in progress, that they were trying to lay down when they started things off, both in BR League stage as well as in the Clash Squad. Because when that Marco, Eco, Nobita switches were happening, trying to figure out the best playing 4, we could clearly see that it was not at its best in terms of the fight that they were dealing with, trying to win. And that is the reason even Godlike lost the game. But they had a chance of a vengeance here against Jaunty if Jaunty made it to the Grand Finals. Now, however, they have another bigger opponent. While they would have faced Jaunty Gaming earlier, Total Gaming they've never faced on Clash Squad. They might have faced in BR. There was even a rivalry, I still remember, in BR, and I think it was in Purgatory, where Shanky managed to eliminate Godlike at the start of that map itself, which tells me there might be something brewing from Yogi's end to finish them off here in a best of 5.
Honestly, up until now, I don't know if Godlike even had the mental bandwidth to think about a rivalry with Total Gaming, because they've been so busy dealing with their own demons.
True.
But this is their chance to deal with Total Gaming and their dominance so far. Total Gaming begin by banning Oscar, and Godlike begin by banning Tatsuya. So both the movement-based characters out of the equation already.
We saw how fast-paced movement Total Gaming were able to make when they understood they had an opportunity with Tatsuya. And that's where Jaunty Gaming almost turned the cards in banning Tatsuya, getting Skylar for themselves. But Skylar and Jaunty Gaming, the way they played it out did not work at all for them. There was a lot of miss in their character ability usages. But when we come towards Total Gaming, again, looking at that same survivability idea, they pick up instantly Cassie. They did not even give Godlike a chance to think about Cassie in their first few picks.
Yeah, and that's wonderful because they know for a fact that Nancy likes to pick A124, and Cassie is like the one character who cannot be countered by the A124. A124 can probably suppress everything when she activates the Thrill of Battle, but Cassie's healing bonds, the electrotherapy, lasts long enough for you to overthrow the Thrill of Battle debuff. Like, that's one healing bond that will last all throughout the round. And that is basically uncounterable because you can pop it the moment that barrier drops.
Second pick, or next two choices from Godlike. is going to be Chrono and Zion. One of the picks that Total Gaming did in their previous best of 3, Chrono was there in play, but their opponents did have Zion, so they know to play around Zion. I like really the pick of Chrono coming through. Godlike, they have to play on that survivability, similar to what Total Gaming are doing. They might have a KSC, but right now with Chrono, that is going to give them a dome, which will help them figure out the next immediate move and some time to breathe.
That's a nice counter pick. Santino picked up by Total Gaming. So far, we've seen Marco absolutely dominate with that Santino. And he dropped a 14 elimination bomb in one game by using that Santino. So I would love to see how Godlike respond to this, because this is their signature character being stolen away. Yes, Godlike Esports, I do like their double pick of Zion and Chrono. As you know, Zayn will give you an insane amount of buff while fighting. And if you manage to force that fight in and around that Chrono bubble, around that Chrono time turner, you're going to have a much better time. At least Godlike Esports still have their Ignis, so I'm believing that Yogi will pick up that Ignis. He's been using that beautifully so far. I mean, he's not just been using it as a method to deal damage to their opponents' glue walls and the opponents themselves. He's also been using it as a moving smokescreen behind which his team can advance while masking their positions.
And I think this is playing to their advantage. And I was talking to the Hindi desk as well about this, that, hey, Yogi is switching up that role, even the character that he is playing. And that is the main reason for Godlike's success so far. And that's been working out continuously till the very end. If they're able to do it against against Total Gaming itself, this is a best of 5 to its bestest that we're going to be seeing. And they could be the champions who will be lifting the trophy. The last pick is going to be Koda. So right now, Total Gaming are not relying only on aggression or survival. They are also looking out for information, because A124 could cause them a trouble when they're in the fight, and that is the reason they go for a Koda. Ignis, as you did mention, we might end up seeing on Yogi, but it is not. It is Marco this time because of Santino going towards Mafia, and Mafia has been playing in similar form of how Marco was using it. So I really like Mafia having Santino. He was able to bamboozle the previous matchup of Jaunty. And now you can see all hands in. They are ready. Total Gaming with their 4 picks of characters.
The huddle comes through. Captain Fauzi Ajay not playing in this particular game. He's passed over that responsibility to delete Mafia, Shanky and Aztec. The double heal from the side of Total Gaming might be rendered useless, as Shanky can get suppressed by A124's Thrill of Battle. But I am really not in the favor of these character picks. Nancy having A124, not a problem. Eco having Zayn, not a problem. Why is Marco not the one on Chrono? Why is Yogi on Chrono? I mean, up until now, every single player that I've seen use Ignis, they haven't been using it like Yogi. I mean, Yogi probably uses it the best. I have never seen anyone use Ignis, use the flame to mark that, or rather to mask their position. And Yogi is the first person I have seen in the entire tournament, nay, the entire country, who's using that as a moving mask. And that's so unique. Like, I was praising Yogi so much for his Ignis usage. I don't know why he would switch over to Chrono.
I think this is again to do with, we were talking about this, a role switch, right? Because we can see again, Yogi is back on the sniper. Is there a switch? Marco, is he going back for a fight? I think that could be a change again in role. Marco wielded the AWM throughout the fight in NG Pros and won the battle for the team. But right as now, as we see, Godlike again thinking of switching Yogi back to a sniper role. I think this might be just to throw Total Gaming off, making sure that they're not ready for this, because Yogi is that phenomenal sniper that we've seen in BRs. It was, yes, a tad bit missing towards the very end of it. They did still manage to make it across. But final line drawn right now. Game number 1 ready. Characters selected. Godlike, they might be able to outplay Total Gaming, but Total Gaming are coming up on an advantage. They are on the hot streak of victory. They've not lost anything. Their confidence is at the peak when you speak about this best of 5. And right now, all stakes, all that they've played and won for is now going to finally come into play. That is the trophy. That is the champion's title. And if Total Gaming don't make it now, then that's going to be a big upset. And that could be one of the reasons I feel like Total Gaming might be on a high as they start off on Kalahari.
Well, if Total Gaming manage to get that early lead, then that will basically smother Godlike Esports momentum right off the bat, because we know how they were looking like when they lost Kalahari, man. They looked so dejected. It seemed like for a moment Eco held his breath. Yogi lost all color on his face. It seemed like these guys literally were struggling to breathe at that point in real life. I'm not even talking about feeling suffocated or smothered in the game. I saw Nancy's hand shaking. That is not something you can afford to have in the grand finals of such a massive tournament.
You cannot. This is what happened even for Jaunty Gaming. As soon as they were unable to find Frag Jarvis. But right now it is game number 1. Total Gaming versus Godlike Esports. The grand finals in class squad start here. Start now at Confinement.
Confinement, the prison. Total Gaming want to drop bars around Godlike Esports, but Yogi coming in from the side takes that duel against Aztec. The nade predictively thrown into the Chrono Shield puts Yogi down on his knees. Marco manages to find Mafia straggling from above, but Eco dives in deeper. That shotgun doing wonders. Delete. It's all up to him now. Trapped in a 1v3, he can funnel them into that narrow corridor as they go above. And they are simply not rushing him into that trench. They know that going into that trench could be dangerous. They try to jump from above. Delete has to pull out the gun at the wrong time. Eco, he might have died to that predictive nade. But in the end, Godlike win it anyway.
That was a smarty pants move coming in from Delete over there. He let that nade, walked off, and one player did fall prey for it. Not a round 1 victory, but I still feel like Total Gaming now is just something that they'll brush it off. Whereas Godlike Esports, they have to build momentum right now. Kalahari, they start. This is the playground of none other than Total Gaming, and this is how Total Gaming also started when they were fighting against Jaunty. Earlier rounds they lost, and then they staged their comeback, and Jaunty Gaming could do nothing about it. Scoreline was yes closer, but this time it could be completely different. Shanky running up with the Alok. Casey being used on Aztec, and they find the opening. Marco is down, and Eco, Yogi and Nancy were able to do nothing to save him.
My goodness, man. The double heal for Total Gaming. This is exactly what Godlike needed to be afraid of. Yogi pops that time turner and tries to res Marco inside it, but Marco is still very low on HP. He has to dip underground for cover. Nancy on the Western Shrine trying to get the angles, but he's simply not being offered any fights at all. And they know where Eco is as well, so nobody is willing to peek Godlike at all. Both the teams have gone for a full reset, Lucifer.
The neutral. And finally the fight breaks. Yogi spots a player, but they're still in 2 different positions of that shrine. But the opening, Nancy's found it. Nancy so far has not had the best time, but right now against Total Gaming, he's found 2 knocks. Yogi helping him out. Shanky might have found one. Make it the confirmation on Nancy. And Yogi turns things around as he helps and gets an opportunity with Eco to continue round number 2 in their name.
Godlike Esports clutching out that round from the jaws of defeat. Lovely res by Yogi over there. Very bold too. Going for a res in the open while you're on the low ground. And you know your opponent has 2 angles on you, not just one. That could have been a suicidal move. That could have snowballed Godlike down the trench. But now as we head towards Mammoth, Total Gaming are going for a 1-on-1 split. Only single person on top of those bones. Mafia on top gets the elevation. In fact, they're going towards the radar tower.
Weapons not that great for Godlike. They did lose that round. Crossover not that good. Falls down. Refinery. A place where Total Gaming know each and every nook and corner. They would love to convert and equalize. Eco, the man who was supposed to clutch but missed his opportunity, now gets spotted. And that's information for the player on the higher ground. And now Shank is moving in with the use of the Alok. Making sure he's healed at all times. Doesn't lose a point of health and ready for the fight. Yogi has to come to him. There's nothing much they could do. And the whole squad together find an equalizer.
Just take a look at their health bars, man. These guys are regenerating instantly. Delete, unkillable. Shanky absolutely cannot be touched. That's where the double heal comes through, man. Total Gaming managed to pop them both and then dive into that battle. How on earth do Godlike Esports counter this? I mean, they can use the A124, but they just simply don't find the opportunity to do so.
Round 5. Scores equalized. The best of the best fights. are going to start right now, because teams have to understand from here on, it's 4 rounds to get a booyah here in Kalahari. Bayfront it is, Total Gaming. They've played this so methodically so far and always managed to win.
Eco, this is his playground. He's always shown either a double or a triple elimination. He even got an ace over here once.
Marco with the AC-80. So far, we've not seen his big game of 10 plus eliminations. He has been slow and steady. But it's time to start. Whereas on the other end, Nancy, slowly, he might be getting back to his MVP form. His position's compromised. Has to back off to Eco for cover. But I really like Marco's position just behind Delete. He's always managed to find that position, even in Mammoth.
Yeah, but he's always taken that garage house, so people are kind of aware about that position now. Still, Mafia Gaming, oh, never mind, he found Yogi. No surprises over here for the IGL of Godlike. They are well versed with his tactics. They also know that Marco is underneath, but do they know that Eco is up here? Even if they didn't, Delete is ready for the...
And Eco in danger. The zone's closing at there and already taking the damage. Delete waiting to see where they push from, and Delete is trying to isolate a fight first, and there it is. He finds the opening, but Eco brings it down to a 1 versus 1. Can he close it out? Mafia deals the first bullet, but the closing shot comes in from Eco, and that clutch and equalizer at 3-3.
How on earth have you defeated Total Gaming on Santa Katrina of all places? This is their home ground, this is their turf. The flag of Total Gaming will no longer fly high on the broken ship, and piece by piece they send it back to TEZ.
Sailing the 7 seas is right now Godlike Esports, matching toe-to-toe with Total Gaming on their own domain. Godlike, what a show today that they're putting up. And in a grand finals of a best of 5, running up quickly, Delete, going aggressive, taking control on the flank. Yogi will try to cover. Eco, he's played the big man's game in the previous round, and right now, he's still trying to do that. Santino's mannequin's been spotted. It could work out in his favor if there is a switcheroo that happens, but right now, Eco's position should also be compromised with the nade that he tossed.
My goodness. Total Gaming are drawing aggro so well. They've basically forced Godlike Esports to use up all of their throwables, and now they've got nothing left. Mafia and Aztec don't even have any glue walls, but that's completely okay because Total Gaming are not going to fight in the open. In fact, they've gone for a 2-2 split. Aztec climbs on top of the containers, takes a bunch of damage, Shoda Shank. As this end of the 2-2 split has been taken care of. Where are Mafia and Delete? They are late to the party. Their teammates definitely need their help. Aztec jumps back down towards the concrete block, but Marco finds an angle on him. Delete from afar. Will Delete Eco, but that is not going to be enough. Will this be possible? Because Godlike have plenty of opportunities to revive their teammates, and Mafia and Delete do not have any angles. They've sent in the Ignis just to make sure that any person who's attempting a revive will take damage even more. Mafia, you can see him, the shoulder spotted. Marco sees an arm. Can he take his head? Back down to a 2v2. The zone will shrink again, and this time Total Gaming will have the advantage.
How do Godlike always end up in this spot? But what a quick movement coming in. Delete is right next to the barracks, but he cannot quickly find an opportunity. Marco and Yogi playing as the best duo together. This change of role, Yogi understands Marco now, and Marco understands Yogi. This is the best tune that they're playing, and it could be an opportunity for them to take this control.
Oh my God.
On Yogi. Now it's up to Delete, and Delete brings it down to a 1v1 again. It's up to the IGL on one end, and the man who got them to the grand finals doesn't make it. Godlike, they get round 4.
Delete tried to be discreet. He thought by jumping into the barracks he could surprise his opponents, and he did. But Yogi is the king of the chrono. I take my words back. He is so well suited to that time turner. The jump, the timely deployment of the chrono shield, and then the moment your feet land on the ground, you're ready to shoot again. What a lovely way to get that shotgun battle in your favor. Godlike Esports take the lead, and now they've taken the cyber airdrop as well. And now with 2 cyber airdrop points, they can actually buy the Skylar and the chrono cards, which means they can have 2 chronos equipped.
Total Gaming, Council Hall, this is where it started for them in today's best of 3 of semi-finals, and they ended up ruling Kalahari. However, Godlike, their approach is a little different. Nate tossed right towards Yogi, that does good damage. If there was a barrage of nades, it could have been an opportunity. Maybe if an Alvaro on the passive could have done a lot more. But you can see the approach. Marco, however, had the higher ground, finds the opening and confirms it, and that's on Mafia. The sniper's out. Total Gaming have to play close and personal now.
No more Mafia, no more gang business. It's Godlike Esports who are acting as the police over here. Oh, nice use of the tire, but it gets punished so easily. Nancy and Marco climb up to their demise. It's like sending them back to their maker, sending them back to heaven.
Till he thought there could be a flank and he was holding the left edge of Council Hall. Nothing happened. All was Total Gaming Spears walking towards Godlike's victory at round 5 as they're getting closer to closing this map in their name, and Total Gaming might be losing their first game in the entirety of Clash Squad.
It's a rough proposition to bear. Rough situation to be in. The team who's displayed total dominance up until now will finally taste defeat if they don't manage to make a comeback in Kalahari. And this is a taste they are not familiar with. Bitter would be an understatement.
This is their playground. This is their opportunity. This is where they battle at their best. They survive till the very end. Their abilities, the characters that they picked, all effect synonymous with the victory. But it's not been working. We saw how they well used Alok's party and Casey's electrotherapy. But for now, Godlike have seemed to find a break in that chain. And it's working out. If this continues, Total Gaming might lose this Kalahari. Nancy getting closer. Yogi's already given the information, forcing Shanky to back off.
But Shanky has now regrouped with Delete. So what he and Delete can pull off, Nancy and Yogi will also have to do something similar. These both players are going to be the pincers of their team. Aztec is just waiting for someone like Marco to move ahead and maybe try to get an angle so that Aztec can surprise him. Mafia, on the other hand, acting like a CCTV camera from above, he's going to try to give information to his teammates. But I don't know if Godlike will offer him anything because none of these teams are willing to move. They're using their third-person perspective at their finest. And now, as the circle shrinks, Marco comes closer, forced to relinquish his faraway position. He's got eyes on Mafia because Mafia is the danger man now. You take out the guy on top, everybody else below will crumble.
He is always the key core of Total Gaming. It was the reason that John T Gaming were able to find a few rounds, and that is the reason Marco, like an eagle, is hovering over Mafia, trying to look forward to an opening. Yogi takes a couple of shots but gets damage in return. Now they're getting closer as the zone is moving in the other direction. A 4v4 fight brews. Godlike at the brink of success, closing Kalahari, but they can. It is going to look difficult as Mafia opens, finds Yogi, but Nancy is turning things around with Marco.
Nancy, can he connect those jump shots? He's going to have to go all the way around that, otherwise the blue zone will pin him down. And he can't go for the res onto Eco. They will force him out of the zone, and Nancy suffocates to death. Not like this, man. Not like this. In a game where you only have 4 assailants, how do you give up your life to the blue?
Godlike do not want to give Total Gaming the confidence on stage, the confidence at Kalahari back, because that's what the team does. They take momentum out from the opponents and then cascade it into victory.
Exactly.
And now they've gotten closer to it in this round victory at 4.
I don't know, man. Godlike Esports might have won the round on Santa Catrina, but Total Gaming are the ones who take the wind out of their sails.
Godlike, this is where Eco had an opportunity on a 1v1. It was a terrain difference, the height difference. Eco had the opportunity, but can he bring it to that victory? And if he does, Godlike close Kalahari.
Godlike had a terrible time in Mammoth last time, and now that we are back for round 2, back to Mammoth, can Total Gaming continue that again? this time the strategy is different. Yogi is using the bones as cover, and he's not exactly moving ahead boldly. Generally, whenever teams try to take high ground on the top of Mammoth, they don't really make their position a secret. They try to suppress all their opponents by showering bullets upon them. This time, though, Yogi has no such intention, but with the Skylar ability being used, he's finally forced to relinquish that area and drop down to the ground. Keep in mind, none of them have Skylar, so this is an ability that they purchased because of the Cyber Airdrop. And now that both the teams have at least 2 points as a Cyber Airdrop, they should both be able to afford it. So you can account for the Skylar and even the Ignis to be here. Sorry, Chrono.
Marco was the crucial point. His position compromised, and Iko who went to save him has the same fate. And now Godlike, the round 2 is not working for them. Last two survivors. Aztec has spotted Yogi. He knows the Chrono is going to deny the damage, but he uses his own that he brought from the machine. But Yogi will still come down, and it's all up to Nancy. And Total Gaming equalize. They say that you might have taken the lead on Kalahari, but you're not going to run away with the booyah.
This is supposed to be Godlike's strongest map. Yogi's supposed to win every single Chrono battle. How did you beat the King of Chrono in his own court? Kicked him off that throne, banished him from his kingdom, and forced him into exile.
Look at their faces. Crips, this is not how it started for Godlike.
Absolutely not. I don't think I've seen their players smile all day. They might have breathed a sigh of relief when they beat NG Pros, but a smile seems to be too far-fetched of an idea for now.
Total Gaming, they have built the momentum. They are right now rising up again, and Command Post is where they would want to command complete victory. One last round. All 4 players ready. Mafia has been finding the openings. Total Gaming at all time have found the opportunity when Godlike thought Marco had the best position.
And this time Marco isn't even taking that separate position. He's playing with the team. Godlike are taking no chances at all. And that's very uncharacteristic of them. TG, on the other hand, I don't think I've seen them use that Santino aggressively. They've only been using it as a return point. So Total Gaming are also playing it safe. Nobody wants to cross the street. And this is why they say, look both ways before you cross the street, kids. Or you can hold your parents' hands. This time, obviously, it's not your parents, it's your teammates' hands. Because you got to be together, hold those hands, get those straights.
And those two cross together. Nancy with his teammate. Make it a cross, make it 3 people rushing. Total Gaming instantly back off. They want their own space. They don't want anybody else moving into a fight, aggressing and forcing into it. Aztec, a quick glue wall helps him. He backs off. And now the zone closing is going to do the damage and force Godlike into a battle. But they still fight Yogi! He doubles down, and that's Total Gaming in trouble. Making confirmations coming across. Shanky trying to save the day, but it's going to be Marco. He secures, closes it. And that crossing the rollers together as a team worked for Godlike, and they close. Kalahari, they get the booyah.
That spray down by Yogi. The shotgun free fire across the barracks gets him that double elimination, and at that point, Godlike Esports have basically stamped their ticket to map number 2 with a W on the first one. Total Gaming. This is not something they're familiar with, a feeling that they have never experienced before. This is their first map loss in the entire Clash Squad tournament.
Unbelievable. I'm still trying to think what happened over there. It was all Yogi. Shanky tried his best. He tried to bring it back with the Trogan, but it was just not enough, Crips.
Absolutely not. As soon as Yogi figured out that the Ignis ability has been used over there, he knew that there's 2 players who are burning inside that corner, taking damage right across the corner from him. And then he just leaps out and completely pumps their guts full of lead.
Until that very last round, Marco was also in tandem with how his teammates were functioning. He was not on that MVP 10+ eliminations. But as soon as Yogi found those 2 knocks, Marco is like, this is the time to chime in. As soon as Shanky's position was revealed, he knew the other player is also going to be together with him. And instantly, Marco starts firing.
Exactly. And you saw how reluctant both these teams were to cross that road. You saw how they were so reluctant to make a play, to make a move. Yogi changed all of that. There's a reason why Yogi has been one of the most dangerous players in the entire tournament, not just in Class Squad, but also in the BR section. Yogi has more than 100 eliminations in the tournament so far. And it's because of his decisiveness, because of his ability to make those X-Factor plays. There you go. And while Yogi might have hit that final nail in the coffin, it's Marco as the MVP yet again. I think this might just be his third MVP title in just the last few hours. This guy is farming those MVP titles like it's a bag of rice.
This is what I'm unable to understand of what Godlike is currently trying to do. When we go all the way back in the storyline, it was all Nancy, right? Somewhere down the line there was Nobita, but now Marco in this big change, unbelievable stuff. But it's not only him, you have to give kudos to his teammates as well. Let's take a look at the score, because that tells you, even Yogi, as you mentioned, he was the man who found that opening right across. That was not going to be easy. Imagine with that shot, he instantly turns around. Total Gaming were ready, but that nick of second that Yogi fired those bullets and instantly both the players got down. They did not even have an answer to what Yogi did over there.
Marco, what are those numbers? 6,200. That's a ridiculous amount of damage, man.
Doubling what Yogi did.
Exactly. I mean, I was praising Yogi up until now. He's got more eliminations than anyone else at 9. But Marco has some ridiculous damage numbers.
Look at the assists. So he was a part of total 22 eliminations. 15 on a man. That comprehends at 6,234 damage that Marco was able to deal. But that was just the first map, the first game of Kalahari. We still have a lot more up in line. That is going to be Nextra to start things off. But do you think it is a 2-0 because they just now defeated Jaunty?
I mean, come on, man. Jaunty was unbeaten on Nextra.
Yep.
They won every single game 6-0. How do you defeat the undefeatable team and then not claim your dominion over Nextra? I don't think Godlike Esports has this.
Kalahari should have been Total Gaming's. Again taken back from Godlike. They lost the today's starter Kalahari. And now Nextra. So far, Godlike have won it today, but Total Gaming snatched away from Jaunty, as you rightfully mentioned, but taking another map out of Total Gaming's chance of a victory, because that was not an easy game. They went all the way till 6-4, and now Total Gaming are on the backlines. That's how I feel, Crips. Looking at how this matchup went, Total Gaming gave a lot of space towards Godlike, and Godlike, I think, somehow performed a lot better than thought of when the safe zone was moving in the opponent's direction. Even in that opportunity of eco battle, right? Mafia had the opportunity. He was the one to shoot the first bullet out of the sniper, but he was not the one to land the elimination, the final blow. It was still eco. All these heated up movements, Godlike have been performing way better.
Yeah, Godlike have indeed been performing better, except for Nancy, and that's a red flag that I would like to point out, because in his second game of the day, I think it's safe to say so, he hasn't scored more than 2,500 points of damage in any of the maps he's played so far. And that's just his form today. He looks kind of shaky, might even be nervous. It's understandable for a young lad of his age to be nervous on such a big stage. But keep in mind that Nancy was the big gun for Godlike in the league stage. They need him back online. If they want to go band for band against Total Gaming, they need to have all their cylinders firing.
While we were watching the Battle Royale, Crips, I was one of the flag bearers at all times for Godlike, mentioning that this is not Godlike, this is not Godlike. They're hiding something. In the league stage, their performance was not at the peak, and right now, they have a cheat sheet that they brought out. And with that cheat sheet, even though Fauzi Ajay is telling them what to do, you can see Yogi instantly wraps it up. I feel like Yogi has made a master plan that nobody is able to understand. Even me, when you're speaking about Nancy, right? There were a couple of rounds what Nancy did were MVP category. He had an opportunity even when we were looking towards one of the areas at Kalahari where he found the opening, but unfortunately he ended up being even the last survivor in a 1v2 or a 1v3 situation, and the pressure was a little too much to handle and he went down to the zone. We saw that happening.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's not a mistake that Nancy would have made under any other situation. And it's because of these mistakes why I'm worried about Godlike. Because the moment Nancy stops doubting himself, the moment he comes alive, Godlike will be unstoppable. Right now, they're playing as a three-man team, and I do not want to criticize a young lad on his first LAN final, but he is a force to be reckoned with. It's time for him to wake up. It's time for him to remind everyone who he is.
Yeah, I think it's time for that alarm to ring and everybody to wonder what this Wonder Kid is.
Exactly. The Wonder Kid. I'm so happy you use that word because he has the potential to be that guy. Take a look at all the players of Total Gaming. Do any of them seem young to you? Do any of them seem inexperienced to you? Nope. They don't lack experience even in the slightest. Mafia and Fauzi Ajay, they have been some of the longest standing pillars in the Indian Free Fire Max community. If you go up against experienced people like that and you go toe-to-toe on your first lance against these kind of players, people who have literally been crowned as the flag bearers of the Indian Free Fire Max community, you beat those guys, you're going to become a flag bearer yourself. You will be crowned king if you slay the current kings.
I've even written this down when we were kind of ideating between what every team is going to be called, right? I've written down Godlike should be kings. Because that's what they showed us.
Okay, I criticize your wordplay over there. Why would a god want to be a king? But like, I get it.
Yeah.
I get the emotion. I understand the emotion behind that. That being said, though, right now they're not playing like God. I know they're playing really well, but I know they can do even better. We've seen Godlike do so much better. But then again, Total Gaming, they finally have been defeated.
Yep.
Even in defeat, Godlike look just a little better.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Now, when we kind of bring in this fights, defeats that teams have faced, right? Total Gaming have not seen that. When you even go back to BR, they qualified right in week 3, day 1, whereas Godlike went all the way till the end in that race and then managed to qualify. And even in that race, till the very end, we felt like around maybe even game 4 that maybe Godlike has very bleak chances of qualifying. Whereas Total Gaming in Clash Squad, even in Battle Royale, had a smoothest of runs. Whereas Godlike have that experience that we keep talking about, which is helping them right now here in the biggest of stages where the experience matters and especially the tension which is on wire for both the teams, and somehow Godlike is handling it better, a tad bit better than Total Gaming.
Yeah, so far. And I mean, Total Gaming is way more experienced than Godlike. I mean, obviously, they've been around for much, much longer. And while Godlike is a very reputed name in the Indian community, these players are relatively young. Perhaps maybe Yogi, he's been around for a long time. But the IGL is stepping up when it matters the most. And that is wonderful, actually.
So many things that we can kind of bring about between these players, but I really like how Total Gaming are still working on their survival character instincts, right?
Correct.
It was very close with the game. I think if Yogi did not find those initial 2 frags, maybe it was Total Gaming because they had full control of it. They knew it was Godlike who will be forced to walk off those barracks first and then Total Gaming would fire upon them because they were ready for it. But Yogi instant 180 was not something that Total Gaming were wondering about, and that's where that upper hand worked in their favor. So Total Gaming, even though they lost game number 1, they know it's not a major loss. This is a best of 5. It's not going to end in map 2. There is still a big opportunity, and next up is Nextra, which they are also familiar with, especially after defeating Jaunty Gaming, who have had a flawless run. And that's where I think right now, Jaunty Gaming, defeating them, that should help them bring confidence back in. And now we are gearing up for none other than Game 2's character select. Where do you think? Is there going to be a major change from Total Gaming after the loss?
Yeah, I think they need to drop their double heal composition. I don't think it helped them much except for the battle outside of Refinery.
Correct.
In Refinery, it was ridiculously good. Like, both those players, Shanky and Mafia, healed up so quickly. It's almost like all of Godlike's effort were in vain. But there were many other times when they are not close enough to provide each other backup. There were several times where that Alok Awaken was stifled because of the usage of A124, except for like maybe in the rounds of Santa Katrina where the thrill of battle expired and then Total Gaming were free to use their abilities once more. So you really need to play around those cooldown timings, and if the round is being dragged on long enough, then those cooldown timings come into effect. If you're the kind of team that will try to end the round in 30 seconds or less, then you really don't need to worry about cooldowns. Just pop the thrill of battle and get in there.
Let's see, do they get into it as they're going to try and pick the same characters, or is there going to be a change? You did mention maybe they should change their approach rather than survival and healing to go for aggression, maybe even for information. The first ban coming up on our screens. Godlike have the upper hand after winning the first game in the best of 5. Will they be able to close out on Nextra? I'm excited to see what's up after Nextra because that is Solara. We have not seen a single game of Solara ever in Clash Squad. Irrespective that both these teams are very familiar on Solara, they've played. I would bank on Godlike being a tad bit better on Solara, all the way back on their online qualifiers of how they play, but I'm not too sure of how they're going to play out on Clash Squad.
I mean, that was like a month ago, bro.
Total
that was like
gaming.
a month ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether they will still be faring well on Solara. But for now, they just need to focus on getting their characters right.
There's one thing I do want to talk about. This is something that I was even mentioning with Tanya, that when we were making our predictions for Clash Squad, who would win the grand finals, who would become the champions, it was majorly between just Jaunty Gaming and Total Gaming. But however, Godlike with game number 1, getting this under control on Kalahari, would you switch if given the chance?
No, I'm not going to switch my characters. I did read a few comments on the internet though saying that, oh, none of the classes have picked Godlike.
Exactly.
Cool. Nobody's going to curse them. Good. Get out of their way, keep them out of your predictions, and watch them soar. And I'm like, hey man, if that's what it takes to get you the crown, then so be it.
Exactly, right? I was so happy that while that was all happening, somewhere here, even in the biggest of stages, we are seeing their name. They're here in the grand finals and in that storyline that every viewer is maybe out there, all the supporters for Godlike, wishing, praying for them to get this championship in control, become the title holders. If it works out, that is just the stars aligning in the perfect of madness and in perfect vision when you just look upright.
I mean, they are godlike. They're supposed to reside in the heavens above. They're supposed to be amongst the constellations. Orion's belt is just their neighbor. And when Total Gaming enter their dominion, when Total Gaming enter the constellations, how much can they line up? And you can feel the tension right between the folds of their forehead creases. Eco, frowning a little. As soon as they receive word from the admins, they will continue once again with the character selection. Time for the first ban. Total Gaming's turn. Do you think they continue banning one of either Skylar or maybe like a Clue or something? Oh, they banned A124. Now you know why. I mean, Godlike did kind of make their lives a tad bit difficult with the A124. And that's also partially why Total Gaming couldn't assault them right at the beginning.
Yep.
Because Total Gaming were trying to just wait out that thrill of battle to wear off. And that's why they had to like wait for the last few seconds to launch their attacks. This time Godlike, they banned Tatsuya. Does that mean Total Gaming will pick up Oscar? I wonder why Godlike will ban Tatsuya knowing that Total Gaming can still pick up Oscar. Unless this was a calculated move. Unless they wanted Total Gaming to pick up Oscar.
I don't know why, but Godlike seems to be ready for it all. Whereas Total Gaming, they are the ones who are on the lines of figuring what could be their approach to make it work as they pick up Oscar. And we've been mentioning this. If you talk about aggression in terms of firepower, Total Gaming have a slight big upper hand. And therefore, with Oscar coming into play, with the Valiant Dash, especially with a lot of glue walls, which Godlike always try to create space for themselves with, could be denied at the very start of things. And it could work in their favor.
Oh my god. Godlike just stole away all of Total Gaming's win conditions. Total Gaming banned Cassie thinking that, okay, cool, we can go for the double healing composition, but Godlike just took away Cassie from them. And and on top of that, they've got Zane. So they're going to be super tanky right now.
Total Gaming wondering what their next two characters are going to be discussing. And I think this is the first time that we are seeing Total Gaming in such a crucial discussion where they're still trying to build strategies. In all the other things, Fauzi Ajay would just join the squad. They're like, hey, we've done this right, we've worked it out, we've got the game one under our belt, let's go for the next one. And they've always been cool-headed. But right now, it seems they have to churn all their gears to figure out what difference that Godlike are trying to bring in. As Total Gaming go for the next two choices on Ignis and Chrono. So there's still some amount of tankability that they will try to bring in, which Yogi was doing constantly for Godlike.
Total Gaming have taken a page out of Godlike's book. I mean, They've picked up the Ignis and the Chrono. These are two characters that Godlike Gaming have been using since the start of the day. They used this against NG Pros as well, and it worked wonderfully. They used it against Total Gaming in the previous game, and now Total Gaming take both of these for themselves. Godlike respond in kind by picking up Santino and Koda. Koda is nice enough. I'm guessing Santino will be handed over to Marco again, and he will be back on his comfort pick.
Last decision, last choice. And Fawzia J making the final pick. And it is a Steffi. We've seen instances when Aztec was throwing down nades, which did kind of give an opportunity to take down players of Godlike, but this time they're making sure that in case Godlike does it, because even Yogi was trying to do the same. A couple of times, Yogi was one of the reasons with a nade coming across that Total Gaming had to force them into a battle, or at least to help their players being revived, forcing themselves into a situation that they are not going to be happy about. And this time they take that Steffi, making sure that in case Godlike try to play that game again on Nextra, might be denied, but
yeah. I mean, Total Gaming's grenade usage was amazing. Both Delete as well as Aztec were using the nades really well. This time, Godlike Esports once again give the support character Marco Santino. But at the same time, Eco has picked up Cassie and Zane has picked up Yugi. That's insane. Koda picked up by Nancy isn't exactly a surprise because Nancy can just pop it from anywhere. But Total Gaming, how are they going to deal with this? Shanky on the Oscar, not that big of a surprise, but I want to see how Mafia uses Ignis. I've been very impressed with Yogi's Ignis usage so far.
a little change that they've done should work in their favor, but I really like what they've done with Koda coming into play for Nancy. Nancy playing the A124 previously gave them the opportunity to deny whatever Total Gaming wanted to do. And the Thrill eventually got an opportunity for Godlike to get themselves game number 1. But when we head over to game 2, which is Nextra, Koda coming into play with A124 being banned, is now they're going to be reliant a lot more on information, and maybe they might actually use Santino a little aggressive.
Yeah, I love Marco's Santino usage. He always tries to take the high ground, perch up on that high ground, that vantage point with a sniper and cover his team from afar. And if at all they need him, he can just use the Santino, swap it out with the statue and be right there with his team to fight in the thick of things. Steffi on the other hand, that's amazing for Total Gaming. We saw how Mafia was doing really well in that confinement battle when, even though he died later on, he managed to get his opponent to walk into his nade. And that doesn't happen every day. We saw that once again in Kalahari. Even Delete was pretty good with the nades. And now that Total Gaming know the power of these throwables, they've decided to completely make sure that they nullify it. Total Gaming, they must use Steffi on time. And with no A124, they can actually time their Steffi graffiti burnout so well. You don't need to predict when the Thrill of Battle will activate. You don't need to predict when you need to turn on your Alok Awaken, when you need to turn on your healing bonds, your electrotherapy. You can just do that at any time.
Total Gaming, I think, is going to be very crucial here on Shanky now, because we have always been complimenting Total Gaming as a team who we never got a chance to pick one specific player. But at least in game number 1, we could clearly see that Shanky was not able to do what he wanted to. When John T Gaming was against, he was always up and against them, fighting them, finding openings. Even in the last round, Shanky was the one last survivor who found one knock at least, but he was not able to find all of them because the amount of players from Godlike all surviving, it was a 1v4 situation for him. And if that continues, there's going to be trouble for anybody. And Shanky should find a change here in momentum on Nextra. If it works out in his favor, it could be big for the whole lot of Mafia, Delete, figuring things out at the best way forward, and Aztec as well.
Aztec has been one of those guys who has impressed a lot of the people in the community lately. So far, what Aztec has done is just provide a bunch of good cover to his teammates. He's never in the spotlight himself, but then he sets up players like I'm sorry, not Delete. He sets up players like Delete for success. So yeah, that's a wonderful support gameplay from him. And unlike many other snipers, unlike many other long-range cover providers, he never finds himself shut out of battle. He never finds himself at an angle where he can't provide his teammates any cover. Let's see if they can cover their mistakes or not. Will we go to map number 3 with a 2-0 lead, or will Total Gaming equalize the scoreline at 1-all? Find out in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going live with the second game anytime now.
Nextra it is, a terrain where Godlike would want to win. They did start their winning spree against NG Pros on Nextra, whereas Total Gaming, they denied a team of any kind of victory on Nextra. Both these teams on the equal front on Nextra would want a victory. One on equalizing the score and the other to take the lead away, to get another step closer towards the champions title here. As we start the round 1, Yogi quickly running across and sending his other teammates in the other direction, whereas Total Gaming playing together and the similar approaches. Delete goes a little high and above and beyond for his teammates. Starts off, Mafia takes a little bit of damage. Ignis blocking vision for now. They're not crossing over through the window, but a dash being used a little too early maybe. And yes, they say Mafia goes down. Santino played to perfection. That mannequin throws them in disarray, but Delete he at least finds, but it's not going to be enough as Eco and Yogi seal the deal. It was only one last survivor, Delete, and eventually with his position compromised, Godlike start off with the victory as we head over towards Farmtopia. Round number 2, and Godlike have started things in their favor.
Lovely start, but can you keep it up? The momentum doesn't seem to be too high to make a difference right now. Yes, but the equipment level is certainly quite different. Barriers drop and they bounce. The cyber airdrop coming somewhere towards the center of this hangar. They take their place up top. Delete behind the truck. To shoot him. But there's nobody on the roof just yet. Nancy, Yugi, both of them take proc shots towards the guys on the floor. That's Delete and Aztec. Mafia from above knows that he's gonna be needed. He asks Aztec to place that blessing. And now that Yugi is coming up close, they've lost the place as well. Will this actually help? Mafia will have to come right outside, and he connects that shot onto Yogi. Marco, he finds Mafia though, and that's all she wrote for him. Delete and Shanky will have to do it all. Can they even come close? They managed to get the finish on Yogi, but the rest of Godlike teammates have plenty of time to spare. And Shanky's been found.
Delete again, the last one standing, his position compromised. Nancy starts firing, Marco knows the position, he's dropping down with the help of Cassie's electrotherapy, meaning he is going to survive till the end of that fight. Eco, there's an exchange that happens, Delete.
Oh my god!
But finally Nancy, the man in question, is now shining. Gets total 3 eliminations at the end of round 2, but what a game coming in from Godlike here on Nextra.
Godlike Esports taking down Total Gaming in some of the best ways possible. 2-0 lead. Cyber airdrop in center. And Godlike Esports have already acquired it once. No, wait, sorry. That's... Is that the cyber airdrop? There's no way, right?
That's the airdrop. The other one that we saw just...
Yeah, that wasn't an airdrop. Okay, my bad then there. Eco. Only one with a nade. Aztec doesn't even have a wall so far. Nancy and Eco put one down. Nades go flying. Shanky saves himself from that nade. Can he find the courage to push through this corridor? If he pushes towards that right-hand side door, he might just be able to find an angle on Eco. But that nade is perfect! Kobe lands right under Mafia's feet.
Shanky can do nothing. He has to back off Mafia. And whenever he's gone down, it's been problem. And there it is, Aztec, Delete, and Shanky. They have to try and do their best. Otherwise, this is another godlike round. Aztec is also down, but he's instantly revived. It's back to a 3v3 fight. Delete with a P90 striking on Marco, knowing his position because the zone is closing.
while the zone closes, it forces the members of Total Gaming to come outside. Delete has an angle onto Nancy, but Nancy is just simply not exposing himself, forcing Delete to burn precious time, which he probably could have used to engage his teammates and rest them. Now they've got no choice. Aztec and Delete must play together. They both drop down to the ground. Marco, Eco already on the ground floor. Must have heard Delete drop. But Aztec is trying to draw the aggro. He activates the graffiti blessing over there so that they focus on him. Marco sends out yet another mannequin.
Wow!
Can they identify the real one? No, they... Oh wait, they absolutely can. Delete did find Marco. And now he might just be able to get Eco as well. That's a double peek from both Delete and Aztec. Godlike Esports falling like flies. And Nancy, he can't do anything.
Mistake.
A 2v3 clutch from the side of Total Gaming.
That was a big blunder from Godlike. They had it all under control. The Santino was sent first. We thought it was going to be a fake, but Marco actually uses that mannequin and instantly switches around and Delete puts him down. And from there on, a complete breakdown happens of Godlike. What a play, and Eco completely fumbled on his bullets. He was not sure whether to fire on Delete or Aztec, and this is why I said whenever the team is missing, Delete and Aztec come into play and they change the tide. And now they've gotten Total Gaming their first round.
Delete. Making sure that they deplete all their resources will lead the charge. Aztec. Oh no, the nade missed. They're forced to use the time turner much sooner than they wanted to. But that's okay, I guess. Total Gaming break open their own barrier. Oh my god, Shanky dashes ahead. He tries to find an angle onto Yogi, but Yogi's been destroyed by someone else altogether. Nancy also takes so much damage, but finally edges out in that duel against Shanky. Is that going to be enough though? Because Mafia and his Woodpecker are doing so much work. Nancy, the man who started it all, must be the one to end it too. Finds the ability to get the res onto Yogi. And now with Yogi and Nancy both in a corner, Mafia has more HP than all of them combined. But no, he misses opportunity. Yuzi up close will shred Mafia to pieces. And Godlike get the win.
Total Gaming unable to find their footing. Delete and Aztec might have given them an opportunity of at least one round, but it is as a team, we are still missing them in action. Mafia, he's going down way too early before the team could figure their next plans out. Lay their trap and approach. But Total Gaming, they've not managed to. It was just because Godlike Esports messed up in that round 3. The Total Gaming were able to get at least one round in their name, but right now Godlike, they've understood they've made a mistake and they want to change it, and they finally did. They get round 3. And look at the time. Delete quickly runs for the airdrop, secures it, and Godlike give them that time. Let them do what they want, because right now Godlike is looking forward to information, and that's information is what they're going to use instantly to go for a fight. Eco and Yogi are ready. Ignis sent across just to see if somebody is close by, but Godlike, they aren't reacting to it. And Mafia, he is not afar. Aztec reveals Marco's position and vice versa. And now Mafia has to figure if there is a flank. But Godlike, so far, they've been right dead, looking in their eyes and firing. And they've found success. Yogi with Eco. He's done a duo with Marco, and now he's doing it with Eco. Activates Zion, ready for a fight, wants to be extremely capable in finding an opening, and does. Aztec is down. Yogi puts Shanky down. That's Zion to picture perfection. Eco helping him out. Marco might have gone down, but it was Mafia, the last one, and Yogi helps him. It is done. That's round 4. Godlike on a spree here in Nextra. An unbelievable path that they're carving against a team as Total Gaming.
And they were touted to be the heroes, the prodigal children, the uncrowned kings. Total Gaming, the team that once ruled upon the Indian Free Fire Max circuit, is now being pummeled down to a pulp. With only one round to their name, Total Gaming don't have much to work with. Level 2 MP5 on Shanky, a Woodpecker on Mafia. That's about it. Every other weapon is at base level. Godlike, on the other hand, have plenty of glue walls to work with. Nades too. Eco and Nancy have done so much, and now that Godlike Esports have acquired 2 cyber airdrop points, they can even access the Steffi and Ignis ability skill cards. Marco takes the top. Yogi, that's the Ignis wall that he had purchased from the store. He tries to deal damage to Shanky, but Shanky's trapped in a corner. If it's not the gun, it's the nade. That's a double confirmation onto Shanky. His death warrant was signed the moment he put up that glue wall and got trapped in there. It's all up to Mafia now. A 1v4 required off of him. And these odds definitely don't favor him. A flawless victory for Godlike Esports. Not a single player down on his knees.
This isn't Total Gaming that we saw. This isn't the fight that they were able to put across Jaunty Gaming. Godlike. And what a show from them. Total Gaming completely flabbergasted on stage. They're unable to understand what they need to do. The Oscar has not been at all in play. They've just been having it to see if they could maybe see an opportunity to rush up, but Godlike are so quick that they're running right into their faces that Oscar is not at all going to help them. And Godlike now at an opportunity to get themselves series point here in Nextra in the best of 5. The nade thrown across does the damage on Shanky, but Shanky is not backing off. Right now, Total Gaming have to force this fight. They have to push Godlike. If they don't push them back, they will be pushed out of Nextra.
And I don't think Nextra is supposed to be a map where Godlike ever had dominion. According to the stories and the stats, Total Gaming was supposed to be the ones who win over here. Shanky, ignoring that Ignis wall, dashes right into the face of Eco, but he's been stopped in his tracks by that blue wall. The pre-fire from Eco comes through, and Marco also helps with the sniper shot from afar. Add to that Nancy's extra pressure, add to that Yogi's MP5 shredding them to pieces. Total Gaming have no legs left to stand on. They've been kneecapped, they've been shot down in the back street like dogs, but here comes the res. The one glimmer of hope, the one shot which Mafia managed to connect has also been rendered useless as Godlike managed to revive Marco. And now he continues to plunder, continues to raid, and continues to win. Godlike Esports are putting Total Gaming to shame.
This is a best of 5. If this was a best of 3, Godlike would have already been crowned the champions. And for Total Gaming to not even have a say on Nextra,
no chance, man.
This is something else. This is the Godlike that we saw in our online qualifiers. This is the Godlike that everybody dreamed of. This is the Godlike that we all were saying that they should be in the finals from the very beginning. But look at how they're in the grand finals. Look at how they're fighting in the grand finals. All of it seems to be the experience that they've used while they were around all the other teams, while they've been defeated, while they've gone down and under. Now they're rising up as the best parts of their individuals and as a whole in the name of Godlike.
And now they're actually living up to their name. They are playing like gods indeed. Haters hushed, doubters damned. Godlike Gaming advance to map number 3 with a massive 2-0 advantage. How on earth would anybody have seen this coming? Most of the casters predicted Total Gaming to win the whole tournament, and now they are down on their knees and begging for mercy.
Is there a way to stop Marco?
I don't know. Maybe replace him with Nobita. That's pretty much all I can think of.
Back-to-back MVPs. 2,397 damage. And even if Nobita comes into play, and I'm pretty sure he's also going to try and do this because this is the way Godlike have tuned themselves. Nextra. I am still... Crips, pinch me.
Yeah. Huh? Oh. You think you're dreaming?
Yeah! A 6-1 scoreline when Godlike.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but I actually had to pinch Sam over here. Like, physically.
Yeah. Godlike lost on Nextra to Jaunty Gaming in an 0-6.
Yep.
And now to fight on against Total Gaming, who won on Jaunty Gaming, and win in 6-1?
Nah.
No.
The numbers have been proven wrong.
Yeah.
The stats have been completely crumpled up into a little ball of paper and tossed into the trash bin. I really thought Godlike Gaming don't have what it takes to win on Nextra. But they've been defying everything. Like, you remember their previous game against NG Pros? Godlike have never won a battle on ZipPay. But guess what? They clutch up the Battle of Zipway, beat NG Pros, and now they beat they beat Total Gaming on Nextra.
But the main worry right now is one more game and we crown the champions, and Total Gaming are nowhere near for a fight. And this is the grand finals, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are watching for the Clash Squad. None qualifiers left. This is the one final battle, and it seems like Godlike Esports, they've come out with their entire playbook, the dictionary. They are writing history right now for Free Fire Max India Cup to be India's best Clash Squad team. And in front of them is Solara, a map that I am very familiar that Godlike would love, and Yogi's Playground.
If this is Yogi's Playground, then I definitely have to say that he can be crowned king. There's no denying him the crown, no denying him the throne. 2-0. I really thought that we would get to see Purgatory and Clash Squad. I've been waiting to see Purgatory and Clash Squad for the last 2 months, Sam, but now it seems like my request will be denied. Hey, but we get to see Solara.
Yes.
I've never casted a game of Solara Clash Squad. That's going to be super fun.
It is.
But the best part is, it's uncharted territory for both these teams. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't played a single game of Solara throughout the tournament. At least in Clash Squad mode. We've played plenty of it in Battle Royale, of course. And now I see Nobita sitting on the chair. One of the chairs is vacant. I'm guessing it's probably going to be like a bathroom break or something like that.
I hope it is, but you just mentioned if they do a switcheroo as Solara comes in.
If they do a switcheroo, I hope they don't remove Marco. Because like, he is their big gun. He is firing hard right now.
Hey, at this point, I don't even know who their big gun is. Because in that game, we saw Nancy back on his form. He was so good. And that is one of the reasons I feel like Nextra played in such a phenomenal manner.
Yeah, that's right. You see, throughout the day, Nancy has been kind of missing.
Yes.
Like, he's been there on the stage. He's been there talking to everybody, just behaving like he normally does. But I know Nancy to be a pretty well-spoken, somewhat of an ambivert guy. Today, he was extremely silent. Even in terms of comms, you saw Yogi yapping all the time. You see him calling out all the plays. You see Marco contributing and asking his teammates for backup whenever he needs an Ignis wall or whenever he wants Yogi to deploy his Chrono Shield. You don't see Nancy asking for much. In fact, even the characters that he's been playing are basically like one-button characters, like an A124, which don't require much communication, which kind of tells me he has been not feeling comfortable throughout the entire day. But like, we started the day at what, like 1:30?
Yeah.
It's almost, what's the time now? It's almost 7. I think 6 hours is more than enough to let Nancy come back in his true form.
No, here's the thing, Crips. I still don't believe, and this is what I've spoken to of Zora, Crips, Tanya as well. You're right next to me, and this is a discussion we've always had before we started, even during the qualifiers. That's not godlike.
That's not godlike.
This is godlike. This is godlike today
No
on
imposters
stage.
here, ladies and gentlemen.
They are here and they show up in the best and the most needed stage.
Exactly. They're like superheroes. And like Gandalf's dialogue, a hero doesn't come early or late. He arrives precisely when he needs to be there. And right now, if you look behind me here, you might spot Nancy wearing a cape. Not metaphysically, obviously, I meant that as a metaphor. But
He is indeed.
Godlike Esports, they are coming back in form. And I am very happy about it. Hey man, imagine if the entire caster's desk is wrong.
Right now, that's where it's heading to.
Man.
That's the reason when the tournament, when this grand final started, I brought that question. This is the same thing that I even asked Tanya, that it could happen, but a strong hand towards Total Gaming because of the way they played. Come on, you would have to give it to them. It is just godlike right now in one of their best spells. Look at the way they're comfortable on stage, whereas Total Gaming now still figuring out what they could do. Fozzy Ajay did mention, they are not a team who always play Clash Squad. They're not the ones looking out for Clash Squad. Their intention is something else. But for them to be undefeated in Clash Squad, that did say, I think, a mile or more. But right now, making it an entire journey is godlike. They are the ones traveling across timelines and bringing their truest forms, which was missing all this while, to the stage. That is where it matters. But Total Gaming and Fozzy Ajay, they have to find something new. And I think it is going to be Fauzi Ajay who's going to be crucial. But this time it seems like he's letting his teammates decide a lot more. Because in the previous battles, we were seeing Fauzi Ajay is like, you do this, let's do this, let's do this. But now it seems to be a tad bit different. And now that's a Yogi ban, I would call it. Because Zion and Yogi, he was the rusher. He was no more a IGL over there.
Exactly. And I kind of like it when Yogi, one of the most dominant players in the server, gets... And I like it that Yogi, one of the most dominant players in the server, has the ability to pick up that Zayn because, yes, I appreciate him playing the Ignis. He uses it really well. He uses it in a very unique way. But, like, come on. You need Yogi to be fully unleashed. And Zayn is like that one character when you press the ability, you forget everything else and you can focus solely on fighting. That mental bandwidth has been freed up.
I want what is in that cheat sheet. He's always opened that and then figured a playthrough and it's worked out.
So
it looks to be bigger than Pandora's box of whatever information is inside it.
I mean, if his handwriting was nice enough or if the camera was close enough, he probably could have had a sneak peek at it. But this kind of tells you exactly how much preparation Godlike put into this, right? Like, they're bringing papers to the stage. I don't see anybody else bringing notebooks and papers to the stage. And they're taking their sweet time to decide everything like it's a chess game.
Wow, now what they do is take that Steffi away from Total Gaming, get that Chrono back for Godlike. And this tells you they want to tank and do the damage with the Chrono's help.
And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3. The random store gets activated in game number 3. And the only abilities you can buy over here are Skylar and Ignis skill cards only when you have 2 cyber drop points. So now that Steffi is available in the hands of Godlike, nothing can be done to save Total Gaming from nade damage.
Yeah, they somehow might have had an opportunity to dodge it in game number 2, but here it looks a lot more difficult. And as we are heading towards Solara, Total Gaming have to change their pace, have to change their play. With Fauzi Ajay, they have to figure out the best foot forward. If they don't do it now, Crips, they're not going to do it ever because this could be the last game. This will be the place where the will be signed by Godlike as the champions of 2025 and on a stage as Lucknow. That is going to tell us what's going to be coming in for tomorrow. And that is what fear puts me in place. And that should be the same thing that every team out there now looking forward to what Godlike's been doing on this stage, be worried about BR as well.
Oh my god, what on earth is this? Once again, Total Gaming go for the double healing composition. They've got Cassie and the Alok Awaken. But that Alok Awaken probably might never be activated because the A124 has been picked up again by Godlike Esports. And they've got the Ignis. Yeah, sure, Total Gaming can steal the Santino away from Godlike Marco, but I mean, let's be honest, Total Gaming don't play Santino the way Godlike does. Marco has been exceptional on that Santino, truly. He's been all over the place, shooting from everywhere. I would love to see Total Gaming show us their omnipresence, which can be made possible by a good use of Santino.
After all these picks, I'm still now kind of thinking what Total Gaming could do, where the storyline's been so far, what have been the scores. While Total Gaming, we did mention an undefeated team on stage, and they were trying to make sure that they stay undefeated. Godlike changed that fate, and now they would want to do it once more if it works. But Total Gaming, they're a team built on momentum. This is something that we've always given them a credit on. If they're able to build momentum on Solara, it could be the change. It could be an opportunity for a comeback. But that is only going to work when they actually make it happen on Solara, because that A124 back again in play for Nancy. We were talking about it even on Kalahari. That Nancy's A124 denied whatever they wanted to do, even in that scoreline of a 5-5, and they were in the 4v4 last battle to decide on Kalahari, and A124 makes the magic work.
Exactly. I can only remember one round in Kalahari that was on Refinery. That's the only round I remember where the double healing helped Total Gaming quite a lot. Like, imagine if you have Alok Awaken and Cassie both active, but if someone lands a lovely double quick scope with the AWM onto your head, you're going to be deleted instantly. It can out damage all the double heals that Total Gaming have. And the way Godlike have been playing, especially with people like Marco using the snipers from afar. If he connects a headshot, that's 150 damage. And then all that Yogi has to do is go up close and connect a body shot with his shotgun.
Thanks that you brought the shotgun name out, and that's where I feel like Total Gaming would have to rein back in their Max 7s, because we saw how close they were ready for every battle. As soon as that close-up battle strikes with that Max 7, always finds value. But in all the previous rounds that we've seen, we've not played out a Max 7 out. And I think that should be Total Gaming's mantra for at least this game, because if they don't do it here, they cannot do it once more at all for Clash Squad. It is done. The deed, the will, the name, the champion will be crowned.
Yup. But these Max 7s only really work for Total Gaming up until round 3. Once the economy picks up and once you can afford those M590s and the Trogans, nobody will really be using those Max 7s anymore. The time to kill in that gun is just a little too high.
But they have to start somewhere.
Yeah, they have to start somewhere, right? So you better bring out those Max 7s, get at least the first 2 rounds in your favor. And then whatever happens, happens. At least that will give you a good head start.
So far, none of the previous 2 maps, they've had an opportunity to start off with a victory.
Yep.
It has always been godlike, and they have to concentrate on that. Total Gaming, they might be looking a little sad. Emotions a little low at their end. They have to strong-will themselves here for this battle. They have an opportunity. They are a team loved by many outside. But a battle between one of the best teams, between 2 of the best teams here in the final Clash Squad stage. But at the end, it is going to be only one team who stands tall. And Total Gaming could be one of those names, but it'll take time for them. They have to build that. This is their opportunity to get back on Solara, a ground in where godlike nor Total Gaming have ever played for Clash Squad. This is the opportunity to strike back and get back into action. And Total Gaming with Mafia, with Delete, Aztec, and the man who we've been waiting to see in action, the man who brought in the sight to slice and dice his opponents and got them to the grand finals, Shanky.
Yeah, man, we've completely overlooked Shanky in this series so far. I mean, he was very dominant against Jaunty Gaming.
Big time.
Not just putting up the damage and the numbers, he was also inflicting emotional damage by using that sight.
Yep.
And honestly,
in the
Clash Squad is
semi-finals.
Exactly. This is not like any random online qualifier. This is not the league stage. This is the finals over here. We are at LAN here in Ekana International Indoor Stadium with this beautiful trophy up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike Esports are one game away to walking down the podium and picking up this trophy. Can they finally do it, or will Total Gaming survive and hold on and push us into map number 4? We will find out soon. This pistol round will dictate who takes the momentum in the early game.
Solara could be the last map, could be the last game in the series. Round 1 starts. Total Gaming, they are the ones under the radar. They are the ones that everybody is looking forward to starting things off in their favor. So far, none of the fights have worked in their favor in round 1. They've slowly steadied themselves to get back, but they've also not closed a game. Godlike know that if they keep doing this, put them in suspense, that suspense starts killing them. That suspense puts them in disarray. That suspense starts making them doubt themselves. And Godlike, they've put that advantage in their favor. And Right is now blocking with that Ignis wall, one after another, pushing them back. Big damage on Shanky. And he has to reunite with Delete. Trying to find an opportunity, but denied.
Eco, oh my god! That could have been a disaster. They're all trying to bounce upon Marco, but Eco is acting like the convergence of the Grim Reaper. All the power of the universe channeled into his sight, slicing his opponents in half. Eco, living up to his name, maintaining that bullet economy by simply using his melee weapon.
The confidence on Eco to go like that when he knew he's close by. I have the range. Sheesh. And he goes for it. I did not think that would happen. I lost everything over there when I saw that. And this is what we were talking about, that maybe Shanky does it, but no. Eco right in front of a team who's done that in the matchup today.
And there you go. The race begins towards the center. Both these teams coming up towards the first slope. Yogi The tip of the spear, leading the charge, laying down some cover fire as he tries to deny Shanky the entry in towards that cyber airdrop room. Aztec Delete teaming up together, going around the right-hand side. Eco tries to pre-fire, keeping them at bay. Chrono Shield activated. Yogi, brave enough to challenge Aztec inside it, gets punished for it. Down to a 3v4. Can the IGL now command his team from beyond the grave? No, he can't. Marco from afar cannot provide enough cover fire, cannot deal enough damage, and now has been left to his own devices. But the VSK gets enough onto Mafia. Finally, he's been put out of his misery, and Total Gaming equalized the scoreline.
They had to answer back. After what happened, they had to answer back to Godlike. If they didn't do it now, it could have gone out of their hands completely. That was good control that they brought back. And Total Gaming right now, right out of the gate after round 1, they've equalized the score. That gives them a lot more opportunity, a lot more room to work for this game 3.
Round 3. Economy more or less the same. Mental stability though, I can't say the same. Godlike, Total Gaming, both of them are taking the central path. Wait, they're ignoring the right-hand side of the map entirely. The left-hand side, excuse me. Yogi's the only one who's acting as a deterrent. He is the only one who can land some cross shots, get angles, and force Total Gaming to deplete all their utility. But can Delete overcome this obstacle and go around the other side? Eco sends the flames ahead, burning his opponents to a crisp and still forcing them to fight him. But Shanky connects those shots. Aztec follows up really well. Marco has been on this side for so long, and he's been a thorn in the side of Godlike Esports for a very long time. But Total Gaming plucked that horn out, and they get to the rose, take the lead.
Step by step, Total Gaming, they're building their momentum. They're trying to get back into the grand final, something that they've been left out from for a quite while. 2 games, and this 3rd game seems to be changing. Total Gaming, they've looked way better compared to game number 1 and game number 2. The way they've been fighting, the way they've been pushing forward. And this is what I said. Total Gaming, they have to push back Godlike. If they don't, Godlike will surround them. And this time, one bigger thing that they did was denying Yogi his angle. He was a little away from his teammate, trying to snipe them out. And that worked out for Total Gaming.
But they were focused on Yogi for so long that they forgot about Marco, and Marco has been that thorn inside of Total Gaming since a very long time. They need to find a way to deal with him. Aztec, that's a very chonky nade, but the Steffi ability instantly denies it. Forced to reposition, Delete pre-fires with that MP fire around the corner, spraying down Yogi. Marco lasering down Shanky, 1-for-1 trade, and now Delete jumps across the corner, forcing his opponents to deplete all their utility, forcing them to use that Ignis wall just to keep some hope alive. But once again, Marco finds himself all alone, isolated in a cold and cruel world. Can he pull off the 1v2? He might just be able to do it. Mafia knocked in the open. Delete trying to nail down some hellfire upon him. But Marco has been given ample time to heal. Delete tries to go for the cyber airdrop, now ducking behind that cover. Even if he loses this round, he will at least secure the cyber airdrop and force Marco to make a move. Can the MVP for Godlike win out this fight? Delete has so much HP to work with. Marco down to just 1 shot worth of HP and forced to go out of the window the other side. Delete will finally prove himself elite.
Total Gaming, momentum's coming through. They're building these blocks. This is a tower that they would want in their name to be constructed at Solara, one of the newest maps. And they are actually building plots around it. 3 in their name. Total Gaming, the first time that we've seen a round difference so far in this grand finals, and this is something that should give them a lot more space to move ahead and look forward to maybe winning game 3.
Early silence, marked by just a few stray gunshots. Once again, the Ignis has been used to push Total Gaming back. They want to deny them the control over the center. Nancy's trying to find an angle onto Delete, but he just simply can't do anything. Now he's been forced to be positioned around the other side of that orange room. The fire grenades just ticking away, eating away at Total Gaming's HP just a little bit, denying the movement speed they need, and that's exactly what Marco and Yogi need to get those man advantages. But take a look at Shanky, that high ground angle, helping them out so much. Finally, Marco puts his elimination spree to an end. The best also comes through. Godlike Esports have been giving so much room to work with.
Mafia, last one standing. This time Yogi was not the first one to fall, and from there on Godlike have been finding value, but Marco is knocked. The man who is at a distance finding value has been put down. It's up to the other three players now to frag. They know the position, and look at the way they're pushing up, and Yogi with the M590 strikes and strikes hard to get closer to an equalizer, putting 2 on board for Godlike Esports.
Godlike Esports use their own glue walls to trap Total Gaming inside that low ground area. They really thought that if they can trap 2 of the members of Total Gaming down there, they should be able to focus on Mafia, who's on the high ground. And they did exactly that. Total Gaming fell for that trap. Hook, line, and sinker. 3-2. Both the teams have 1 cyber airdrop each. Obviously, Godlike Esports have much better economy to work with, but they still don't have a lot of utility to work with. Aztec doesn't even have any glue wall, so this is going to be quite difficult. One shot from the perch. That's to be expected, but I don't think any of this will result in any substantial damage or any knocks. Somebody will still need to bite that bullet and take that risky plunge across this open corridor. Somebody will have to make sure that they calm their breathing and make that treacherous journey across this passage that preys upon the weak. Nancy's iron will remain steadfast as he trespasses into dangerous territory, but still, even with all his attempts to venture forth, even with all his attempts to bait Godlike into a fight that is disadvantageous to them, Godlike do not budge. They use the Ignis. Total Gaming would have expected a push on the back of that, but Godlike still don't move, and now finding Nancy inching forward towards his enemies.
But this is given time for Mafia to move out in the other direction, and that could give them the flank that was necessary. Godlike, but this time they're going in for a push. All 4 players together, and Mafia, he might be ready for it. It could get difficult. He finds only one, while Eco and Marco, they've doubled down. Aztec's been spotted, and he has no idea about it. Nancy puts him down, and it is back to the last one standing, Mafia. And problem striking for Total Gaming, even though they built momentum. It's been broken down. An equalizer, and Godlike Esports back in firing range.
They are within spitting distance of Total Gaming.
First blood.
And much closer to the trophy than you might think. Both these teams stand at equal ground now, but they do not consider themselves equal. Not just yet. All the confidence that Godlike had lost at the start of the day has been replenished. All of their willpower restored. Their spirits reinvigorated. Can they finally use this momentum and push Total Gaming down once and for all? Central area blocked off by Total Gaming. Aztec marks the orange pipes. Ignis used once again, but Godlike Yogi is making a very risky push. It actually works! He gets the knock onto Aztec as the confirmation as well.
That's problem. Total Gaming are losing players, but Shanky, he tries to equalize the score, but Eco is close by. If he is able to find the frag, then that's going to be trouble. But Delete, he finds Yogi is down. And that equalizer that we were talking about is not going to happen because Marco and Eco, the last few survivors, and a push coming in from Shanky puts him down as well. It's all up to Marco in a 1v3. Delete and Shanky. We've been waiting for Shanky to come back to his best form, but right now he's stepping up. He is looking forward to those flags. He's found some, but not yet the round. The victory is not in their name. Eco's confirmation will come across, but Marco, he's still finding an opportunity, an opening, a lookout to see if there is a chance for him to smack that bullet into somebody and find a knock.
Uses the Ignis. Marco places an embargo on their path ahead, but when he jumps down, he's forcing Shanky to take that fight against him. He's juggling targets really well. He needs to get to the high ground. The movement not helping him out. He really wants to climb up on top. And he's struggling to do so. His footwork failing him. He's struggling to find his footing, but finally Marco. Oh my god. That was so close. Delete. Refuses to budge, man. But that was so close.
Godlike, they are bringing us to the edge of the seat, making us even get out of it at times. The way players, whether it be Eco, Marco, Yogi, and Nancy. But this time, however, Yogi so far in Solara has not been the one finding all the initial opening frags. It has been his teammates helping him out. Marco sitting at 9 total eliminations. Mafia yet not having the best time. But Delete spots him across. The Chrono Yogi is still trying to find his way through. Nancy on the other end does find one. Marco helps him out, but Aztec and Delete, they bring back the numbers to a 2v2.
Marco once again has to push forward with gusto. All the responsibility thrust upon him. The spotlight now shining on him. And he has to shine brighter. But Aztec plunges him down into the darkness. Total Gaming refuse to concede defeat. They get to map point. Can they push themselves ahead into Bermuda?
5-3. This could be the first game that Total Gaming are supposedly to be closing in their name. If it works out, then we might be looking forward to Game 4 and even Game 5, because right now it looks to be that Total Gaming have found their momentum, have found their playstyle, and all of it working in their name. Mafia has not found value, but Aztec is finding, Delete is finding, and these were the two crucial pieces who always change and turn it over. They are the pendulum who make it swing in their favor, but right now Godlike know they have to push for this fight. Yogi trying to find an opening, but Shanky completely denies. And Eco trying to recover. In all the chaos, it's still Aztec who's firing and looking for value. There is another one, and it's down to the last player, Marco, who denies Shanky from getting any closer. But how will he deny the others from Total Gaming from backing off, as they've even revived a player? He denies. Shanky's confirmation comes across. Marco going all out with that AWM. Finds one more. Aztec is down. Has he brought it enough? Yes, to a 1v1. Marco's doing it. How is this even possible in a fight where they couldn't have blundered? They're doing it, and Marco is building confidence, and now a revival chance of his teammates.
Marco brings back Nancy on his feet, refuses to concede defeat to Total Gaming, and Delete now will have to deplete all of their HP to get this round in the bag. Trapped in the center, trying to go around and put them in a blender. Delete connects that shot, and Nancy finally denies him the win. We are still in this game, and we are going strong.
Total Gaming, that was their chance to close it. That is the end of Solara, it should have, but it didn't. So close, but Marco, he changes everything. An unbelievable feat being achieved, and Nancy comes in as the savior, and at the right time, getting him up on his feet worked magic. And right now, it's Total Gaming wondering what mistake happened for them to lose out on Aquarium.
That was no mistake, man. That was Marco being a miracle worker. Opportunities bloom wherever he treads, and right now he is treading all over Total Gaming. Stomping down on them with his gigantic feet and crushing them under the sheer weight of his prowess, of his greatness. Can he now channel his greatness? Because now Godlike seem to be just hiding in this little vent. Total Gaming have an info-based character, right? I think they've got Coda. This should tell them exactly where Godlike is. But Godlike want to seal the bottom end of this vent by placing blue walls on either side. They've only left Nancy on top. I don't know what they're trying to do over here. Oh, they're trying to take high ground over the vent. Aztec runs out of bullets. Oh no, that's the worst time to reload. Yogi jumps out of the Chrono Shield and gets that knock. Mafia instantly goes for the trade. 1 for 1. But Marco jumps in again. You're used to seeing him wield that sniper, but now he's got a shotgun in your face. What are you gonna do about it? Delete and Mafia. Lovely set of eliminations. Pushing it back down to a 2v2. Shanky finds the opportunity to get that knock, but he's getting pushed. The glue wall saves him in the nick of time. 2v3, make it a 1v3. Eco has way too much responsibility, and I don't think his little shoulders can bear all this weight. And they're all bearing down on him. Total Gaming, get the map, and we are going to game number 4. They are not gonna let Godlike take the trophy that easily.
We were talking about Shanky has to step up, and eventually it ended up being Aztec and Delete, and Shanky playing the stronghold. He was the stone, he was the wall that was necessary for Total Gaming to push across Solara, get themselves the victory, and look at Fauziaja instantly patting their backs, telling them good work, good job. and we'll look forward to Game 4 now. And now this is where Crips, Salt Bay action starts. The spice starts mixing, and this is where the tables could turn with Godlike losing their momentum in an opportunity where Marco had brought it back.
I can kind of just tell what Yugi is telling his teammates by his hand gestures. He knows he had Total Gaming cornered, man. He had them shivering in their boots. And Godlike Esports was so close to a win. But they will have another opportunity to take that trophy. They will have another opportunity to deny Total Gaming the satisfaction. Keep in mind, Godlike Esports still enjoy a significant lead over Total Gaming, and they've already proven time and again that no matter how close the game is, you cannot call it GG until the fat lady sings.
I really liked how Total Gaming made a comeback. I mean, at a point that almost everybody thought is not going to happen, especially with Marco making such a huge stride. Imagine, all the players from Total Gaming are ready, firing, and you still managed to make it across. It could have been another ace coming in for Marco. He is going all out, whether it be in terms of him having the sniper or anything else. He is on an unbelievable form today, and if this continues, it is still a problem. But however, a breakthrough has been achieved. They've managed to kind of break open the doors which Godlike were almost trying to shut. This is the opportunity for Total Gaming to completely brute force their way in. They have to now be, Tanya called them the gladiators, they have to channel it now.
Oh my god, if they are the gladiators, does that mean that Ekana Arena over here is the Colosseum? It very well could be, because the way this battle is going on, I can almost hear the public of Rome just calling for the death, or if not death, then at least the entertainment that the death brings about.
Grand finals, and I think a 3-0 is not something any of us would have wanted. That would have not been the best picture, and we are going the mile. We are going to Game 4, but before we head there, let's take a look at the MVP of Total Gaming, because that was necessary. A momentum, a change in pace to get back into action and delete at 8 total eliminations. He did miss out on a chance, which shouldn't have happened, but that also goes to his teammates. All of them fumbled over there when they were fighting with Marco, but once they had the control of it, when they knew the mistake happened, they instantly corrected it without giving Godlike another chance to equalize the score at 5-5.
Delete finally stepping up for his team. 8 eliminations to his name with 3,659 damage. He puts his team across the finish line one step at a time. And oh my god, he really did some heavy lifting in this game. Most of these eliminations weren't first bloods. No, they came under the heat, under the pressure of that clutch situation. And when you keep your nerves calm in a situation which is bound to make your hands shake, that's when you know that you have those iron nerves. That's when you know that you can handle the pressure of the clutch.
But look at Marco.
He just continues to drop those 6,000 bombs, man.
He's like, you guys could take away the MVP title because you won the game, but I'm going to be the real MVP of that entire matchup.
How on earth is he dishing out so much damage? Like, are his guns like manufactured by a different weapon contractor or something? Like 6,000 damage here, 6,000 damage in the previous game as well. He's just been on fire all throughout. 13 eliminations.
In the games that he's been an MVP, he's not found 13 eliminations, at least not in the grand finals. He's found 16 in the semi-finals that we did see against NG Pros. But in a game where his team was not even winning, he finds 13 elimination. That tells you that Godlike made mistakes, and that is the reason they had this issue. But on the other end, you have to give it to Total Gaming. They played it out really well, using the Cassie and Alok to a better extent this time, with aggression, which we were talking about from very long. They're known for aggression. Total Gaming should continue that. Rather, I think they gave a lot more I would say respect to Godlike in the first 2 games to try and understand what they would do. Rather just play their own game, and now once Total Gaming has started playing their own game, that is the mantra of aggression, they have found success. But it isn't Solara. Moving into Bermuda. Now here we have to wonder what could happen, what could be different, because this is the map where Godlike staged their comeback. This is where they manufactured their success towards the grand finals. Whereas on the other end, if we look at it, Total Gaming have had a lot more success in Bermuda in general.
Okay, so judging by that fact that you just mentioned, there's a chance that Total Gaming can win Bermuda. The game would be at a standstill at 2-all, and then it all comes down to Purgatory, a map which none of these teams are familiar with again. Are you really telling me Total Gaming can pull off the reverse sweep here, Lucifer?
Could be, because hey, we said this is the grand finals. We are not expecting a 3-0, and already we are not getting that. It is going into the 4th game, and it could very well extend to the 5th. It could push its way to the distance, the mile of where these players are also have traveled from their hometowns so far away from Lucknow, and now they're here in an unknown area, in a stadium that they've never played on, but right now they're playing for not just their team, but all the viewers watching out there, rooting for them, and eventually the ones who will also be coming down here tomorrow.
Yes, I completely forgot about that. The games have been so intense, and the arena has been so loud. Obviously, most of the people in the arena can hear the voice of our friends over on the Hindi desk.
Yes.
But believe me, tomorrow, once the gates open up for public, I don't think I'll be able to hear myself. This stadium is going to be packed, teeming with thousands of Free Fire Max enthusiasts. And at that time, I think the stage will start shaking. These players, they're experiencing the land pressure for the first time. You could see that their nerves were rattled. You could see that their hands were shaking. And if this is the amount of pressure that they are feeling today, it will increase exponentially tomorrow.
To an unbelievable extent, because
Yes.
not just we'll be having a lot of people coming down here, but also there's going to be a lot more teams on stage.
Oh,
There's
yes.
just 2 right as of now. And they themselves are trying to figure out how comfortable they can get there, because if they don't, that stage could backfire. Not in terms of doing something else, but it is going to be them feeling very uncomfortable with a lot of lights, with a lot of people eyeing. And that's what we always talk about it. Whether you have a lot of experience or not, this stage puts you to the very core of your spine feeling it.
Exactly, man. And once your spine starts feeling it, your whole body starts feeling it. It's only a nerve. It's only a highway connecting all the nerves of your body, man. Just a Captain Holt reference over there. But that being said, though, Marco has shown something way more stronger than a backbone over here, because he's been carrying his team on his back. Dropping those 6,000 damage bombs is not an easy feat, and he's doing it so consistently, it's almost like he's smurfing in a lobby full of the best players of India. And that only begs the question, why did you not unleash this beast before? Why did you keep him caged this entire time?
All of this discussion, we did it all the way back, even during the qualifiers of even CS and BR. And I think Godlike, they've still been that team who have been unreadable.
I mean, yeah, sure, they've been unreadable, but I remember having this discussion, and I remember questioning them bringing in Marco, because in BR,
Exactly.
yes, he didn't have a bad game or anything, but it's not like he stole away the spotlight. It's not like he made a significant dent in Godlike's progress. We were just wondering, hey, if your synergy with Nobita is doing fine, if anything is not broken, then don't try to fix something that's not broken.
Yeah.
So that's why we were just questioning the decision to bring in that 5th player. But now, I am gonna eat my words and ask Godlike, why did you not bring in this guy before? I mean, can you imagine, most of the time in BR mode, Godlike have struggled to deal with 4 or 5 teams at once. Even if they get third party, they are comfortable. Godlike Esports can handle that heat. 4th teams, no problem. 4th party, not an issue. 5th party, then they start seeing the pressure. So maybe in that kind of a situation, Marco isn't exactly the ideal player to have, but in a 4v4 battle, oh my lord, this guy is unstoppable.
This is where I want to kind of spin the disc and rewind of all the discussion that we've had. Marco, yes, again and again and again, in all the rounds that we've seen, Marco's name has come up. But so far, in at least previous game, we did see not all the players were at their best, especially Nancy again missing out, who we did commend.
Yeah, man.
previous
He had
Nextra.
such a good time in the second game. He could have finished off third game over here as well. But then the moment his performance drops, godlike, they come close to the finish line, but they just can't push it over the edge.
And Total Gaming is building that momentum with all their players fragging out.
Yes.
And this is what, when I say Aztec and Delete, now we know Mafia and Shanky to perform, but as soon as Mafia and Shanky are unable to find value in every particular round, Aztec and Delete something channels in their brains. As we said, the wires reroute and instantly Total Gaming make a switcheroo. It did happen in the starting Kalahari in a couple of those rounds, and even towards a little in the fight of Nextra, but not to an extent where they could have closed a lot more rounds. But at least in Solara it was very evident. Aztec and Delete at all times. Mafia was the late bloomer of that round. But here, as we head over to Game 5, it's time for the character select. And they start out with a ban on Tatsuya. Zayn again keeping it a little bit of a constant. But this is very fast. Cassie being picked, going back on that healing. But this time, Alok Awaken changed. And they also make sure Ignis doesn't run away, with them keeping Oscar at bay and Steffi. And that throwable damage that could have worried them is denied as of now. However, A124 is not picked up, but Skylar's back in action.
Exactly. I mean, that used to be the perma ban, but now Skylar, now that it's available, Godlike Esports have picked it up. I mean, I kind of agree with them picking this up, one, because here Total Gaming have always had Oscar in their back pocket and they've been using it to bust open the glue walls. But this time, now that the Skylar is available and it's in the hands of Marco, he can provide his teammates a lot more cover fire. Keep in mind that most of the times Marco is the last one left alive for Godlike Esports because he often goes for the flank. Godlike Esports either go for that 2-2 split or that 3-1 split, and every time Marco gets blocked by glue walls or every time he's been cut out of the action and his teammates can't receive that backup, he just becomes a shooting duck who's shooting at nothing. He becomes irrelevant in that fight.
Yep.
And by the time he can get an angle again, his teammates are already dead. So that kind of defeats the purpose of sending your star fragger on a different path so that he can provide some cover. So now that he has that Skylar ability available again, it's great. Yogi with that Chrono Shield, amazing. He's been doing good work with it. Coda in the hands of Nancy. Get that information. No A124 this time. But my biggest concern is that the Ignis ability is available on Total Gaming. I can't imagine Godlike Esports not having Ignis because that has been the staple of their Clash Squad strategy. That has been the backbone of their strategy. And even if it's not Yogi using the Ignis, it's, sometimes Eco using it. So I just can't imagine Godlike without those flames. And so much of their strategy relies on Ignis. So I don't know how far you can stray away from your natural playstyle, how deep your playbook is that you can afford to take such a risk and let Total Gaming pick up Ignis.
Here's the change in play. It is Cassie, who's been picked up by Godlike. So far, we've never seen a healing ability picked up from Godlike. They've always managed to pick up players such as Ignis, as you mentioned, Chrono, who will help them tank or deny any damage incoming. But this time, they've picked up a healing character, which tells us, along with the Chrono, they would want to force a lot more fights. Because Godlike, at least in Solara, we could see that Total Gaming, because of their aggression, Godlike could not play their own right. They couldn't manage to manufacture their own drive for looking forward to eliminations. They had to rather play on the tunes of Total Gaming. And this time, with Cassie being there, they could actually force fights with the help of Coda and information and Skylar, making sure Marco will always seem to either him finding value with a sniper or help his teammate by dropping the glue wall.
Both these teams have taken a page out of each other's books. There's a bit of an exchange over here, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike Gaming, they've picked up Cassie, a character that used to be Total Gaming staple, and Ignis is now in the hands of Total Gaming. Ignis was used by Godlike all throughout the tournament to get that advantage. They've taken each other's characters. They've made a bit of a switcheroo. Can they prove themselves to be better? Can they adapt faster than the other team? We will find out as we head to the good old map of Bermuda.
Total Gaming, their record stage, they should be the one. They've right now staged even a slight comeback. spotting players of Godlike crossing across, but it's going to be Eco to open up on Mafia. This is the aggression I spoke about. Will give an opportunity for Godlike. And right in the start, in these pistol rounds, it's working out. The opening frag has been found and confirmed. Godlike Esports are waiting for the others to show up for a fight, whereas Shanky and Delete, they're just holding back inside the compound. And Godlike, they do not want to enter. They would rather want to fight across angles. Wait for the opportunity, wait for a chance. And they did spot, and now they're forcing them off to corners. Total Gaming, they're getting clustered around. It is not going to be easy. Delete is down. Shanky, can he do something with Aztec? No, Shanky is down, and Aztec eventually falls 6 feet under. And Godlike again, 5 maps, Crips. All 5 maps opening up in their favor. All first rounds, Godlike has always won then. 5 out of 5.
Wow, that's a very impressive track record. 100% pistol round win rate. That's a good way to start your day. That's a good way to start what could be the final game here at TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025 Clash Squad mode. And Godlike Esports, by setting that impressive track record, by always hitting the ground running, they would have found something of a miracle over here. Gaming instantly going for the high ground. Marco tries to climb on top of that L-shaped house. He really wanted to capture that tire, but he's been almost shot down. So he's gonna just go prone, heal up. He's gonna wait for Aztec to get an angle. Aztec move forward downstairs, but Mafia and Marco have engaged in a long-range high ground battle. Shanky is also on top of that slanted chimney house. Though he seems to know where Shanky is, I don't think he's aware about the possibility that one more player could be to his right, but it doesn't matter. He's found the knock. Mafia and Aztec, they return fire. Double knock on their side.
Mistakes being done. Godlike, in terms of trying to save their players, they're losing them one after another. Nancy is down. It's up to Marco, and his position is already compromised. And with him going down, instant equalizer, just like in Solara, coming in from Total Gaming. And from here on, Total Gaming, they were the ones on the cruise towards victory on Solara. And they will look forward to the seriousness in Mafia, as you can see. They want to make sure that this Bermuda, as per the records, states right, is going to be judged well. And they should be the victors at the end of Bermuda. And we might see the one and only game of Purgatory ever played in Clash Squad here in TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, if and only if the comeback is real, and so far it looks.
This will need to be the reverse sweep from Total Gaming if they want to make the comeback happen. And you know they've got those sights equipped. They want you to come closer so they can bounce out and slice and dice him. He starts to swing his sight wildly, but inside that Chrono Shield, the hitboxes are weird and they can't exactly make it connect. Marco, Nancy have not much health left. Elite and Shanky look to be very, very healthy and in prime position to take that lead away from Godlike. All up to Marco. Doesn't have the luxury of healing over here. He's just waiting around the corner, and now he's been seen. He's been shot. And Shanky puts that final nail in the coffin. Total Gaming not only get the round, but also get a cyber airdrop point.
Godlike Esports, after opening up like this and then losing the immediate next round and the next, giving Total Gaming an opportunity to secure 2. That is going to be trouble, and this could give an opportunity of the highway towards qualifications. Game 5 of all that Total Gaming did through their qualification, the flawless victories that they had, it might be stitched up from game number 3.
Oh. Hold on,
Quick run, aggression tuned in from Godlike this time rather than Total Gaming. But Total Gaming instantly back off and create enough pocket that Godlike do not have instant answers to.
Exactly, and this really shakes up Godlike's playstyle because they are used to waiting and staring at their opponents across this Red Lobster house. But Total Gaming completely ignore the center of the map, and they are more than happy to go to the low ground and challenge Godlike all around this red house. They don't want to just wait and watch. They don't want to play that util game. They want to force that fight way ahead of Godlike's timing window.
Total Gaming. They know now they are at the helm's control. They're the one turning it in their favor.
So, ignore whatever I just said before. It has turned into a stare down. The only difference is Mafia is kind of behind his teammates a tad bit too far because he's kind of expecting Godlike to dip down under that cover, under that platform and try to make a play. But nothing is happening so far, so they've just let the flames take over, block that north entrance of the Red Lobster house. Mako once again trying to find the angle. Can he actually succeed? No. Yogi gets up on the high ground though. That glue wall boost is going to help them quite a lot. Keep in mind that glue wall boost led to the downfall of NG Pros in the previous game, but this time Yogi is forced to use that time turner a little too early. Delete has way too much pressure. Nancy behind him. Yogi on top. They both drop down. Eco forces them down on his knees, and Godlike Esports do not concede defeat. What a way to start this comeback once again.
Round 5, Pochinok, and it's an equalizer at 2-2. So far, it's not been great except for Yogi and Eco, Marco and Nancy still sitting at one elimination each on the other end. Whether Delete has found anything or not, Total Gaming have found 2 rounds. However, a comeback's been staged from Godlike to a 2-2. That's what Total Gaming have to be worried about. They were able to spin 2 rounds on a stretch in their name, but Godlike have now thrown a wrench in their works to get the second also in their name.
Oh no. No. Delete thought he
Not
was...
the opening.
Oh man, Yogi thought he was safe. And Delete thought he wouldn't be able to take that shot, but then Yogi's like, hi, here I am. And then Delete's like, thank you so much for that free shot. The head of the team cut off. Captain no longer in the server. Godlike looking to recover as Shanky continues pushing in, but it's Marco actually who returns fire. That's Mafia down. Hold on though. He can still be rezzed, but the passive ability might just help Mafia bleed out. And no, Marco denies that res. That's exactly what happens when you've got those passives equipped, which bleed your opponents out sooner. Eco tries to flank by getting out of that window. Fails. At least he gets a knock before he bites the dust. And now they just have to find Marco once again. And he's just running around, trying to break their ankles, trying to play tag. But the only tag that he's getting is one on his toe as he's been put into a body bag.
What a grand finals this is turning out to be. The entire motto of TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025 is Reignite the Fire, and it seems like the flames, which were completely exhausted, extinguished, are now reignited.
And this flame might just turn into an uncontrollable inferno if it continues like this. Godlike Gaming better bring the gasoline if they want to reignite this fire, because you are gonna need to ignite that. Pushing through the kitchen.
Oh, Delete! Nobody's gonna check Delete.
Okay, it's could be problematic, but so far Delete has been completely nullified. He does get one. He entered the battle a little late, but it's completely fine. He manages to strike. The P90 in the hands of Marco gets Shanky. Three fires onto Aztec as well. Aztec forced to use the time turner. He jumps out of the chrono shield, hoping to get that angle, and lovely performance by them. And that's exactly what happens when you've got that 1887. You can just do the bubble dance. Even if you're one shot away from death, you can just peek out, instantly fire, and dip back into cover. And it's really difficult to beat a good shotgun player inside that chrono shield.
The fire that's reignited at Total Gaming's end is making Godlike feel the heat right as of now. Scoreline of 4-2. and Godlike unable to understand how could they make a comeback here in Bermuda. It's not like they've never won on Bermuda, they have, but the record states cleanly that better in terms of experience on Bermuda has been Total Gaming. They should be the ones winning out, and rightfully so. The way they've been playing, Godlike are unable to play against it. Nate tossed across, will not do any kind of damage. But Shanky, he's been spotted in Mafia. He ends up saving him. Nice Ignis to buy some time, and Shanky right behind the glue wall will patch himself up. But look at Aztec, the way he moved so quickly to find an opening, but it was not enough. Shanky's found. Nancy now doing the deed. The MVP that we were looking forward to towards this game 4. He is shining. Yogi helping him in. And one after another, Yogi and Nancy together get round 3.
Nancy's been feeling fancy and he's been waking up, man. Never ever wake up a sleeping dragon, because he's gonna breathe flames all over you, and those flames cannot be doused by even water. The harshest forces of nature cannot stand up to this heat. And while Total Gaming came in here feeling like a hurricane, Godlike Esports are not a house of cards, and they won't be blown away by just mere wind.
The only way for Nancy to be stopped right now is Total Gaming going all out on him. They do not have to be worried about Marco, Eco or Yogi. Nancy, if he starts, there's no stop button on him. He's a record player that is just going to play all throughout until the tunes of Champion is going to start ringing for Godlike. And he slowly started. He is stepping one foot in front of the other, and they're moving. But there is also a player watching from lines afar that Total Gaming have no idea about.
Aztec was almost in trouble. He was kind of isolated. Godlike Esports instantly figured it out because of the Coda, and they tried to converge on him. But Aztec tips back to safety. And now, as they've heard Aztec fall back onto the parking ground area, they will try to hit him with the nades. That's what happens when you're out in the open. The nade connects. Aztec almost dies. And finally, Eco connects that second shot. They need a Diva to get him back online. Do they have one? Can they get the rest back in time? Nancy moving towards his opponents. Aztec taken down. Shanky returns fire. Delete also strikes one. And it's again just Marco left to his own devices. And while he's been a phenomenal player, there's only so much that he can do. Wait, might just actually be able to do this. Unfortunately, it's too much. Shanky, he will deny the comeback. Get to map point once again. And Total Gaming are feeling it now. They can taste the reverse sweep coming. 1 point away from forcing us into purgatory. 1 point away from taking us into an uncharted territory that nobody has ever ventured in before in the history of Free Fire Max in India.
The grand finals turning out to be the grandest of battles between the two best gens in the circuit of Clash Squad. And what a way to turn the tides. On one end, a team who was flawless throughout their journey till the grand finals. On the other end, a team who wanted to be at the best and should be called the India's best. Both of them fighting, facing a lot of losses and defeats, but learning through the experience. And now at the edge of Game 5, as Total Gaming, they have map point, game point for themselves. All they have to do is, without making a mistake, closing it. This was the same stage they were at Solara. But now at Bermuda, they're a lot more confident. Aztec did get spotted, but Yogi was not able to land a blow to knock him down.
Once again, Shanky's been the first one who's been spotted. They see his head. Yogi hesitant to take that shot. Just waiting for the head glitch. Knows that the hitbox will save Shanky for now. Focuses on Mafia instead. They're seeing Total Gaming split up quite a lot, and this information has been conveyed to Nancy, who's using that TPP to welcome Shanky. He's just waiting for him to step into the house. Now Yogi himself gets up towards the wooden fence, and he tries to free fire onto the lead. Yogi connects wonderfully. Eco finds another one by jumping out. Mafia with the PSK. Sure, he's connecting shots from afar, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. He needs to get up close and personal, and Nancy will deny him the pleasure of doing so. And the expression on this young lad has changed. He's been faltering since the morning, but now he's focused. Laser sharp.
always, when least expected, Nancy is there. He's the one turning. He is the one changing. He is the one who's not same as he used to be. And now as we are getting closer to the same scoreline on Solara, the same place where we thought it could be an equalizer, the same place where we thought Godlike could have actually closed it, and Godlike still has a chance to close it here in Game 4. They might be a round down, but they've now just started to close the gap. They need one more round to get that. Not game point, not a map point, but it's going to be a series point, the championship point. Aztec tosses a nade across. Doesn't do the damage for now. Shanky with Aztec slowly trying to get closer, but the players of Godlike, they're trying to surround Total Gaming as a whole, and then from there converge and push them down. Take those eliminations.
Oh. Yogi locks them inside that room with that glue wall. And this is where the lack of an Ignis will really start to hurt Godlike Esports. With the Ignis, they've been able to push down these corridors so well, but they can do so very well nonetheless. Marco with that AWM shot. Nancy connects. The bubble dance is dangerous, and these guys have perfect footwork. Marco, yet another one, this time putting down Shanky on his knees. And they are on the verge of finishing this comeback yet again. They stand at the precipice of greatness. 1 point away from pushing this game into the last map. Total Gaming must win this. And on the other hand, Godlike Esports are 1 round away from lifting this beautiful trophy that lies in the center of Ekana International Stadium.
Look at that shimmer. Goosebumps at this moment. It could be the last round to end it all for Total Gaming, or the rise of the upcoming champs. It's all in their hand, whereas Godlike, they have nothing much to lose. They are the ones to gain if they close this. And Total Gaming right out of the gate are barging in, pushing ahead to Godlike, trying to find an opening, but no. Mafia instantly, however, trades. It's an equalizer, back to a 3v3. Total Gaming still pushing at that helm. Yogi is confirmed. Total Gaming, they have an opportunity and an opening. They have to go for it, but Godlike, they've created space once again.
Oh no, Eco missed those shots. That could have been an instant knock onto Mafia. Oh, Mafia survives by the skin of his teeth, and Eco, if this is the round he ends up losing, that moment will haunt him forever in his dreams. Those dreams will turn into nightmares, but it's still within Godlike's grasp. Mafia, once again, back on full health. Total Gaming have dominion over this first floor, and Godlike Esports are just waiting for the perfect opportunity to knock on those doors, kick them down, and get up on those stairs. But right now, with so much at stake, with both these teams at 5-all, everybody is reluctant to make a move. In this kind of a situation, the IGL Yogi is supposed to be the decisive one. He's supposed to be the one who makes a play, but he's out of the picture. And Shanky, the X-Factor of Total Gaming, also can't make a move. They're just waiting, anticipating, hoping to bait their opponents into a false sense of security and then pull the rug from underneath their feet. Nancy almost goes down. That nade was so dangerous. He makes a risky move. He's now on the door. The Ignis will just tickle him a little bit, but at this point, Nancy needs to keep his position a secret. He's inside the house. He hops back. He's already taking the low ground. The zone will force Total Gaming to evacuate this house, but they will have just one corner available. Steffi already forced out. Now they will be vulnerable to nades. Nancy retaliates, delete out of this picture.
Eco, Nancy, the last two survivors. Total Gaming did not make it across first. Nancy is already holding the ground with Eco. Total Gaming right at the steps. These steps to greatness, these steps to championship. A jump comes across Aztec. He puts them down. And Total Gaming survive another battle, another map, another game, pushing it all the very end to Game 5. And we are going to see Purgatory the first time ever.
What a comeback. Down 2 maps, down 3 rounds, and Total Gaming, when the world is against them, when the odds are stacked against them, they rise to greatness. These steps, they could have been godlike steps towards greatness, but Total Gaming don't mind making that leap of faith down to the low ground and connecting those mid-air shots onto godlike esports, denying them the trophy yet again. And now, with all the advantage squandered, with all their lead forsaken, godlike esports are staring into the abyss. And from that dark corner, another stares back. It's
Nancy.
Total Gaming.
Eco. Nancy. Both of them had an opportunity to close it. They moved right in tandem of the zone shifting. They were the ones in that space first. They knew where Total Gaming will jump from, but that was a Yogi pulled on Godlike by Total Gaming. That was what was done on Kalahari by Yogi to deny Total Gaming the first game, and that's what Total Gaming now do to Godlike to deny them the championship right at Game 4. They could have closed it there. They were the ones to greatness, but now they're under surmount of pressure. This is more than elephants that could go across, but this will also help them to figure out a path to victory if they play the card right, because Total Gaming, they've played so far really well.
Is Delete sweating?
They are.
He was
individually.
shaking, man. Look at his face. He is completely exhausted.
Even Fauzi Ajay was exhausted by the time they finished that game off. As soon as he came running across to his teammates, he was like down at the desk. Guys, that was close.
Shanky was literally shaking.
Oh.
And it's very unlike him to do that. It's very unlike him to succumb under this pressure. Mafia, on the other hand, surprisingly calm. You see him on camera and he's actually high-fiving his teammates. He's actually the only person who seems to be having fun. What kind of a sadist is able to enjoy himself in such a difficult situation? He becomes the MVP, and perhaps it's those iron nerves that help him claim the title of the MVP.
Whatever Marco did, he would have shown us all stars, all of it, all of the grades and above and beyond infinity. But till now, till this game number 4, Mafia was never closer to the MVP, was never closer to being one of his best games, and now when it mattered the most, he steps into those shoes and delivers. And this is something that, as you mentioned, from the abyss, the monsters that are staring at them, one of them eyeing them is Mafia, building his own terrain, building his own control line, and eventually building the world for himself as a champion might start here.
Only gods were supposed to be able to build worlds. Kings, on the other hand, are only supposed to rule over them. Mafia is here to defy those stereotypes. He's here to shatter those expectations and take his team to new heights. Look at the crazy number of assists onto every single player of Godlike. That shows you how much they've stepped up as a team. Nancy, perhaps his first game in this series where he has more than 3,000 damage. Eco, surprisingly a low moment for him with 2,700. Yogi often found himself dead on arrival. There were 3 rounds where he relinquished his life first. Probably that's what helped Total Gaming cull the competition. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to crown a new champion, and I would not have it any other way. There are thrillers, there are horrors, there are suspense movies. None of these genres of entertainment hold a candle to what we are witnessing here at TEZ Free Fire Max India Championship 2025. And Sam, this is just day 1, man.
This is
just day 1.
This is just the finals between 2 teams for Class Squad.
Imagine what's gonna happen when 12 teams are competing for this beautiful trophy under the Champion Rush format. At this point, I have a prediction to make.
Go for it.
Tomorrow, thousands of people will be here, but in those final moments, not a single seat will be occupied. Every single person will be up on their feet.
Imagine how all of this started. While Kalahari and Nextra, they were tuned so well in favor of Godlike. They should have been the ones winning it. They should have been the ones closing the championship in their name. They tried to push Solara to an extent, even going back all the way to BR right now to figure out if that map should have worked out for Godlike. Yes, they've got a booyah there, whereas Total Gaming haven't. And now, when we look at the history or the story from Solara to Bermuda, Total Gaming are on a spree to a back-to-back map wins. And they push to Game 5. Purgatory is also known in other meanings, a way to hell. And it seems like the gates which Godlike were blocking from a while was not of the Colosseum, it was Purgatory. It was that hell that Godlike did not want Total Gaming opening it up, but they have. They have breached it, they've brute forced it, and now they want to be reigning like the kings of hell.
And now that the gates have been flung open, Total Gaming actually are relaxing. They seem to be just like putting their feet up, enjoying the heat. Meanwhile, Godlike are just sweating buckets over here, man.
Yep.
I do not know how Godlike find themselves in this situation. They had such a good lead, 2 maps to their name. A wonderful way to start every single map by winning the pistol round on every single map of
5
Clash
out of
Squad.
5.
5 out of 5. 100% win rate, by the way. And even when they hit the ground running, Total Gaming make those comebacks. They haven't just made comebacks in these individual maps, but they are so close to pulling off this entire reverse sweep. And hey, man, I mean, it's one thing to win a tournament.
Yep.
It's one thing to face your own demons, persevere against all odds, and then lift the trophy by pulling off a reverse sweep, by pulling off a comeback like this. This will be a story for the ages. A few years ago, when Total Gaming were crowned the kings of the Indian Free Fire circuit, they did so with quite a lot of gusto. They did so by making a statement. This time, their story will be sweeter because it is full of blood, sweat, and tears. This is not the story of a champion who was asserting his dominance all throughout. This is the story of 4 young lads led by an experienced leader who isn't even in the server, and yet he helps his team recover. Fauzi Ajay, one of the most storied players in the history of this country, now commands his team from the helm. Delete, a person who's known to be calm, is actually shaking. Meanwhile, Mafia, the youngest on the team, appears to be surprisingly calm. If Total Gaming win this one, this will be a much more emotionally fulfilling arc.
We were talking in the similar storyline arc for Godlike. They've had their fair share of losses. They won it through, figured a way and carved their own path to this grand finals. They made it across.
Yep.
And we were wondering, hey, Total Gaming, they had an easy run across. They breezed across 2-0, 2-0. They did not have much trouble. Even though Jaunty Gaming was in front of them, it was still another 2-0. And they flawlessly made it across into the grand finals. And we were doubting their capability in case they tested to their truest extent. And look at those colors.
My
So
God.
bright coming in from Total Gaming. Irrespective, Crips, that Total Gaming have made a reverse sweep. You have to give it to both these 2 teams. The 4 lads on stage. Make it 5 on one end, Nobita on the other end, Fauzi Ajay with them.
Exactly.
All of them putting up the best show that we've ever seen for Clash Squad in the final. And we still have one more game to go. And the decider is that one game, all the way from a best of 5 coming down to just 1 game left.
We are heading into the last game, ladies and gentlemen. These players will descend upon Purgatory in just a few moments. But before that, all the brain games that they've been playing up until now, all the chess moves that they will be making in the next few moments will be put under check. Zayn, banned by Total Gaming. It seems like they were really afraid of Yogi and his might. Tatsuya pretty much has been out of this entire series right from the get-go. But do they continue stealing each other's abilities? Do they continue denying Total Gaming the double heal setup? Do they steal Godlike's flames away from them? What is a dragon without its flames? Just a giant bird?
Yep.
I mean, if the birds reside in the skies, then Godlike want to ascend above those skies. They want to go to the heavens, put their name right across the stars, and truly take their place as the gods of Indian Free Fire Max.
They pick it, they take it away. This time it is Godlike who pick up Oscar.
Okay, interesting.
Total Gaming, they made it work in their favor. They denied those glue walls to be up and go in case Godlike would always block them. But this time, page of each other's book. So far, all that cheat sheets that we were talking about coming in from Yogi, it feels that Pandora's box that we did reference to is exhausted. So far,
exactly.
It's them just now finally deciding what is the best approach. From Game 3, we've never seen that come out. And that tells us that maybe Total Gaming are now coming up in their experience that they've had. Fauzi Ajay, with that winning lineup he had, now bringing that winning potential to these youngsters.
Whatever strategy either side had cooked up, whatever strat books they had filled up, whatever pages they brought to the stage, they have all been nullified. All the strategies have been exhausted. All the best laid plans have been laid to waste, and now they will have to think of something fresh. And when I say fresh, I don't just mean in terms of strategy, I also mean in terms of mentality. Come on, man. Sam, have you been stressed in the last 10 minutes? Because I certainly have.
That's not even a question.
If I wasn't,
have you been stressed?
If I wasn't speaking this actively, I probably would have chewed my nails off.
While
and if we are stressed while looking at this, I can't even imagine the amount of pressure these players would be under.
While
and that's when the freshness of your mind matters. That's where your mentality really has to hit that reset button. You have to invent that imaginary reset button and freshen up your mind. Because if you keep dwelling on the ghosts of your past, then you will never be able to ascend into the greatness of the future.
When you ask this question, I just imagine when you and Azura were casting NG Pros versus Godlike, we were just outside, like our fellow casters, writers, listening to all of this. We were so overjoyed looking at that action of how tides were turning, Godlike making a comeback, NG Pro still fighting, then eventually struggling, all of that happening. And now a similar situation while we are on desk with our words to enhance of what we have been seeing so far till the very end of it. Our fellow casters are like, this is unbelievable. What a show that we are seeing as we look at the character abilities back in that starting winning lineup that they had in the semi-finals. Alok as well as Casey making its way back in with the Ignis, which Godlike always wielded. And from the time that these flames have been picked up by Total Gaming, they are on that winning stretch. They have a Steffi, but to end it, Godlike along with Santino and Chrono, which we've seen regularly, the first time today we see a clue being picked.
Oh yeah, I just realized the clue is here, finally. I mean, it's probably been like the permaban up until throughout.
Nobody picked it throughout the entire day.
And there was a point when Godlike was permabanning that entire character against NG Pros. That's how scared they were of this character. But now that it's available, they finally pick it up. My only question is, even with the information, even with the whereabouts of Total Gaming, can they make a difference? Because so far, I'm going to be honest, information has not been Godlike's downfall. That's not been their Achilles heel. I would have much rather have them pick up the Skylar so that Marco can provide fire, cover fire from afar. But Marco's playing it safe. He's going to go back to his comfort character of Santino. Yogi picking up the comfort character of Chrono. I haven't seen Nancy pick up Oscar or any other movement-based character before, but hey man, if he goes back to his rusher roots, this might just be the pick that makes all the difference in the world.
Irrespective, Godlike won the earlier games. Irrespective, Total Gaming made a reverse sweep. It all depends on the characters that they've picked now in this one and final game. Nancy back on that running spree of his rushing capabilities that was missing all this while. But towards that one and final game, if you look at the cards in terms of the score of Bermuda, none of the players felt like they were left out, left back. Marco, you would think with 5 eliminations, that's lowest. But anytime he was the MVP, that was still the amount of eliminations that he had. And even if you look at the damage that Marco was able to deal with 5 eliminations, he was still at the highest. So it is nothing taken away from Godlike. It was just Total Gaming playing a better game, bettering themselves in this best of 5 circuit. And this is why we said when it's a best of 5, you don't know when it's going to end. It's when you give up, or it is when the opponent plays better without making a single mistake.
Yeah, but both these teams have had so many mistakes so far. I can't even blame them for making these mistakes because the pressure has been ridiculously high. I mean, both these teams had to play stressful games before against NG Pros and Jaunty Gaming, so their nerves were already shaking, you know. And now, Godlike Esports, they must be feeling the weight of the world. Imagine being on the edge of greatness. Imagine being a step away from the trophy and then squandering all your advantage. Forced to fight Total Gaming on neutral ground. Total Gaming, on the other hand, they must be rejoicing mentally. They were under so much stress. A little bit of pressure was alleviated off of their shoulders after they won the 3rd map, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they won the 4th. And now they see hope. On the other hand, Godlike feel nothing but despair and desperation. And when you've been playing for 7 hours straight, it's no longer the decisions you make, it's no longer the shots you hit. It's your mentality that matters quite a lot. And for some of these people who are experiencing the pressure of LAN for the first time, that might be an entirely foreign concept.
Yes, and when you speak about this mentality, right, it is without you knowingly being in the zone.
Exactly.
It is you being in the form. And now that they've played so many games, they're at a point where they're just feeling the game and nothing else.
Exactly.
And that is the best position for a player to be at. Yes, there is pressure. Yes, there is that opportunity of winning a championship. Yes, so much at stake that there is that trophy right in front of your eyes and you can still not lift it. You need to win it, but you're in your zone. That's what they have to channel. That's what they have to look forward to. In Purgatory, this is where everything that they've done, from them being qualified in the top 8 in the league stage after week 2 and qualifying from week 3 till the finals of Clash Squad, all has to be channeled now. All has to be channeled today. It is one last game, a map unexplored. It is Purgatory that both of these two teams will be fighting for, and there's only one trophy right on stage. That's the Champions one. Whether it is Total Gaming or it is going to be Godlike, decided in Purgatory when these gates open up.
The gates to hell have been opened and Total Gaming want to light this entire ring in fire. Standing on the edges of those fences, they take control of the blue house. Shanky shooting the Santino statue. That's a bit of a bamboozle, and that can tell you exactly how much pressure they're feeling. Ignis completely circumvented. He goes around the other side. Shanky takes a bit of damage from the right. Dips back into the house. Alok ability fully activated, and this time even his forward is providing him quite a lot of heals. But Delete connects that headshot. Mafia slices Yogi in half. The IGL decapitated with that sight. And it's Total Gaming for the first time winning a pistol round against Godlike in this series.
5 out of 5 before this, Crips. 5 out of 5. Until now, not even a single starting opening round has been won by Total Gaming. And as soon as Purgatory starts, Total Gaming make it happen. And now Godlike, they are truly feeling Total Gaming in this one and final game. This is where it all decides. And Total Gaming, they're at their best in Mafia. He is the one. He is the one who became the MVP on Bermuda, and right now he is the one with 2 eliminations to start things off. Looking forward to a lot more. Total Gaming, they've spotted the players, they know they're right across the edge, but can they find them?
And it's this edge that you need to walk on. The razor's edge. A small step can slice your feet open, a misstep can slice your head open, and your opponents are always looking to push you off that cliff. Yogi on the other side looking to flank He draws Mafia's attention, but Aztec drawing the aggro, jump shots connect across Nancy's head. And he's performing a drive-by over here, basically. Mafia still continuing with his trusty pistol. Continues to plunder and raid Godlike's camp, leaving it all in the hands of Eco, and he can do nothing. The second round secured in a flawless manner by Total Gaming.
This round 3 is going to be crucial at Moat House. But this is Nancy's chance. This is where we thought Nancy's abilities are going to be coming into play. But it's not working out. Round 3. And Godlike have to change whatever is happening. These were the steps where they could have ended it all. And now they're going to be climbing it up to see if they can actually change, because this round 3 is going to be crucial if they want to stage a comeback right now. Otherwise, it'll take them at least round 5 to get back in action.
Oh, both of them rushing straight towards the mansion, huh? They're just completely ignoring the rest of the moat house area. Yogi behind that pillar doesn't have much room to work with, but he jumps out into the open, instantly gets double peaked. Shanky and Mafia, both of them getting a frag each. Eco surviving on his last legs. The electrotherapy doesn't really help him out over here. And Marco once again left on an island, quite literally this time in Moat House. Doesn't have much that he can do in this kind of a situation as the forces of Total Gaming descend upon him.
Double kill.
And they don't just destroy his life, destroy his health points, they slice his ego. They could have just shot him, but no. They use a smoke screen. They've never used smokes before. Why? Just so that they can get up close to him and then hit him with a melee weapon? Total Gaming are playing mental warfare against Godlike Esports right now. They are not just playing Free Fire Max.
This is Godlike at a domino effect.
Yeah. Yep.
If they don't break out of this chain, this is going to spiral out, and Total Gaming, they're inching closer. They're 2 rounds away from the championship point. They're 2 rounds away from the Clash Squad championship in their name. They are 2 rounds away from greatness. And this reignited fire that they've laid down, Godlike, one after another, are burning up one at a time.
And they want to watch this fire burn all the way to the other side of the continent. They want to set the world ablaze, and they want the world to feel the fire that's in their hearts right now. Can Godlike handle the heat? Can the gods come down to hell and cleanse the demons off these plains? Battle of Brasilia. It's raged on for years. But it's never raged this hard. It's never raged this silently. Every single glue wall being inspected, every single nook and cranny being searched. Both these teams, while firing shots to misdirect their opponents, are forcing their players to go around the other side. And an eerie silence takes over the server. Can Godlike over here recover from this deficit? Shanky and Mafia right over their heads, looming like ever-present danger.
Total Gaming have them surrounded. It's going to be tough for them to get out. Yogi, the saving grace of Time Turner for now, but for how long? The only place that they can exit is through the crosshairs of Total Gaming. The lead on one end, Mafia and Shanky from above. They're looking at every player. Yogi is down, Marco is down, not even letting them get out of the safe zone. And Total Gaming, they are rejoicing this victory of 4-0.
This isn't just a reverse sweep. This is a stomp. Godlike, the team that once enjoyed all the advantage in the world, the team that once had all the privilege of rounds to spare and maps to give away, now aren't just staring into the abyss, they are engulfed by it. They need a miracle. They need Yogi, Marco, Eco, and Nancy, everybody to step up. And they don't just need to step up, they need to leap into the stratosphere if they want to make this comeback. Shanky loses his advantage, had a lovely angle. Fire grenades, forcing him back out. He's still somehow safe. He's hoping to find an opening, but his teammates can't really provide him the cover just yet. So he's going to go around the other side and once again get into a spot from where he can't get shot down. Godlike, on the other hand, are playing it extremely safe. They go on the outskirts of the factory vaults. They want Total Gaming to walk into a trap. They're trying to deny information to Total Gaming, knowing that they've got the coda, they've got all the information in the world. They are hoping that somebody, anybody from Total Gaming will overextend, and they were hoping that it would be Shanky, but Shanky falls back in the nick of time. His life spared for now.
Aztec on the other end. If they have an idea about him, it could be an opportunity. Nancy runs up with the Oscar, but he misses the opportunity, and Shanky converts. Marco, he does trade it to a 1v1, but Aztec also falls. Nancy, that dash might not have worked instantly on Aztec, but it does eventually, as they found value. Mafia is down. Godlike, it looks like finally they're staging their opportunity, as the lead is the last one surviving on the silo, and Marco gets that for his team. Godlike find the very first.
This could be the start of a comeback. This shouldn't have been a comeback in the first place. This shouldn't have been the situation where Godlike find themselves in. But hey, when all hope is lost, a single round can feel like as if you are inside the sun itself. You don't just need a ray of hope, you need a floodlight. And right now, Godlike, they would... Wait, what? What? The round starts, the barrier drops, and Marco instantly pre-fires and deletes Mafia out of the server.
He confirms it as well.
Sheesh! That is a team that has practiced Clash Squad mode. This is where the words of Fozzy Ajay will really come in heavily. You know, Total Gaming don't have these pre-fire lineups. They don't have those chains.
This is the exact place that I was talking about in Purgatory, where Total Gaming defeated Godlike, eliminated them at the very beginning when they dropped, and now it seems to be either Total Gaming, if they find a way to get themselves to 0.5, then they will be closer to championship point, or it could be Godlike staging their very comeback here in Purgatory, just like Total Gaming in their progressive river sweep in the previous two games.
Mafia had no idea what hit him. Like, the round had just begun, the barriers had just dropped, and Godlike Gaming already pounced upon him. That's a pre-fire lineup that can only come through decades of practice. Aztec, Shanky closing in the distance. Nancy and Eco looking to recover from this disadvantage. The Oscar dash comes through, and Yogi, Eco find fragments again. It's all up to Aztec. And Godlike Esports are not giving up just yet.
Godlike, this time, they are the ones to get themselves the victory. And round 2 on their board. But on the other end, Total Gaming, now they have to control themselves. They have to bring them back on the ground. Yes, they were on a flying victory towards success as they were getting one round after another. There were the birds flocking across towards victory. But now they've understood Godlike have found their chance to clip their wings. And Marco starts again. And it is Mafia. Once again, the man who we thought should be the reason for Total Gaming's victory is also becoming the man who's going down, and the reason who could also give a comeback towards Godlike getting their 4th very soon.
The MVP of the previous game now instantly deleted, and when I speak of delete, he was eliminated by a skill. Nancy, what on earth is he cooking? Shanky doesn't even know what hit him. Marco finds the angle.
A comeback in the brew.
This isn't just a comeback. Godlike are playing chess when Total Gaming were playing checkers. This is what true homework and preparation looks like. Total Gaming might be a naturally talented team. They might just be able to win gunfights and pull off clutches, but this is what true preparation looks like. Godlike Esports are blowing Total Gaming completely out of their depth.
How is this happening? At one end, it did not start off for Total Gaming. Godlike ran across.
Again. Round 2, baby, let's go. This time, Mafia goes for a different pathing. All the members of Total Gaming are sticking to the left-hand side. They don't want to fall victim to that pre-fire angle once again. And now that Total Gaming are aware about Godlike's tricks, the battle for Central could once again turn the tides of this war. But they have played at frags. Marco and Delete with a frag each. Delete Looks to get an angle onto Marco, but has to dip back in the cover until Yogi finds him. But Yogi will be taken down by Shanky. That's wonderful backup. Shanky confirms that elimination. Aztec down. Can they get the res onto him? The lack of a thief are really hurting them right now, but they've been given enough room to work with.
Godlike facing a disadvantage on the numbers. Total Gaming recovering and back on their feet, ready for aggression. We did see the Max 7's back. Mafia this time, he's not faltered. Total Gaming have the opportunity to secure round 5 or point number 5 in their name. Mafia, as his team runs across, he provides the cover fire and successfully they make it across into the other compound while Eco is left behind and that could become a problem. Nancy is trying to gain ground on Total Gaming before they could cross but it is Total Gaming who get control and now Nancy is left all alone waiting for Eco. Eco
might just have overextended. Mafia punishes them instantly. Up close and personal. Woodpecker headshot. That's an execution. And Nancy strikes yet again. This time onto Aztec.
Position unknown, Nancy. This could be the opportunity and now Nancy has to find a lot more. He does. He puts the lead down. Brings this back to an equalizer. And Nancy, he loses his footing. It's down to a 1v1. Marco against Shanky. Who's going to prove better? And it is going to be Shanky who gets Total Gaming to point number 5. The championship point. The ultimate point. The series to decide is here if Total Gaming close in the very next.
Heartbreak for Marco. He's been the messiah of his team. He's been the clutch master of this entire tournament. And in the moment that matters the most, Shanky trumps over him. 1 point away from lifting the trophy. Godlike Esports have put up a valiant fight, but if they falter now, all of this would have been in vain.
3 points on their board. They need 2 more to equalize. It is, yes, going to be tough for them, but they've done it. Time and again, against NG Pros. They've done it once again. Can they do it here? They have a split approach, while Total Gaming are together.
This time, Godlike Esports are not going for that garage house. Last time, Total Gaming were completely above it. And this time, Godlike just step into one side of the garage house, but don't enter it. They are waiting for Total Gaming to come up, but Marco has been found already. Eco trying to challenge that fight on the high ground, but Shanky from above will drop Yogi, and now they all descend upon them. It's up to Eco. Can he pull off this miraculous clutch? I don't think he's got enough firepower to deal with this. All he can do is run and buy some time. But Total Gaming win this one.
They make a comeback, a river sweep. The fire that they reignited works for them. They are your Clash Squad champions. Put your hands together for Total Gaming.
Total control over their nerves. Total control over the battlefield. Total dominion over the Indian Free Fire circuit. Your champions of the TEZ Free Fire Max 2025 Clash Squad. It's Total Gaming.
They have actually done a phenomenal job. A workout and more that they're right now doing. That is not at all an easy feat to achieve. This is unbelievable. We did speak about this moment. Were Total Gaming tested enough? Are they good enough? And initially Godlike said, no, we are the ones who've been tested enough. We've played enough. We have had enough experience. And that is the reason we are in the grand final stage. But Total Gaming say, we still have a chance. This is a best of 5, not a best of 3. And they head over to Solara. Change things in their favor. Godlike still pressure them. Try their best to take it away, but Total Gaming close it there. We head towards Bermuda, and there, Godlike were at an equal footing with Total Gaming. However, Total Gaming towards the end of it, of what Yogi was able to do, they were able to do. Close it on Bermuda, and here in Purgatory, they become the overlords. Game 5, they celebrate in fashion. They celebrate in a flex. The way they entered with the vibe is the way they end the day.
but you have to feel so bad for godlike esports. That last match really brought out the best of them. The pre-fire lineups, the angles that Total Gaming did not even knew that existed, the preconceived strategies, all that preparation and homework, and they still falter at the last moment.
I can still not believe of what just happened here. But it's time without Jubai on stage. Total Gaming, a name which resonates, echoes to the corners of India, is finally lifting, is gonna be getting their hands on that Champions Trophy. All the players together, they're looking forward to getting this title in their name. The TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup Class Squad Champions, Total Gaming. They have their trophy, they have their crown, and they have their leader who is going to be leading them to a lot more success with the first one starting here in Lucknow.
A few years ago, Fauzi Ajay became the most decorated IGL in the country when he won the first FFIC. And now, a few years later, he has returned to a new game, Free Fire Max, but he's still got that same control and dominion over this battlefield. And this time, he's proved it even further by giving his team that trophy without even being in the server. Mafia. A young boy becomes a man here in Lucknow as he claims his second trophy. Aztec, the new player who will now become a champion for the first time, will share this moment with his teammates. And in this moment of joy and celebration, I am sure that these players have a lot to say. I am sure that they would have been feeling extremely nervous when they were 2 maps down. But I want to know what was going on in their heads when they started mounting that comeback. How they found that glimmer of hope in map number 3. How that glimmer of hope turned into a ray of sunshine in map number 5. And how on the edge of defeat they managed to overcome all their problems and lift the trophy.
Shanky, Aztec, Delete, Mafia and Fauzi Ajay on stage, and a host going to talk to them of how they feel.
What a match, worthy of a final. फौजी भाई, आपके इमोशंस मैंने देखे थे बैक स्टेज, किस तरीके से आप बैठे थे, कितना ज्यादा प्रेशर दिखाई दे रहा था आपके चेहरे पे, आप प्रार्थना कर रहे थे. What were you feeling in those moments?
वो हमारे एक्सप्रेशन सबको पता लग रहा है कि क्या फील कर रहे हैं और क्या ये मायने रखती थी इतने टाइम बाद एक ऑफिशियल और उसकी ट्रॉफी. पहला स्टेप कंप्लीट.
पहला स्टेप कंप्लीट. ऑफ कोर्स कल एक और ग्रैंड फाइनल, लेकिन मैं आज की बात करना चाहता हूं आपके साथ. मैंने बात करी थी ऑडियंस से लेके स्टेज पे आना, स्टेज से लेके ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आना और उसके बाद उस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स को जीतना. लेकिन शुरुआत जिस तरीके से हुई थी, 0-2 डाउन थे आप, 0-2 से 3-2 करना, क्या पता आपने अपनी टीम को?
कुछ नहीं, मैंने सिंपल कहा था ट्रॉफी हम लेके जा रहे हैं और हम लेके जाएंगे, चाहे 2-0 उसको अब हम कन्वर्ट करना है, तो कन्वर्ट किया एंड विन.
ऑफ कोर्स बेहतरीन ये जो माइंडसेट होता है, चैंपियंस माइंडसेट होता है. आपके बाद मैं अजू भाई से भी बात करना चाहता हूं यहाँ पे, लेकिन जो जो जितना मुश्किल होता है, अरे भाई फोटो भी खींच लेंगे. अजू भाई फोटो भी खींच लेंगे, इधर आ जाओ पहले एक आध. अरे ट्रॉफी पकड़ के आ जाओ, यहाँ गिरा दे ट्रॉफी, लेके आ जाओ भाई.
कैसे हो भाई?
मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ, आप कैसे हो?
बस भाई बढ़िया.
अवार्ड जीते,
हाँ,
एक ट्रॉफी तो ले ही ली.
हाँ,
अब एक बची है कल के लिए, कुछ छोड़ोगे कि नहीं किसी और के लिए?
भाई शायद नहीं छोड़ूंगा.
शायद नहीं छोड़ोगे। मैं अभी बोल रहा था फौजी भाई को, बैक स्टेज बैठे थे, आखिरी में कुछ राउंड चल रहे थे, बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर में थे, टेंशन दिख रहा था, लेकिन प्रे भी कर रहे थे। मैंने उनसे पूछा कि 0-2 डाउन थे, उसके बाद अपने प्लेयर्स को क्या बोला, लेकिन अजय भाई उन्होंने बोला कि मैंने तो बोला जीत के जाने वाले। आपने कुछ बोला था प्लेयर्स को?
मेरी बात हुई थी पर वो सीक्रेट है, अभी नहीं पता होगा।
अरे आपने फेस रील भी कितने टाइम बाद किया? 40 मिलियन बाद किया, कब किया था?
आइडिया नहीं, 37-38 पे किया था।
तो अभी सीक्रेट उतना ज्यादा तो होल्ड मत ही करना, बिकॉज बहुत सारे एस्पायरिंग प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं। बट कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन विनिंग। अपने फैंस को क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
फैंस को भाई सच बताओ, क्रेजी
सपोर्ट तो है,
बहुत ज्यादा, और मेन तो भाई टीम है।
टीम को क्या कहना चाहोगे?
टीम को मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगा भाई, बेस्ट टीम इंडिया की है ये।
अब तो प्रूव हो गया, ट्रॉफी है आपके लिए।
सीएस क्रेजी, माफिया, फौजी भाई, एस्टेक, डिलीट, बाला भाई, जितने भी लोग हैं यहाँ पे, शेंकी खास करके भाई, ये क्रेजी सब।
चलो बढ़िया अजू भाई, आई विल नॉट होल्ड यू बैक टू लॉन्ग। कांग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन, आप सेलिब्रेट कीजिए। बाकी की कहानी हम जानेंगे हमारे कास्टर्स से जो हमारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं। बट कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू द गेमिंग एंड कास्टर्स, टेक इट अवे। ओके, आई थिंक कास्टर्स आर नॉट देयर येट, बट डिलीट भाई मैं आपको पकड़ना चाहता हूँ, रुको। फोटोशूट करना है, ट्रॉफी रख लो कंधे पे, पकड़ लो ट्रॉफी। बट मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि अज्जू भाई ने बोला, फौजी भाई ने बोला बेस्ट टीम है, बट जहन में क्या चल रहा था आपके जब 0-2 डाउन थे?
हम लोग होप नहीं खोए थे, बस मानना ये है सामने कोई भी हो अच्छा खेले।
बट कितना ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है ऐसी जब मैच में आप होते हो? व्हाट इज द प्रेशर लाइक?
प्रेशर तो था ही नहीं, हमारा बस यही था कि हो सकता है, हो जाएगा, खेल लेंगे आराम से। तो
मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ कि इंटरव्यू चलते रह जाएगा, आप रह जाएंगे यहाँ पे। अगर आपको मोमेंट चाहिए तो लेट यू हैव योर मोमेंट, कोई बात नहीं, आप मोमेंट कर लो फिर वापस आ जाना। चलिए, बाकी स्टोरी की मैं बात कर रहा था तो उसके बारे में तो बात होगी। But once again, congratulations to Total Gaming. एंड कल जो होने वाला वो हमारी बैटल रॉयल फाइनल्स होने वाले। आज खेली थी 4 टीमें, कल खेलेंगी 12 टीमें for a lion's share of this prize pool. And not just that, bragging rights, pride, power and glory. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for tomorrow क्योंकि कल बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है। ऑडियंस भी होंगी और प्लेयर्स होंगे और ज्यादा टीम्स भी होंगी। But for today, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.
हसीना थी, पेटी से निकली बाहर,
एक
दीवाना था।
वेल प्लेड, ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहे, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ।
भाई मेरी जुबान पे मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता। क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है?
बताओ क्या, अच्छे से पूछो ना।
मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी।
करो ना ऐसा।
हेलो दोस्तों, तो अभी हम खेलने वाले हैं बॉक्सेस ऑफ लाइज और इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है क्योंकि हमें एक दूसरे को करना है ब्लफ। इसके अंदर एक चीज होने वाली है जो सामने वाले को बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता है वो क्या है। अब मैं जैसी वो चीज निकालूंगा, सामने वाले को या तो मैं पूरा सच बोलूंगा या मैं पूरा झूठ बोलूंगा क्योंकि मुझे सामने वाले को करना है ब्लफ। अब इस गेम में कौन जीतता है और कौन ब्लफ करता है, आओ देखते हैं। चलो फिर शुरू कर ही देते हैं।
करो मुकाबला शुरू, आ जाओ।
फौजी भाई,
बोलो भाई,
जीत पाओगे?
बिल्कुल।
मैंने देख लिया मेरे में
डर लग रहा है क्या आपको?
बहुत टाइम बाद तुमसे बाहर 1v1 हो रहा है। आज तो तुम गए दोस्त।
देखते हैं, ये दीवार ने बचा रखा तुमको।
दोस्त, ये चेहरा देख रहे हो, ऐसा ब्लफ मारूंगा ना तुम पहचान नहीं पाओगे कि सच।
देखते हैं कौन किसको ब्लफ मारता है, कौन किसको नहीं।
लेट्स गो।
आग बंद करो, अच्छे से करो ना।
बंद है मेरी,
ठीक है।
बट मेरी मन की आगे खुली हुई है।
देखो मत यार, तुम वो कर रहे हो। आगे बंद करो।
बंद है।
अभी निकाला नहीं, अभी खोलो।
आपकी आंखें खराब है, मैं बता रहा हूँ।
ओए, ये क्या दे दिया?
ऐसा क्या दे दिया?
अभी नहीं।
चलो यार जल्दी करो यार, तुम बहुत टाइम लगा रहे हो जोंटी भाई, कितना स्लो हो यार।
ये चीज बहुत खतरनाक है भाई। भाई
यस, ऐसा क्या है? सदमे में आ गया अब तो।
एक
हसीना थी,
नहीं,
पेटी से निकली बाहर।
एक
दीवाना था।
तीनों चीजें बोल ली है ना।
कौन है?
अरे रुक जा दोस्त।
कौन है? देखो कौन है वो, कहाँ से वो आया?
एक गन है।
बंदूक है?
हाँ।
छोटी बड़ी?
छोटी है।
तो गेम की है बाहर की है?
गेम की ही है ये।
ओके।
और इसका एक छल्ला है, छल्ला होता है ना वो,
कीच है?
गोली।
ओके।
और एक है इसमें बतख, ये है।
ये जो बंदूक है, ये छोटी बंदूक है गेम वाली है, बड़ी बंदूक है?
गेम की छोटी है बट यहाँ पे रियल में बड़ी है।
ओके।
एक और चीज यार, इस बंदूक के ऊपर कुछ लपेटा हुआ है इन्होंने।
इसके ऊपर लपेटा हुआ है? क्या लपेटा हुआ है?
लाइट।
लाइट को लपेट दिया बंदूक के ऊपर?
हाँ।
कैसी बातें कर रहे हो
टाइट लपेटा एकदम, लग रहा है कि चमक रही है बंदूक इस टाइम।
कर देते हो ना, तो मैं सर डाउट होता है, सच बोल रहे हो झूठ बोल रहे हो, क्या बोल रहे हो?
नहीं, डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी है।
पक्का?
हाँ।
100% श्योर?
G18 भी कह सकते हो तुम इसको।
देखो कहीं फिर टीजी टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो रही हो।
नहीं ये है।
पक्का? यकीन कर लूं? और फिर ये सबके सामने झूठ निकली तो नहीं निकलेगी? श्योर? जोंटी की जुबान? चलो डेजर्ट ईगल मैंने लॉक करी, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए फिर तो।
डेजर्ट ईगल?
आपने बोला ना डेजर्ट ईगल है, बात उसी पे हुई है, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए।
पक्का?
जोंटी की जुबान है ना? देखते जोंटी की
जुबान नहीं,
अबे जुबान पे हुआ था
भाई, ये गेम ही ब्लफ करने का भाई यार।
मैंने जुबान में
नहीं भाई, मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता।
बस अब बोलो।
तो ये जो एलिमेंट रहने वाले तीनों साथ में या अलग अलग है?
साथ ही है।
एक गेम का हो गया ये, मान लो अपनी बंदूक।
हाँ।
उसके बाद दो आपने क्या बताए थे?
एक बतख है।
एक बतख है,
पीली सी
बतख तो पीली होती है।
और एक गोली का छल्ला।
गोली का छल्ला।
एमो।
चलो आप सच बोल रहे हो,
मैं
दिखा दो।
लॉक करो।
लॉक कर दो।
पहचान ली, बढ़िया।
अरे अभी कहाँ, हार कबूल कर ली थी जल्दी। क्या लगता है जोंटी भाई? इजी? पक्का जीत पाओगे?
तुम्हारे एक्सप्रेशन से समझ जाऊँ यार।
ऐसी बात है? खोल दो पिटारा। पक्का? आँख नहीं खुलनी चाहिए। ये क्या झाँक रहे हो आप? क्या झाँक रहे हो आप?
बड़ी चीज है, फंस गई डब्बे में। दोस्त ये तो कोई बड़ी चीज है।
चीज बड़ी होती है और चीज खतरनाक होती है, छोटी चीजें हम यूज ही नहीं करते।
चलो